A storm is brewing.
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second.
1 second.
Move!
Oh my god.
Bishop
Bishop
G3.
G3. What a tactic.
This is insane. Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
27 made! You wanted
You can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Another day, another Speed Chess Championship match, this time the semifinals. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we had an excellent display of chess yesterday between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as he claimed the final spot in the semis. Today is Hikaru Nakamura versus Nihal Sarin.
Well, guten Morgen, everybody. It's bright and early. It's actually not bright. It is early. It's incredibly rainy here, and no better way than to just tuck yourself in with a cup of coffee and watch Nihal play Nakamura. We'll be bringing you the coverage. We'll be doing the hard work. You just settle in and enjoy the ride.
And the players will be doing the hardest work because this is
What
a
are you talking about? The
matchup.
commentators who do the hard work.
Yeah, that's true as well. But these players, they're vying for a spot in the finals of the Speed Chess Championships. So there is a lot at stake today as the players, well, there's quite a bit of money. They're going to be duking out for some good, hard cash. But look at that. In addition to winning $6,000 and a split of the additional $6,000 based on win percentage, the winner advances to the championship match. And Danya, if we know anything about these two, that's all they care about right now is that championship match slot that they want to see themselves in.
Yeah, this is one of the most prestigious tournaments in online chess. To win the SEC, you have to cross countless hurdles, and then you have to cross the biggest two hurdles of all, Hikaru Nakamura and very likely Magnus Carlsen as well. And just the chance to face the world champion is what both of these players are vying for. And I thought I was hallucinating because I thought I saw a 2 and then a 4, and now it's a 6. And I'm not hallucinating. The prize keeps rising based on where you are in the tournament.
It does indeed. The purse increases, it grows, and of course the championship match will have the biggest purse of all. But you said obstacles, and it wasn't an easy opportunity for the players in order to overcome their opponents to get here. But as we look at the bracket, Danya, we see 4 names remaining. They are Nakamura, Nihal Sarin, Magnus Carlsen, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 4 very deserving semifinalists. And Danya, what do you make of the path that Hikaru and Nihal took to get here?
Well, the paths could not be more different. If you look at Hikaru, just cumulatively, he has some of the most lopsided scores in the entire SCC. Neither of his first 2 matches were close at all. I mean, he beats Paravian by 12 points, and then against Aronian, he wins with a single-digit lead, but it was essentially a wire-to-wire victory. Now, you look at Nihal, bottom left, he beats Anish Giri by 1 point, withstanding a furious bullet comeback. And then even his match against Ding Liren, yes, he won by 8 in the end, Robert, but that's a very deceptive final score because he racked up the points in the final segment. It was close throughout. It could have gone either way. And Nihal will have to bring his A-plus game once again today.
I could tell that's what you were getting at, that he needs to play his best chess of all against Hikaru Nakamura. And as we look at this matchup between these two, Hikaru has a monster lifetime lead, but look at their blitz ratings as of yesterday, Danya. Nihal slightly higher.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, just look at those ratings. Both players knocking on the door of 3,200. But Hikaru is also knocking on the door of a ridiculous head-to-head lead. I mean, you look at Hikaru's scores against anybody, and you just see the wildest percentages, 125 wins and only 31 losses. So Nihal, Robert, has to defy the forces of nature in both Blitz and Bullet if he really wants a shot at the finals.
While you're mentioning Blitz and Bullet, we should remind everybody of the format of these events. Nothing has changed in the last couple of days, as far as I'm aware. So we are in a 16-player knockout tournament. It's 3 different time controls. The tie breaks are 4 games of Bullet Chess, 1 minute plus 1 second increment. And of course, we get Armageddon with bidding if all is tied. But the format itself, 90 minutes of 5 minute plus 1 second increment, followed by an hour of 3 plus 1. And last but certainly not least, people love to see these players go head-to-head in Bullet Chess because Nihal Sarin has been 3,400. Hikaru Nakamura very much the same. I think all will be settled in that 1 minute plus 1 second increment time control. So, Danya, it's exciting stuff here as we are getting set for this match. But as always, predictions, smarter chess predictions. Sometimes they're correct like yesterday. Other times we feel like they're wrong. But I do know this, Danya. He's one of 5 people with a perfect bracket thus far.
No, smarter chess, I have to say, through clenched teeth, has been nothing short of unbelievable. I mean, predicting yesterday's match, knowing somehow that MVL is going to put through just a ridiculous performance to defeat a stalwart who's been displaying monster form the last year, even his enemies have to tip their hat. And in this case, that means the commentators have to tip their hat. But really, the time control, it's elegant, it's easy to follow, and most importantly, the match can realistically be decided in any of these 3 segments. And if Nihal Sarin wants a shot at this match, he has to get off to a very good start. He cannot let this match get out of hand in these first 90 minutes, Robert.
Yeah, and Hikaru Nakamura has said time and time again that as long as he's within 2 points heading into Bullet, he feels like he's got a good chance, if not being the favorite against anybody. But let's look at those smarter chess predictions, the breakdown that he has provided us. He believes that Hikaru is a favorite in all 3 time controls, and a 2-point favorite in the longest and shortest time controls, a 1-point favorite in the 3 plus 1. And he says that Nihal still has about a 30% chance. What do you make of the smarter chess stats?
Well, the real question is, where can Nihal reverse the narrative? Where can Nihal rack up those points? I think the prediction is reasonable. I think even the most stalwart Nihal fans have to admit that Hikaru is the heavy favorite in this match. There's no question about that. But Nihal can also lean into that. And it's not easy to play when you've got an X on your back. I think Nihal can really step up in the Bullet. I think that's the segment he needs to improve in the most. Let's not forget that Anish Giri actually defeated Nihal in the Bullet segment. So, Robert, that cannot happen today because Hikaru can easily wipe out even a 3 or 4 point lead with the way that he plays Bullet.
But to play, not devil's advocate, but at least to assess that performance in the Bullet, that was very surprising. Anish Giri is a great Bullet player, but Nihal Sarin is like the best of the best. I know he hasn't been the Bullet Chess Championship champion, the BCC champ, but that's Hikaru Nakamura's calling, except for a year where he lost to Alireza Firouzja. So Nihal Sarin's always at the top of the leaderboard. So I feel like, maybe we sometimes have a little bit of recency bias, but you would know better than anybody. How many games have you played against Nihal Sarin? You know what he's capable of.
I think I've played well over 1,000 as we admire Nihal there, getting focused for his match. Definitely well over 1,000. I'll look it up as the match gets underway, but we've played across all sorts of time controls. We played mostly 3 plus 0, 1 plus 0. We've also played 30-second chess. He is ridiculously fast with the mouse. I mean, he's got all of the technical aspects fully worked out, and I haven't kept it a secret that I'm a big Nihal fan. I think he's awesome. I think he's got a super bright future. Not to mention, he's very classy and very, very humble. So he's got the whole package, Robert, but so does Hikaru Nakamura. And Hikaru is just so consistent and so stable. And even though he doesn't play as much Bullet anymore, he doesn't seem to have lost all that much strength. And I think Hikaru is very thankful that they have that 1 second increment, which is going to counteract whatever rust he might be otherwise feeling in the Bullet segment.
It's a very good point, and the community stands behind Hikaru Nakamura, as they always do, the #1 Twitch streamer in the chess category. Look at that. Of the brackets, 89% say Nakamura is going to take down Nihal Sarin, 11% for the Indian superstar in the making, and 28% overall predicted this matchup. That's actually surprising to me. I guess a lot of people believe in Ding Liren because I imagine almost everybody had Hikaru Nakamura through the semifinals. That means people were picking against Nihal.
And almost everybody who watched last year's SCC remember that Ding Liren came within just a centimeter of defeating Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, that match was as close as it gets. That was Hikaru Nakamura's closest victory. I mean, other matches that he's won have just been basically wire to wire. So perhaps Nihal actually looked over that match, Maybe he analyzed some film like athletes do. He looked at what Ding Liren played. He looked at how he made Hikaru Nakamura uncomfortable, because he is definitely facing a vote of no confidence from the community, Robert.
Well, I think that could, if anything, inspire him to even greater heights. Nihal Sarin, he surprised the world by making the finals of the Chess.com Global Championship, where he did lose to Wesley So, but in the running there, he beat Krumnik, he beat Ding Liren, he beat Anish Giri, and he beat Sam Savian all in a row just to get to the final. So he's clearly somebody not to be trifled with. And as the players are getting set for today's matchup, Hikaru Nakamura is in Florida. And that's something important to point out, because in California, where he often is playing from, streaming from, it would be 6 a.m. call time. It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast, so at least he's a little bit more awake and lively.
I'm pretty sure my mom is up to watch this match in California. So there are some dedicated fans on the West Coast watching from bed. But yeah, those additional 3 hours, they really help Hikaru as the match kicks off. And a surprise on move one as Hikaru repeats the shenanigans he played against David Paravian, Robert. Look at this.
You hear professionals sometimes say they just need to find the joy in the game. They don't want to go through the motions. A3, one of these obscure moves that are not something that we would advise. However, it often transitions right back into normal territory, right? That's the thing about having the first move advantage. It's essentially like you threw an A3 as if nothing else happened. So it's a perfectly normal position, nothing really too out of the norm just yet. And actually, look at this. We're getting into like a Queen's Gambit decline.
Now, you need to speak for yourself, Robert, because this is the recommendation, my upcoming opening course. Just kidding, of course. Nowadays, I think people would believe absolutely anything. And we have indeed transposed into a weird kind of souped up Queen's Gambit declined. And normally in these structures, you actually don't want to bring your light squared bishop out early. Precisely for this reason, Queen B3, Robert, is a very annoying move to face, because both typical ways of defending B7, Queen C8, it's awkward because you lose contact with the D5 pawn, and later on, white can put a rook on C1. The second way is B6, and it's pretty self-evident why this move is weak near, creating a lot of holes on the queen side. That's, I think, why Nihal Sarin is investing some time here.
What's fascinating about this opening choice in particular is that Nihal is the one who plays dodgy openings. You don't really need to tempt him into it. We saw that all throughout the Global Championship, where game after game with the black pieces, he was playing some kind of iffy stuff. Now here, Hikaru plays A3 on move one. Not the biggest deal in the world, even if it's not something you see every day. And now we've reached a position where, as you're saying, the queen is awkwardly placed on C8 for black. All of white's pieces thus far on normal squares. And white can put some pressure on D5. The good news for Nihal, he can always play the move pawn C7 to C6 to get the triangle pawn structure and keep everything defended.
Which is, I think, precisely what he's going to do. No, he takes on C4, and maybe he wants to follow up with C5, which is an ambitious way to play, contesting the center, but of course it's quite risky, especially if white has a bishop on F4. You could run into a very nasty knight escapade to B5 and then bishop D6. So as long as your dark-scored bishop isn't developed, you've got to be very careful here if you're Nihal Sarin. But I should point out, Robert, that people are often under the misconception that a move like A3 is terrible and that black is somehow winning. That's the case with the Grob 1G4, which I believe is the worst first move on the board, according to the engine. But A3 is actually not that bad, and black, I don't think, can get anything even resembling an advantage. It's just equal.
Right. Exactly. I agree with you completely. And speaking of equal, this is what Nihal Sarin's aiming for. He plays bishop d6. Let's trade off some pieces. If bishop takes, pawn takes, we can trade queens. And the one thing to keep an eye on if we see a lot of trades is this knight b5 jump. You were mentioning that earlier. I think a lot of players would see an opportunity to win a pawn, and they would just grab it right away. So if we can bring up an analysis board and just show this variation, right, where we just get this swap everywhere with knight to b5, well, this looks very interesting, but black can even bring the king up to e7 in many of these positions, defend that pawn, connect the rooks, and white is woefully underdeveloped.
And even knight e4 deserves consideration because, hey, you're getting forked. No, I'm not. King d8, and your queen is hanging. You mentioned undeveloped. That's where white pays the price. It gets super messy here, but that's kind of what Nihal Sarin wants. He wants these messy positions early in the match to give himself a chance. And guess what, Robert? Let's give ourselves a pat on the back. It might be early, but we already have made a money prediction. This is on the board. Hikaru has played knight b5.
Wow.
Let's go back to the live board.
Quite. And there's king e7. I
thought
the king would be okay, but
oh my gosh,
are creeping up. Are you saying knight takes d6 is like a checkmating attack or winning the queen if the king takes
winning
back?
the queen? That's precisely what I'm saying. Remember, Robert, not so long ago, I mentioned that the queen on c8 could succumb to a rook c1 tactic. Well, that's become the reality. Hikaru is calculating that. Knight takes d6, wins a pawn, and forces black to acquiesce to the queen trade. I don't know if it's worth bringing up another analysis board because I have no doubt in my mind that Hikaru is going for this.
Yeah, because the whole point is that the king is drawn out to d6, then queen b4 check, the king has to step on the c file, in which case rook c1 is going to be devastating. But I think after knight takes d6, if Hikaru does indeed play it, we could see a queen trade, rook h to c8. And actually that's in the nature of this very position. Danya, how many openings or variations within the queen's gambit declined in similar positions, the Nimzo in particular, do we see black give up a pawn for the quick activity?
Whoa.
And look at Hikaru, because queen b4 does not take the pawn.
And listen, that actually might have been the reason he refrained from it. I think you're absolutely right. Black has a big lead in development and initiative on the queen side. And Hikaru has shown a propensity early in SCC matches to be relatively solid. Even though he's played 1a3, he doesn't want to take too many risks early. He kind of wants to settle into the match. And he often really makes his big push at the start of the 3+1 segment. That's kind of what I've anecdotally noticed. And so maybe he's influenced by that in the early going. I really like Nihal's position now. He can drive the white king out to d2, but Robert, that's not necessarily a good thing because then you're helping white play rook c1. So a lot of nuances in this position.
It's quite amusing and counterintuitive. You think, bring that king out in the center, that has to be bad, but look at the black king on e7. It's surrounded by its own pieces, nice and safe and sound, and allows that rook on h8 to connect with the rook on a8. So just like black's king is safe on e7, white's king would be perfectly at home on d2, and as you're mentioning, rook c1 would then be an option because the square is protected. So I think if you are Nihal here, you make a move like, say, queen to c6, bring your queen up so you can bring a rook to c8.
Love the move queen to c6. White could respond by pushing the knight off of e4 with f3. But the situation definitely very dicey for white until he manages to get his light squared bishop out and coordinate his heavy pieces.
And look at the clock situation, by the way. Hikaru Nakamura down on time. I thought, without looking, that Nihal would be, because it seems like he's had several long things. Hikaru has been deep in the think tank the last few moves with the trade on d6 and then moves like queen to b4. So right now, Nihal doing well on the clock. He needs to avoid getting into terrible time pressure. And he plays a4 here, allowing the queen to go back to b4 with a queen c2 check. At the very least, that looks scary for the white king.
And I think this move is a mixture of tactical thinking, concreteness, noticing queen b4, queen c2 check, and then you can bring the rook up to defend the d6 pawn. But it's also very positional. You're locking in the light squares on the queen side. You're setting yourself up for success in an eventual endgame. You can think about the knight coming into c4. In all of these lines, the fact that white's queenside pawns have been immobilized is a great thing. And Hikaru says, queen c2 check, I'm laughing in the face of danger. And there it is, rook a6 on the board.
And f3, a move that you indicated as an option earlier. Now e4 is next. But look at black go.
Terrifying.
Bring all of the pieces into the position. The bishop is under attack. You could even sack on e4. Let's open up that king some more.
And you absolutely should. Take twice and bring the rook to c2. And I'm shocked that white's not getting mated here. According to the eval bar, Hikaru might have to play bishop e2 after queen takes e4 check and give up the house on the king side.
Right, g2 falls and likely h2 after that. But the eval bar is saying 0.4 in black's favor. That's just a little bit. That means one mistake from Nihal means that white might have a winning advantage because that's the nature of the position when you give up a piece for several pawns. But I think Hikaru is, he's probably a little bit on edge right now. He didn't expect Nihal to bring it to him like this. And he goes king d1. He said, I'm not giving you g2. At the very least, we have a draw.
And Nihal might actually take this draw because neither player wants to take undue risk at the start of the match. Both players want to get on the board. You're also playing Hikaru Nakamura. If you don't want to draw, rook a to c6 is an option to consider to bring the rook into the game, maybe pave the way for rook c2. But amazingly, Robert, I'm not really seeing any concrete mating construction. So if I had to make a guess, I think Nihal is likely to go for this draw. And if he doesn't, that would be a super gutsy decision that we could all stand behind. But I don't know if it's worth it against Hikaru.
But if you're Nihal, you spend the rest of your time. You know you have a draw with queen c2, queen e4. That will be a 3-time repetition. So you spend in the next minute calculating, going deep. Maybe rook a to c6, as you mentioned. Maybe queen g4 check, just to ask that king, is it going to go up to d2? In which case, rook a to c6, and we'll try to go to c2. But no, he does I think, the very pragmatic thing here done. It makes a draw. We're tied.
What a game.
One game.
What a first game. So much fireworks, a lot of subtlety, and really good play from both players. They're tactically sharp in the early going, and I think that bodes really well for the likelihood of a close, entertaining match. Nihal with the white pieces in game 2, and this time we get an actual Queen's Gambit, and Hikaru accepts it with d takes c4.
And plays a6. Hikaru has played this in many events, including classical chess over the board, so he is accustomed to these types of positions. But Nihal had some great games against Anish Giri in these types of positions in the Global Championship. Do you remember those games, Danya, where it felt like it was pretty close to equality, and then Nihal just outplayed his Dutch opponent? So I feel like Nihal feels very at home in this type of structure.
He loves this structure. That's a great observation, and I've had a ton of blitz games against Nihal where he goes for this structure, which appears so deceptively symmetrical. Now, you might ask, well, what about it is asymmetrical? Well, it's one thing in particular, the placement of the dark-squared bishop. This bishop is so superior to its counterpart, which sits on a much less glamorous diagonal. Now, black doesn't really have any targets. I think Hikaru is going to manage to equalize from this position, but it often takes a lot of time to contain the activity of white's pieces as Nakamura brings his bishop out to a rather ambitious d6 square, but now you have to watch out for tactics down the d file.
Right, like knight d2 to f3. It goes knight d4
bishop f6.
To f3. All right, bishop f6 and knight e4. Good eye by Nihal Sarin here. It looks so weird, right? When you could bring a less active knight to f3. Why not? But he's keeping more pieces on the board, and not only is bishop takes f6 a threat, there could be an argument in the future for pawn e4, which threatens pawn to e5, and whoa, Hikaru just castles, allowing bishop takes f6.
And I was actually going to point this out. This is an instructive decision. I'm not sure it's the best decision, but a lot of players rule this out just on principle. I can't ruin my kingside structure, but you see this in the French d takes c4. You see this in some openings. Bishop f6 gf is not the end of the world. And Robert, black can actually repurpose the kingside often to his favor by dropping the king on the relatively safe h8 square and then bringing the rook to the semi-open g-file. So we actually see Nihal refraining from what I thought was the main idea of knight 4 f3.
Yeah, and instead he goes, let's go for expansion on the queen side, a3, b4. He can sit his queen on b3 if he'd like, bring a rook to c1, a rook to d1. And it's clear where many of white's pieces belong. The difficult part is after that. Okay, queen e2 looks perfectly natural, but then what? That's the key question. And one thing that you have to keep in mind is that when you extend your pawn so much, black can strike with an a6 to a5 move, so be careful.
Yeah, that b4 pawn can be used as a queenside hook, and if you mindlessly push it to b5, not only does it become weak, but you leave a lot of weak squares in its wake. And e5 by Hikaru, I like that move. He's trying to drop this pawn on e4, get this knight out of the picture, and then bishop g4 is going to be a problem. Don't sleep on a potential Greek gift sacrifice. His pieces look deceptively passive, but they could all combine in a kingside attack real fast here. So an important moment here for Nihal to not sleepwalk through.
And maybe he can play pawn e4 himself, but that does give up control of the d4 square. Now, the knight on f3 and the knight, bishop on b2, cover the square. The knight on d2 will likely go to b3 and maybe into c5. So he does play this pawn push, and the d5 square is under white's control. The d4 square would like to be under Hikaru's control. He's just not there quite yet.
Okay, so he can play bishop b6 here to improve his dark squared bishop. I feel like that's kind of a Hikaru move. You could also continue with rook c8 and rook d8. You know those moves are pretty good. Bishop d7 to g4 comes to mind as well to pave the way for knight d4. So a lot of positionally critical moments early as the players kind of decide where they want their pieces to be.
And there's knight on d2. That's the one bad piece in white's position. You'd rather it be on the e3 square right now, hopping into f or d5.
Oh, definitely.
That takes a long time. Knight f1, knight e3, it takes many moves, and the e4 pawn is loose. You're pointing out knight g4 to attack f2 as well. So you don't have time for that. You can play h3, but then knight h5 is very tempting. Trying to go into f4, as you mentioned, this e3 push to e4 gives control of other squares.
Yeah, it's really weird when you look at this position in a perfunctory manner, but white's actually quite uncomfortable on the king side, Robert. It's strange to even say it, but there's all sorts of ideas. Knight g4, you mentioned knight h5. Bishop b3, I really like as Nihal drops the bishop back and saying the knight wants the parking spot, and knight c4 can later drop back to e3. So I think this idea is on his mind. And importantly, knight g4 can be met with the simple rook d1 to f1. Not the coolest looking move, but it does the job, doesn't it?
It does indeed, and that knight jumping to c4, as you mentioned, hits the bishop, hits the e5 pawn, can also bring the knight to e3 and into d5. So it's a moment that you see what White's plan is, and as you're pointing out, knight g4, rook f1, does that really accomplish all that much? And we tend to think, well, if I ever take on f2, that's giving up 2 minor pieces for a rook and a pawn. That can never be good. Sometimes you have to look for things like that, but here it does not work. So for Hikaru, who's once again down on time, that's I think an underrated storyline. Nihal Sarin, I feel like, is always the one who has less time, but in the first 2 games, he's actually built up a sizable lead on the clock.
And is that a conscious adjustment? Entirely possible. I'm positive that the player's preparation extended past the opening, especially in the case of Nihal, because you need something special. You need a healthy dose of nasty if you want to beat Hikaru Nakamura in a 3-hour match. And I'm sure that Nihal maybe got some coaching, maybe thought long and hard about what his overall meta strategy would be, and that includes time management. Love Hikaru's move bishop e6, so alert, recognizing that the bishop on b3 is undefended. And this trade, Robert, don't know who it favors, but that knight on b6 is kind of going to get stranded, and it's going to be nowhere near e3.
It will not be near e3, and it's just a trade opposite colored bishops. You're protecting the bishop on b6 by pinning this knight on c4. And Nihal, he's trying to work through this position. He can start trading rooks right now, but you have to look out for knight g4 at some point. Bishop takes c4, followed by knight g4. If all those rooks are off, you're not going to be able to protect the f2 pawn. So you have to be very careful right now.
Great point. Great point. Let's bring up an analysis board real fast here, and I'll show this line. Now, it should be pointed out that if you just blindly trade all the rooks after rook d1, queen d1, you don't want to rush with knight takes c4 if you're black. That blunders the bishop on b6 because now b3 is under control. What you want to do is take first, and now knight g4 works, but even better is to grab this pawn on the way, and to add insult to injury, White cannot defend f2 and his position collapses. So the simplification approach doesn't work for Nihal, and for the first time, he has now dropped significantly behind on the clock. Back to the live board we go. And Nihal continues to ponder this situation and chooses a very calm move, just h3 to stop knight g4.
Yeah, he stops knight g4, but he makes knight h5 more attractive because the way you usually stop knight h5 to f4 is by playing pawn to g3, but you can't do that here for 2 reasons. One, as you're pointing out, the f2 pawn is pinned, and 2, the h3 pawn is loose because the bishop's on e6. So I would consider bishop a7 for Hikaru, just to keep that bishop safe inside, maybe even threaten the move b7 to b5 at some point to try to execute this piling up pressure on a pin piece. But knight h5 also is in your back pocket, and he plays bishop d4 instead. And the engine doesn't mind it, but wow, what a complicated move to make with all trades on the table.
Yeah, that would not be in my top 3 candidate moves. That was really out of left field, but this is what Hikaru Nakamura does. He senses when you get low on time, when you start feeling uncomfortable with your position, and then he throws this weird wrinkle at you and forces you to invest even more time adjusting to the new set of circumstances. So what's happening here? I would anticipate that Nihal will take the bishop. What is he going to take it with? Well, knight takes d4 comes to mind, and Robert, my guess is that Hikaru wants to recapture with the knight and eliminate White's dark-scored bishop, and that pawn on d4 is probably going to be more of a nuisance than a weakness if you're Nihal.
That's right, and the open e-file puts pressure on the e4 pawn. So I think that Nihal trying to figure this all out right now, but if he takes on d4, it's a flurry of trades. All those minor pieces are coming off because black is pre-moving knight takes d4, and it's played.
And he did, and there we go, and the pieces are off the board, but the position has gotten no less complex, and Nihal has to try to simplify with 30 seconds left. I love the move knight a5. In the event that Hikaru takes on b3 and takes on e4, Nihal will recapture on d4, and that position, I think, he'll be comfortable drawing even with 20 seconds left.
Absolutely. It's just liquidation. All pawns will come off in the center, all these minor pieces. But for Hikaru, who's ahead on the clock, he may say, let's keep this game going. I have a passed d pawn. Maybe he can play rook d7, for example, which allows you to double rooks, protect the b7 pawn one more time so that you can take on e6 with the queen. So things like this are in the cards for Hikaru, but I don't know. There's also some risk there. I understand he's ahead in the clock, but he has this isolated pawn, which is an asset if it's a pass pawn, but it's a liability if you can't protect it well.
That's a great point. Rook d7, you also have to reckon with e5 because knight can't easily step into d5. The d4 pawn drops. There are some tactics there with knight c3 that have to be calculated, but Nihal has erased his time deficit as Hikaru makes this important early match decision. Bishop takes b3, basically a draw. Rook d7 keeps pieces on the board, and as Hikaru drops behind on the clock, he actually goes for it. Bishop back to c8, opening up more pressure on the e4 pawn.
And e5 played. I'm a little bit worried about some kind of queen e4, bishop c2. Not yet, because the knight's jumping right into c3. And the tactic that you were mentioning earlier, rook d4, is a blunder because of knight c3. And after there's a trade on d4, there'll be a fork on the e2 square. And we don't have time to really show that right now. Nihal dropping to 15 seconds,
What does he do?
He's got to make a move. He's got to find something. Maybe rook d2.
Knight c3 is so scary. And don't sleep on knight f4. He tries to prevent both at the same time, but Hikaru can just pick up this pawn and simultaneously defend what will now be an extra center pawn.
Wow, I think he was counting on rook e1 here, but the queen can slide over to keep the knight on d5 defended.
Queen f4.
Knight c4. Things are slipping away from Nihal Sarin right now. 7 seconds remaining. Great move, queen f4. You mentioned that. Danya, doubling rooks is not going to help. That pawn on d4 is extra and will be defended.
And look at this. He pushes the pawn up to d3. Now, you can see what Nihal's trying to do. He's trying to go g3, but that doesn't solve any problems. The knight has a million strongholds, and there comes Hikaru taking on h4, and it's mate.
Yeah, that was
d3, knight f4.
If the king went to the h file, this is over.
Knight f4, it's 1-0-1. Knight f4.
Hits the rook and threatens rook h1 mate. That is resign time, and actually it's a win on time for Hikaru Nakamura. He takes the first lead of the match, and if you're Nihal Sarin, you're probably very upset about that one because it looked like you had things under control, and look at this. h3 move won this game.
The move, I think, that won the previous game is actually bishop e6 to c8. That was a devilish decision in Nihal's time pressure because it created the right amount of threats. It threatened the e4 pawn. It made Nihal panic, and that is what Hikaru Nakamura does best, and that's what he's done ad infinitum in the first 2 SCC matches. But look at this. We talked about 1a3. This, Robert, is far more outlandish.
Objectively, this is not as good because black can often strike at this g4 pawn with h5, but you don't want to do that too early. You may think, oh, let me crack the pawn chain over there. G5, as you're mentioning, now your knight has to move again. That's not ideal, and white would control the d5 square with all of his pieces. So not that terrible of a line, even if you see the engine say black is better. I actually really like the move h6. I know the engine is saying it gives away black's advantage, but it doesn't allow the complications that Hikaru undoubtedly wants.
And this one could think of as a normal English, right? You get this position with the pawns on g3 and h2, one step removed. There's no question in my mind that the pawn sitting on g4 favors black. It creates long-term weaknesses on the king side. And with the pawn on c4, it's not really fair to forecast that white's going to castle queenside and try to use these pawns for attacking purposes. White has too many weaknesses already on the queen side. So what I'm curious about in the early going is how Hikaru is going to manage his king safety. Is he actually going to castle king side and say, I don't care that my pawn's on g4? Or is he going to keep his king in the center and try to play creatively?
And the fact that Hikaru is spending all this time feels like this isn't some kind of deep preparation, right? He doesn't play h3 and g4. It's not a system that, sometimes people are system players. Hikaru plays b3, and even if the engine says black is doing well in some of those positions, he knows them inside and out, so he is more well-versed. He goes knight f3 here. He is trying to just develop his pieces. The pawn on e5 can indeed push up to e4, but that also may become a target as the game continues. The knight on f6 defends there. The queen can try to come out to e7, but the e4 pawn sticks out like a sore thumb. So I do feel like if you're Nihal, you may refrain from that move just for the time being.
And Nihal, from a meta strategy perspective, as e4 is played, has to avoid getting tilted, right? Because when you're down in the match and your opponent continues to play these offbeat openings, you start getting annoyed because you start telling you, why can't I punish him for 1h3? I mean, I'll punish anybody except Hikaru for this. And your decisions start becoming less objective. Let's see if Nihal can avoid that here. As he pushes d5, Evalbar dislikes it. What do you make of it, Robert? CD and bishop e4?
He had a good position until he played the move d5. And the reason why his position was pretty good is the e4 pawn was actually untouchable for the time being. Because if white ever traded on e4, the knight on f6 would get out the way, and the knight on h4 would be loose. So maybe a bit of a calmer move would have been better. But bishop takes e4 here, knight c3. You take back with a pawn on c3, and then while the knight on h4 is hanging, so is the bishop on b4. It's kind of a crazy sequence now that we've come to it, Danya.
And Nihal flat out blundered this. I think he might have overlooked that after bishop takes c3, Hikaru takes back with the d pawn, and the knight on d5 is in the crosshairs of two of white's pieces. This is flat out an extra pawn. And the worst thing is that if you drop back to f6 and say, give me your bishop because the knight is hanging, guess what? The knight is no longer hanging because you're intercepting the queen. And after knight f6, the bishop could safely return to g2 or even jump into f5. Nihal has blundered his center pawn. And somehow, some way, Hikaru has a plus over minus position 9 moves into a game that started h3, g4.
Unbelievable, right? Knight takes c3, just pawn takes. The bishop on b4 is hanging there, so the knight on h4 can be captured, but it's in fact a trade. So wow, Hikaru Nakamura not just gets away with it, but he's in charge right now. And Nihal, he needs to stay calm because his position isn't that bad. Even if he's down a pawn for the time being, Hikaru's king won't find true safety, and that will always give him compensation.
And Nihal is so good at generating chances out of sometimes completely lost positions. We saw it in the CGC on full display against Semsevian. We saw it in his previous match against Anish Giri. There were a couple of games when he was getting checkmated 7 ways to Sunday, and he gets out of it. He often wins those games, but Hikaru Nakamura is neither of those players, and he just doesn't let you go when he gets anything that even smells like a winning position. I like the move bishop e6, though. This shows composure. Nihal doesn't tilt. He gets his pieces out, and I think you should just castle here.
I agree. That's what we keep talking about. The white king will not find true shelter. So that will always give black compensation, especially in a short time control game. Now, if we look at the clock, it's pretty close on time. Hikaru still's about 3 minutes. Nihal down to 2.5. But where is that king on e1 going? I think that Nihal needs to make some of his decisions a little bit more quickly. I know that's easier said than done when you're playing Hikaru Nakamura. But another tactic to avoid, I believe there's some possible ways to blunder if you like a b4, b5, but it doesn't quite work in this position, especially with the white king still on e1.
But you do have to monitor the e7 square because a fork could come precisely when you least expect it. I'm totally on the same page. Nihal has to move fast here, and I would have played the move bishop a5 quickly. He goes bishop c5, allowing d2, d4, so he's trying to provoke this move and try to overextend Hikaru, but I'm a little bit skeptical about this strategy.
I'm as well. d4 does tactically work out for white, but he's just trying to say, Hikaru, push pieces forward. That will leave squares vulnerable. Let me attack things. But if he can establish, he being Hikaru, pawn on d4 and e3, then everything seems pretty stable, though the bishop on c1 is the piece that suffers.
Yeah, it's going to be looking into the eyes of the e3 pawn, but that's not a mission-critical piece to develop, and everything else about Hikaru's position is healthier than it was just a couple of moves ago. But d4, not a move to be made lightly. That is a very, very committal pawn advance. And there are alternatives. You could also play b4, which is, I think, what Hikaru was planning in the event of bishop a5. b4, I think Nihal is just going to drop back to b6, and it's the same general strategy. The knight on c3 is a little bit looser. Actually, b4, you could take c3 and take d1 and take f2. And so Hikaru does end up opting for d4.
The best thing that Nihal has done here is he's posing questions to Hikaru. We see the advantages going up. It's at 1.4 approximately right now. And, as the engine gets its depth, it will continue changing. But the point is that individual moves are more complicated for Hikaru. And if you look at the clock, Danya, right now Hikaru is actually behind by quite a bit. He had a 30-second lead. Now it's Nihal with the 30-second lead.
And from a blitz perspective, bishop c5 actually might end up being a really smart decision. I like the way Nihal is playing this. Very cagey moves, rook f8 to e8. Maybe I'm not threatening anything in particular, but I'm creating the preconditions for a tactic, and I'm setting myself up for a potential time scramble. That's what Nihal's thinking right now.
And the move g6 is playable here. It might not work out, but if knight takes h6, king g7, then knight gets caught on h6. The queen covers the g5 square, so you can't just push your pawn. So maybe it doesn't work just yet, but that's something to consider. And not to mention the light squares on the queen side. After a move like knight c3, if we trade there and then play knight a5, we can just play this strategically. White's king still remains unsafe, and black is dominating those light squares on c4 and b3.
That's a super instructive idea, and it's important to remember that even though you're a pawn down, that doesn't mean positional chess goes out the window. That doesn't mean all you can do is play for tricks and play for tactics. You can play for square control. You're just down a pawn. I love knight takes c3 and knight a5. You could follow up with c6 to blunt white's light-squared bishop. And later on, the queen has a nice parking spot on f6 to exert a little bit of pressure on white's kingside. And don't forget about the possibility of pushing h5 and trying to undermine the knight later on.
Good points all around.
Oh.
He starts with h5. He didn't forget. He plays it immediately. It happens to be a move the engine doesn't appreciate, but I think in Blitz, it's still a perfectly fine move. If Hikaru takes on h5, pandemonium breaks loose. If he doesn't, well, there's always the opportunity to take on g4, open another file on the king side, and the king on g1 does feel like a less safe piece. Not to mention, Danya, g6 becomes even more tempting because you don't hang a pawn on h6.
That's exactly right. And a lot of players hesitate to make a move like h5. Isn't my king also on the king side? Well, he's not really disrupting the fundamental pawn shell. He still has pawns on f7 and g7. So black's king is completely safe for the time being. Although if Hikaru recaptures with a queen, which is not out of the question, that will threaten checkmate in one.
Yeah, because the queen can't slide to f6 without dropping the knight on d5. That queen on d8 is overloaded. I love the move queen takes g4. Hikaru is thinking about it, but he's down to 30 seconds while Nihal is 57. So this is going to remain complicated, and Hikaru, he needs to speed up a bit.
And a major sunk cost there, something about queen takes g4 he didn't like. Maybe it was g6, which led to tactical complications. Hikaru trying to keep things tight and keep things simple as he drops to 30 seconds. A big chance, I think, here for Nihal, if he can continue complicating the game. I still like knight c3 and knight a5.
He starts with g6, so knight c3, knight a5 will still be there. And knight g3 seems very logical, but he goes knight h6. That's a huge move from Hikaru. And e4, so his center is in danger, but the knight on h6 is protected. If knight c3, bc3, suddenly the d4 pawn has a friend attached to it. What a decision by Hikaru.
And what a friend it is, blunting two of black's minor pieces at once. And look at that knight on h6. It seems to be totally idle, but it's actually blocking the h-file. And that is crucial, because if it didn't, black could have quickly played queen h4 and rook h8. As it stands, white could even shove the pawn down to g5 and cement the knight on h6. Nihal doesn't find a move, and he continues trying to create threats here, but he's now down on the clock.
And he's burning so much time in the process. Queen h4, there's almost like a rook e3, rook h3 lift at some point.
Oh, yeah.
And that could be bad for the black king.
Rook d8.
G5 pawn loose, that could be trouble. 8 seconds. Rook d8 looks really good, threatening knight e5 or knight takes d4. Queen just jumps out. F7 is defended, but f6 is not. Queen f6 check, a pretty big threat.
And Nihal just desperately trying to complicate the game. This is obviously unsound. I think Hikaru can just take and go rook b1. And I don't see a follow-up here for black. I think he's just down a piece.
There is no follow. Bishop f4, giving up the rook on a1. I like that decision as well. Get those minor pieces off the board. The white king is safe and sound right now. A queen trade. Don't mind if you do. Oh.
Goodbye.
Wow.
Goodbye.
Hikaru could have traded queens and won that game very simply. Instead, he wins on the spot. That's a hanging piece. Hikaru Nakamura, a man on a mission, playing h3 and h3, leading to victory.
I mean, the guy plays like an engine in time scrambles. This is what makes him so debilitating to face. You spend the entire game trying to complicate things. You find creative ideas on both sides of the board. You get him low on time, and it's like nothing ever happened. He makes 3 or 4 precise moves, and your initiative just evaporates faster than a puddle on a hot day.
Well, here we see the queen's gambit accepted. I didn't know if that was a good analogy, but I'm going to accept it anyway.
I vented it on the spot, so give me a little slack.
No, I'm here for it. And we see the same opening once again. Nihal liked his position. And here, if we remember correctly, he went knight d4 to f3. This time he plays bishop back to e2. So Nihal making good retreating moves because he wants his c4 square for his knight. So I love the way Nihal is reshuffling his pieces, but Hikaru Nakamura seems unfazed, generally speaking, when Nihal is trying to figure out the right path forward.
And in general, I don't want to talk too much about meta strategy, match strategy, but I think it's very important when you're playing Hikaru. Nihal knew this was a possibility, right? Losing 2-0 to Hikaru, losing by 2 points at the start of the match, that's just what Hikaru does. He gets off to really fast starts, and you just got to remind yourself, hey, it's a super long match. These first 2 games were very close. I just think Nihal has to be a little bit more precise in the opening. He needs to turn up the dial just a bit and not give Hikaru those tactical opportunities in the opening and early middle game that he's had thus far. But again, so much easier said than done.
That's true. Rook c1, very natural move. Knight c4 is another one. Bishop f3. I see like 3 moves for white on every turn. For black, you see Hikaru, he's deep in the think tank. He's already down a minute on the clock because every single move has a consequence here. You may kind of mindlessly play queen to e7, but then knight c4, and if your bishop goes to c7, bishop a3, and you have to watch out for the skewer in the diagonal. So he takes on d4, plants his bishop on a3, but I think rook c2 can be played. Now knight c4 will hit that bishop, and it feels like white's pieces are coming out in full force.
It does, and that old idea, bishop d4 takes f6, that conversation has been reopened because after queen f6, knight c4 actually hits both bishops. It's a moot point now. Hikaru
Wait,
deprives
it's not.
white. Oh, knight b1.
Exactly. Bishop F6.
Oh, I should show
forces
analysis
G-takes.
board, please. Analysis board, please. This is sick. Even if Nihal doesn't play this, queen takes f6. Now you can't go knight c4. Knight b1, undeveloping the knight and hitting the bishop. I love those types of moves, Robert. This wins a piece.
Yeah, so G takes F6 would be 4, so we put GF6 on the board. It looks like that black king is vulnerable, but as you were saying in some of the other positions, that if the king can safely slide to H8, you'd be doing okay, but you can't in this position. The bishop on D7 is loose. You're talking about the fork on F6. Rook C2 to D2 would be a huge threat as well. So I think that Nihal can take. He didn't, so we're getting into a different line. I mean,
but same structure.
Is still there. Exactly.
We were getting the same structure. He played rook c8. I'll just show really quickly. There was a trade, and then he did take f6, and he's making all the same moves. It's just a pair of rooks is gone.
Okay, queen d4 going right for the f6 pawn. King g7 is one way to defend it. Another way is e5, and Hikaru plays that, but the reason why you don't like playing those moves, you don't do it without really considering the positions. The d5 square, the f5 square, these light squares are more likely to be under white's control. You have a knight and a bishop. The bishop on e7 cannot defend light squares, but the knight can help with the bishop on f3, as you're showing with arrows here, that the light squares are quickly under white's control. The queen's on b6, and I think knight g3 right now looks very good because there's a sneaky threat of bishop to b7 trying to pick up the a6 pawn.
Great call and good vision of both sides of the board. These pawns are vulnerable. They're sitting ducks, and Hikaru needs to smoke that queen out of b6 pronto. I think he should play bishop e7 to c5, but the queen's not going to go very far. It's just going to sit on a5 and annoy the heck out of you. Rook c1 is going to be a problem after that. Nihal has to try to squeeze this game into a full point.
Yeah, and the problem with bishop c5 as well is that bishop is needed to defend f6. We were talking about knight g3 to f5 in some dream world, but then it's going to h5. It's going to sit there and pester the pawn on f6. So the bishop on e7 is going to sit defensively. Look at the clock, by the way. Hikaru down to 2 minutes, 20 seconds and change, and Nihal at 4 minutes and 18 seconds. You could tell he is very comfortable. Despite the 2-game deficit, Danya, he's feeling the rhythm of this position.
Because he knows that he's getting good positions out of the opening. He likes that Hikaru keeps repeating this line. He feels comfortable in these structures, and he's going to keep repeating this for as long as it takes. But can he capitalize on this opportunity? F5 by Hikaru. He allows bishop b7. And if I'm reading him right, he wants to play queen c5 in response. He wants to induce a queen trade and then trap the bishop on a6 with rook f8 to b8. It's a complex idea. It's an interesting idea, and he wants to turn the game around by giving up a pawn.
Okay, well, Nihal plays bishop b7. No reply yet by Hikaru. I'm trying to read his face.
Whoa.
He's ready. Queen c2. He's going active.
So queen takes a6, but what's the follow-up? The queen looks imposing, but where is he going from here? Because if you play f4, Robert, you give up also the e4 square, and you continue to weaken your king side. So you're paying the price here if you're Hikaru with more active moves.
And amazingly enough, after f4, maybe bishop e4. So that way you can play knight f5. That could be really annoying for Hikaru to deal with. You give up all these light squares. So he was rook to b8, but the bishop on b7 protected by the queen over there. No threats at the moment for Hikaru. And Nihal, he has grabbed a pawn and looks like he's going to escape with it.
And rook b8, those are the types of moves we take for granted. We pass over them, but they are what make Hikaru Hikaru, right? He's down 2 minutes. So many people would panic with f4, allowing that very pretty positional idea you pointed out. But Hikaru, he's fine keeping the tension. He says, hey, I'm a pawn down, but white's minor pieces are still scattered. I'm going to use my pieces and try to create threats and try to equalize the clock.
And bishop f3, getting out of there, running away fast, threatening queen a7 as well, hitting the rook on b8 and the bishop on e7. And Hikaru making good defensive move after good defensive move, bringing the queen back. So all of black's pieces are coordinated. And if we can imagine the queens are off the board, then it's a one-pawn advantage. But with the bishop pair, it's going to be very hard for white to make use of that extra pawn on the queen side.
And Hikaru making the most of his damaged kingside structure. This is about as good as it's going to get. And you probably want to avoid pushing any more pawns. I pointed out f4. e4 has a similar problem. It greatly weakens the f4 square, allowing the knight to jump around. So you're only going to play a move like that if you have a concrete follow-up. Rook d1 by Nihal. Both players kind of moving their pieces into position and keeping the tension. King g7 by Nakamura, allowing a tempting check on h5. But it's a bit of a dead end as it currently sits.
Right, then the king can just go back, and it doesn't seem like the end of the world.
Or forward.
You could go forward. I was a little worried about going on the 6th rank with the pin there, but rook b6 would be a follow-up, so you're absolutely right. I think for Nihal, he just needs to find Luft. He plays h3 right away.
Good call.
E4 would be a very bad move, as you mentioned. Knight could go to H5 to F4 eventually. So Hikaru's pawn's stuck in place. He can play Rook B6, but then that walks into Queen A5, pinning the Rook. Things get a little bit awkward there.
No, this is good play by Nihal. I mentioned keeping the tension. That's one of the narratives of this game as both players jockey for position. Nihal kind of waiting like a tiger in a cage for the opportunity to strike, but he's already up a pawn. He doesn't need to do anything concrete, and it's an incredibly uncomfortable position for Hikaru, who finds nothing better than sort of a semi-waiting move.
Danya, check your watch. Look at the time here. Hikaru down under a minute, Nihal with 2.5. This is a problem for Hikaru. It's not just the pawn. I think objectively the position is still okay for black, but simple move like bishop e2 here
Great
for
move.
Nihal. Just attack the b5 pawn. Create one move threats. If you play b4, maybe white plays bishop c4. You would love to trade the light square bishops. Bishop d5 would serve that purpose, but it walks into a pin with rook to d8. That's why you can't trade the bishops just yet, but you would love to get the bishop on e6 off the board.
Bishop e2 is a great move. Keep needling him, keep poking him like that annoying Facebook feature, which was really popular a while back. Bishop e2, you can force b4, you get your light squares in order, and bishop c4 will force the light squared bishops off the board and weaken the f5 pawn.
And Nihal now thinking he has time to spare. What other moves come to mind besides bishop e2? I actually am not really seeing too many attractive options.
I have another idea.
What's that?
Bishop e2.
Okay. Wow, that's a really novel concept, Danya. I like it.
It reminds me, I was watching the Olympics in 2012 in London. I think it was 2012. And the Nigerian basketball coach famously said, there are 3 teams that our national team has to face: the United States, the USA, and the US. Bishop e2, and bishop to e2.
That's actually king's bishop to king 2. And he plays e4 instead.
Similar idea, carving out the light squares.
Yeah, and if f4, is he going to play knight f5 check, go to opposite colored bishops, or is he going to play knight h5 and maybe bishop g4, trading off the light square bishops from a different diagonal?
Yeah, that's actually a great alternative. It didn't occur to me for whatever reason. I kind of assumed that Nihal was going to keep the status quo on the king side, but look at those juicy light squares. But listen, light squares don't win games. Checkmate wins games. So after knight f5 check, is Hikaru just going to take and say, hey, I've got opposite colored bishops. I'm maybe going to put my bishop on f6, and I'm just going to try to hold the fort.
Yeah, because you would love to get your bishop to d5 for white with the pawn still on e4. But with the pawn going to f5, you're not going to get that. If you play knight h5, your knight might get trapped over there. Not that you're going to lose the piece, but it's going to be out of play, and then black can just say, oh, I'm essentially playing up a piece. So huge moment. He plays knight h5, but Nihal suddenly down on the clock. Bishop g4, the likely follow-up, but I am worried about his time management. But Hikaru now has to think.
Thus far, Hikaru has been money in these time pressure situations as he brings the king up to g6, inviting bishop g4. But that rook b6 move, Robert, which we pointed out, that could come in very clutch at the right moment. And Nihal starting to hesitate big time. He follows up with bishop g4. And is rook b6 going to be the response? Or does he want to play queen b6 and force the queen trade?
He plays queen b6. He trades those queens off, and white has no choice.
The knight's stranded.
You can play g3 to try to extricate the knight from there, but the problem is your extra pawn isn't that great. At some point, black with b5 to b4, cement the queenside pawns in place with rook a6 to follow. So he does play g3. His extra pawn is on a2. He can play rook d2 to defend that pawn. That's the good news. But look at the clock situation. I think that's really Nihal's best chance, that Hikaru's in time trouble.
Strap yourselves in. Nihal is a fantastic endgame player. This is his wheelhouse. These better endgames, he's so good at squeezing them out. But rook d3, rook a6, rook a6.
Or rook d3, king g5, king g4.
And then you have to play knight g7 and extricate your knight from the forward position. He goes rook a6, and this is dangerous. This is a 3-result game, Robert.
It is, because f2 is a target. If that bishop can get to the a7, f2, and g1 diagonal, that's a problem.
I don't like king g2. Slow move. And I thought Hikaru had b4 and bishop c5, but he makes a solid move to bring his king back. Knight g7.
And that's such a Hikaru idea. It's just being able to say, I'll allow rook c7 just bring my king back, and then b3 is under attack. So you go rook c3 here.
You got to bail out.
b4.
You got to bail out, and he does. And this is going to be a draw.
Is it? Hikaru's going to play on.
f4, though. Don't get mated if you're Hikaru. Take an e5. Take an e5.
Yeah, this is definitely a draw, of course.
Don't play around if you're Nihal. He's trying. And now Hikaru's going to go king f3 and threaten mate. But he's not going to win.
No, we'll just see a draw in this way. And wow, what defense by Hikaru. I mean, it's really unbelievable. If you look at this game quickly, you'll say, nothing really happened. The eval bar was always hovering around 1 at the maximum. But the precision needed by Hikaru to bring his king up to G6 and queen B6. People don't trade queens when they're down pawns, but Hikaru Nakamura recognized that that is his path towards equality. He makes the draw. He keeps his 2-point lead.
I totally co-sign your point, and I would even go so far as to say that this game is in a way more frustrating than your loss, because when you lose, you get outplayed. Okay, you know that's going to happen a couple times against Hikaru. When you spend so much energy and you're better the entire game and you find so many good ideas and you still can't win, those are the games that really debilitate you psychologically.
For sure. And we see this position, Queen D3. Hikaru is just playing random chess at this point.
Yeah, total random chess.
Well, with the white pieces. With black, he's actually getting worse positions. So this is the last game before the midway break. But if I'm Hikaru, I would really start studying the QGA position they keep getting, because Nihal is obtaining advantages. But in this one here, looks pretty level. The one thing to note is the double pawns for black, which means the H file is open, which means black may not castle kingside.
And this almost resembles a win-hour French after bishop b4, especially if Hikaru plays e5, which I don't think he's going to play. e5 knight e4 does not look appetizing with that H file half open, as you pointed out. So maybe just e takes d5 and bishop d2, and perhaps you can go queenside.
Yes, but ed5 is very likely. Just play it like a French, and if you play bishop d2, there's queen e7 check always, just to make white's piece a little bit less comfortable. And black can also castle queenside.
Yeah, so bishop d2, queen e7 looks annoying. Hikaru could castle kingside. That's not out of the question, especially because you could put the pawn on h3, and it's going to be very hard for black to squeeze his g-pawn past g5.
And black has to castle kingside as well, because rook e1 check would have kept the king in the center otherwise. Although bringing a king to f8 didn't look like the end of the world, though we saw Jan Nepomniachtchi put a king on f8 in the World Championship against Magnus Carlsen. That did not pay off very much.
I remember that very well.
But by the way, Danya, I'm looking at the clock. Once again, Nihal up about a minute. It hasn't turned into anything fruitful. He hasn't been winning games, but that may come in handy as we get into the shorter time controls.
That's exactly what I was going to say. This might not be all that effective in the 5-minute portion, but Nihal shouldn't get this phenomenal time management alive. When they get into the 3-minute portion, Hikaru won't be able to get away with these 1-minute thinks in the opening. So I'm going to make a bold prediction. I'm going to predict that Hikaru is going to continue playing this offbeat chess with white in the 5-minute portion, but I have a feeling he's going to switch to more conventional openings as they get down to the 2 shorter time controls.
I'm with you there, but isn't queen e7 just a good move here? Like, you can't play rook e1, so taking over the e file seems very smart for Nihal. He can't play rook e6, so there's knight f4, but he plays knight e4 instead. And all right, this seems like a position, Danya, very solid, very stable, nothing under attack just yet. But that d5 pawn, it feels a little bit tender.
Yeah, black is a good position. Not as good as commentating with Robert Hess, but it's solid. It's solid, but solid positions, again, they don't win games. And you're absolutely right. This pawn on d5, it may seem very well defended, but the knight on e2 is rearing to go. It's going to jump into f4. And if you defend with knight d7 to f6, you're also yielding the e5 square for the other knight. And we know how quickly Hikaru can just muster up play out of absolutely nowhere. Queen a6 by Nihal, I think, is a direct response to that, as he opened up the b6 square for his knight, in exerting pressure on c4.
He plays bishop d6, just trying to retreat. That way c5 doesn't sort of trap that bishop in there. And bishop f4 by Hikaru. And I was actually looking at positions like this, and can you take on c4 at some point for Nihal? Like trade on f4, take on c4. He doesn't. He just brings his knight over.
Yeah, and we could get a trade of bishops in a 4-knight position. Bishop takes d6 and knight e5 comes to mind. You could also play something like bishop e5. So a very kind of cagey, clever type of maneuvering battle in the center. Not entirely sure who's got the upper hand here.
I think Nihal does, simply because of time. He's just ahead on the clock. Hikaru has plenty of time remaining, but I feel like a broken record. I keep saying, Nihal ahead on the clock, and it never pans out for him. So maybe this is part of Hikaru's strategy. Just spend some time in the opening, make sure nothing goes really wrong, and then when it comes down to it, he is so fast in time trouble. His speed is through the roof.
It really is, and this is going to be the last game before the halftime break. It's a big game. A win for Nihal would go a long way. It would shrink the lead down to only 1, and it would be a major confidence boost, right? Because when you start going 45 minutes, an hour without a win, that starts affecting you psychologically. You start doubting yourself, even if you're normally a very confident player.
Agreed. I think bishop a3 here is just a little bit annoying, but the rook may just slide over to d1 and say no big deal. But as you're pointing out, you want to just create some sort of issue in white's position. So bishop takes f4 instead of going to a3, allows g5, g4, undoubling your pawns, getting some activity for your pieces.
I like bishop takes f4. It's a concrete decision. Nihal has to not miss the opportunity when he can convert his better piece placement into something a little bit more specific, more concrete, but he goes for your initial recommendation. What is the follow-up, though, if Hikaru just dodges that with rook d1 or rook b1?
Well, rook b1, he's just trying to avoid d takes c4, right? Rook d1, he must have thought dc4 was an option, so he goes rook b1, hoping to open the b file. But now c4 is really under attack. You can't protect it. If you knight e5, good idea. Maybe there's some knight. I was trying to say knight h5, pawn f6, but you're never going to get away with that.
Okay, knight e5 on the board. Let's see what Nihal has in mind. I was thinking maybe knight d6 to f5, start with dc and put pressure on the d4 pawn, but that's a major concession. You don't want to give away the center unless you know for a fact that you can go after this pawn, and the d4 pawn can be easily defended with a rook from d1. Okay, Nihal plays the immediate knight f5. It's a little less committal than starting with dc.
He really needs to watch out for some timely like c5, b4, and the bishop gets trapped in a3. Like that's the
Absolutely.
one thing I'm very concerned about if I'm looking at this from Nihal's perspective. And c5, not really the most tempting move just because it takes away the tension. But yeah, the bishop on a3 seems a little bit out there.
It really does. What happens if you start with c5? Is there anything specific that black has in response?
Maybe just
it looks
knight e4
real
or
flimsy.
Something. Yeah, I mean, the knight e2 is also a little bit loose in some positions, so you have to be very, very careful before you make a move like c5. It's so committal.
You could start with a move like g4, but that's pretty inhuman. I mean, that creates these massive weaknesses on the king side. But Hikaru, he's shown in the previous white game that he doesn't mind a pawn on g4 as early as like move 4.
Wow. I mean, g4, there's even ideas with like a knight takes d4 at some point with dc4. But he plays rook f1 to d1. Can't blame him. But the engine says, no, no, no. Black is significantly better right now. And he plays bishop d6. Just getting the bishop out of there.
Awareness. What awareness by Nihal. He senses that the time has come because c5 actually became a serious threat. He brings his bishop back, applies more pressure on the knight. You pointed out knight takes d4, and that was prophetic because it's now a major threat. And you can't move the knight back because of rook takes c2.
And so he protects the knight on e5 with the queen on b2, another piece coming to the rescue. But c4 is now loose in many different positions. Knight jumping from f6 to e4 at any moment just seems like a nice improving move with g5 to follow. I feel like white's pieces are scattered, and look at black's pieces, very well connected there in the center.
Yeah, but again, we've been through this before. Black is better, maybe even clearly better, but where's the follow-up? Your clock starts ticking down, and you don't want to give up this clock advantage if you're Nihal. I think if this gets down into another time scramble, Hikaru is going to wiggle his way out of this once again. So let's see what Nihal can do in the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, he really doesn't want to play d takes c4 because after b takes c4, the b7 pawn is a target. So Nihal ahead on the clock, using his time wisely here. But Danya, this position looks so good for black, but what's the concrete issue?
c5? Maybe just blast the center open and say, hey, I've got the better pieces. He does take on c4.
Wow.
A very concrete approach, but d takes c5. He trades the rooks, and he takes c4. Oh!
The knight on e2 is loose, so ef6 allows rook takes e2.
But that's not the end of the story because you could go rook d8 check and fg with queen f6 coming in, and that gets really spicy.
Wow, that's actually something that's easy to overlook. But there's rook e1 check and queen takes f4 check in some of those positions. You got to be really careful.
And I think Hikaru is doing just that. He's trying to figure out he takes f6. He's down to 38 seconds, and he's played it. And I hope he doesn't blunder that rook e1 check because it's so easy to miss.
But maybe he still can play that because there's like g3 tactics as well. I mean, this is an unbelievable position. Rook e2.
Oh, my life. Oh, there is g3.
Check, and fg7.
Oh, my gosh. And the reason I pull up an analysis board, but I'm pretty sure that this is going to happen. Nihal can also play queen takes e2, which is a more conservative approach. But the endgame, Robert, I'm not sure it offers a lot of winning chances. White could throw in a check on d8 and then drop back to d7 and start picking up the pawns on the 7th rank like a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, that looks like it just would make a draw here. So rook e2 is the more courageous choice, but it could backfire completely with f takes g7, queen f6 ideas, as you mentioned. So I think Nihal is going to spend a lot of time here. He's probably a little bit nervous. He does not want to drop a third game against Hikaru. So if that's the case, he will just play queen takes e2, and we'll see this fizzle out.
Gotta go. And we see, according to the eval bar, he's lost his advantage. F takes g7 and queen f6 is absolutely terrifying. And this is the narrative repeating itself, Robert. He's down to 26 seconds. Here we go. Rook d8 and fg played instantly, and queen coming to f6.
Okay, so the threat is queen h4 check. There is knight h5 to parry that off. As a queen e6 offering the queen trade makes a lot of sense.
It does.
He goes rook e6. He makes a mistake.
Queen f7, rook e1.
Queen h4, knight h5.
And rook h8. Rook h8. Queen h4 and rook h8 and bishop e5 picked up the black queen.
You are a madman. That was an insane tag. We'll show that after the game for sure. But knight comes out to f5, and that queen on g5 is actually dominated by the knight on f5.
And black could play f6, but it doesn't trap the queen. It has the g4 square. It's anybody's game. I'm getting so concerned for Nihal's clock, though. He's got so many squares to keep track of.
Yeah, f6, rook d7 check looks like a problem.
Oh, that's a mate.
Oh, 4 seconds, 3 seconds.
2 seconds.
Queen e4.
Okay. That's a good move.
Yes, he's lining up f6, actually, because after rook d7, there's rook e7 to block, and the queen protects it.
And now the ball's in Hikaru's court. He could play rook d7.
He does. Rook e7. Uh-oh. This trade would not favor Hikaru, so we see a little repetition.
And we might get
F6.
a repetition here.
F6.
Oh, that's
F6.
such a gutsy move. He plays queen e6.
Oh, my gosh. Queen e6.
Goes
Now
for
f6
it.
is a... Can he play f6? He does. And
a6.
he's just up a pawn.
Yeah, that's what it's easy to forget about. Nihal is up a pawn here. He just blundered it back, though.
He just gave away that pawn. That was not intentional. That was a blunder. And what's the queen doing on d5? Wow, Hikaru going for an attack.
Knight drops back to prevent h5. It's anybody's game. We're in a time scramble.
Oh,
Hikaru offering the queen trade.
Hikaru's just trying to make sure he doesn't lose this game. And the pawn structure is
Well,
bad.
he might. Knight f5 coming in. Knight e3, f3, rook e3.
He wants to make a draw down a pawn. And that's what Magnus Carlsen did against Fabi.
But chances for Nihal, Robert. Pass c-pawn. This is so hard to defend with 2 seconds.
Wow, he just dragged the pawn to an undefended square. So the rook takes f4, this rook takes c5.
He's done it again, and it's not even close. Like, Nihal, it's not like he had a win, and then it was a draw again. I think Hikaru is just defending this comfortably.
Although at some point, I was going to say he can release the pawn.
Rook a4, rook a4.
Very classy. Very classy by Hikaru.
And still Nihal is trying. He gets his king to b5, but the rook can keep in contact with the pawn as long as the sun rises in the morning.
Wow. Hikaru Nakamura, even when it seems like he might be in a little bit of trouble, finds the precise way to make a draw. And Daniel, I think we should go back to that moment where you found a way for white to win the queen. That was a stellar tactic. Hard to see with no time on the clock.
Especially because the black queen is on the other side of the board. It seems to have nothing to do with the action, but queen h4 check lines up a discovery. What you need to do is get the king on a dark square so that the bishop can move away. You can play bishop e5 immediately, but it doesn't work because of queen c1 check. But what you do is you throw in rook h8, a deflection, bishop e5 check, a discovery, and you pick up the queen on c4 with excellent winning chances for white. Hikaru would have won this game if he had seen this combination, but he is more than happy to come away with half a point, Robert. No question about it.
Loose pieces drop off, but Hikaru's form does not drop off. He maintains a 2-point lead over Nihal Sarin as they get a little bit of break to stretch their legs, look up their openings, and for Nihal, try to combat a3 and h3. But for now, we're going to join them. We'll be back in just a few minutes for more from the Speeches Championship match between Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin.
International Master Danny Wrench back again, Chief Chess Officer, bringing you chess terminology. Let's dive right into one of everybody's favorite tactics, if I might be so bold, because it's surprising. It's something that never fails to deliver shock value and excitement, whether you're watching a broadcast or just reviewing some famous chess games. And that is the process of an under promotion. When you move a pawn to the other side of the board, almost always you're looking to get a queen. But the rare times where it's better to get something else, or perhaps even required in order to maybe not stalemate your opponent or keep your winning chances alive, are some of the most fascinating, exciting moments in chess. So with that, let's dive into what under promotion is and show you some of my favorite examples. Under promotion, as we said, is the process of promoting a pawn, but not to the most obvious or most powerful type of piece, which is usually the queen. In this famous example between Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, the fact that Hikaru was winning is only because he under-promotes on c8 to a knight. That move comes with check on the black king, so that on the next turn, white can capture the e2 pawn. It should be noted that if Hikaru had queened, black would actually go on to win, because now black queens with check, and ultimately Kramnik would have been able to not just save, but actually win this game. An under-promotion tactic provided to me by our own Sam Copeland, Vice President of Content. One of his favorite examples is the move d7, and after bishop to e8, the only way to win the game is to under-promote to a bishop. Under-promoting to a bishop doesn't happen that often. In this particular study, it was designed to be so. The point is that if the bishop moves over to h5, we check and mate along the a4 e8 diagonal, and if the bishop moves anywhere else, white actually plays a subtle move, bishop f7 first, and there is no way to prevent checkmate on the next move. Shout out to everybody watching this video. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying our breakdown of under promotion, and we'll see you on chess.com.
And we return here in the matchup between Hikaru Nakamura, the 1 seed, and Nihal Sarin, the 5 seed, in the Speed Chess Championship. Nihal Sarin made the semifinals last year. He's made the semifinals this year as well, Danya. He is seeming to be an unstoppable force until he has met Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, everyone seems to be an unstoppable force until they meet the ultimate immovable object. Hikaru is so solid. He's so resilient. And as we look at Nihal Sarin's player card, that's what great players do. They make it look easy, and as Fabi can tell you, they make legends look like amateurs.
They do indeed, and for Nihal Sarin, he has this pragmatic style. In fact, I used that word a couple times earlier without even seeing this graphic. His lifetime score in the SEC is 4 wins and 2 losses. Last year, he made the semis, this year as well. So that's a very impressive performance for somebody so young. He took down Dingley Ren and Anish Giri in this year, and he would like to add Hikaru Nakamura to that list.
And Nihal has just such a mature style. He's got so many different aspects to his game. He's an incredible tactician, and yet he has a very positional style, particularly with the white pieces. So Nihal's got the ingredients that he needs to beat someone amazing. It's just that he's gotten the positions he's wanted, Robert. Let's take out the silver lining for Nihal. He's been better with white consistently. He just has failed to deliver on his opportunities.
Okay, here's the critical moment. Knight 4 to f3 is played in one game, bishop e2 in another. But for Hikaru, the bishop's on e7 rather than on d6. So that's another difference. Knight c4 doesn't come with the tempo. He plays it anyway. That does allow black to play the move b5. But what Nihal will do is swap on c6, bring a knight to e5 instead, and just claim that he has the superior minor pieces in this position.
By the way, just to clarify, I didn't mean to call Fabiano Caruana an amateur. He's an absolute legend. I have the utmost respect for him, but it's just what people like Hikaru and Magnus are able to achieve. It's that crazy effect when someone who normally victimizes other players just ends up being the one who's victimized. And Hikaru, do you think he looked this up, or do you think he's just kind of being stubborn?
Well, I thought he might have looked it up because he played bishop e7, but now he's sitting here and thinking. And what can happen at times is we see the evaluation went from a slight plus for white to zeros. This could be like the third or the fourth best move. And when you don't have that much time to look at an opening, when someone plays the third move, you probably haven't looked at it. It's too far down in the computer's rankings. It's a perfectly good move, but Hikaru seems stuck.
He does, and the knights are definitely unstuck. They're all over the center. Knight f6 to d5, which is a very natural move. Hikaru preparing to play bishop f6 and ultimately neutralize the bishop on b2, which is the real path to equality here. But Nihal preparing to annihilate this knight, take it off the board, and get a dream IQP structure.
Look at the bishop on d7 compared to the bishop on f3. Earlier in this match, you mentioned the dark squared bishops. It's also the light squared bishops. That's what makes this opening have much more teeth than one would initially think. Bishop c6, trying to counter the bishop on f3, is met with knight to e5, just attacking that bishop in its place. So I feel like Nihal has everything he could possibly dream of out of the opening.
Yep.
Not that the advantage is that significant. It just is much more pleasant to play.
I feel like it's been 0.4, specifically 0.4 out of every opening. It's like such a frustrating eval. Like, it's not 0.6, it's not +1, it's 0.4. It's a little bit better position, but how do you actually improve?
And I think that Hikaru is perfectly okay being in this situation game after game because his defense is among the best. There was recently this video that he did with chess.com where they asked him to rank himself out of 100, and he said his defense is 99. And I think he's even selling himself a little short there. His
modest.
Defense is as great gets. He is like probably the best defender in the entire world, and he just does not go down without swinging. Maybe he should start chess boxing.
Yeah, I mean, stop underselling yourself, Hikaru. Come on.
Oh,
he's like that.
Gosh.
Yeah, he's like that kid who says, I did terribly on my test. I got a question wrong. What did you get? 98, 99.
Yeah, right? Everybody hated that kid, and everybody hates playing Hikaru because he just is that good.
And what's funny is I actually failed a test in 5th grade where we had a blank map of the United States and we had to label all the states because I was at a chess tournament and I wasn't studying. And once I took the test, I immediately knew that I failed. And of course, that's precisely when I was talking to my friend who was complaining. And he says, I feel you, Daniel. I forgot where North Dakota was, but I knew where all the other states were. That did not make me any happier.
Oh, good old North Dakota. Well, right here, the rook on c8 coming towards the center, just like North Dakota in the country, coming to the center of the chessboard here.
Oh, you managed to connect everything to the chess. That is like the ultimate talent.
Well, you know, you and I have a commentary connection, so sometimes we got to talk about other things, other times we got to focus on the chess. But here, queen to d2, connecting the rooks from f1 to c1. And this position is just going to remain in this, like, slightly better for white, slightly better for black, totally equal territory. And it's coming up with a plan, because right now we have only 2 pawns and 1 pair of knights traded. What is the actual plan for each side? You're putting a queen b2. That looks good for white. What does black have in store?
Yeah, well, at first you might think you want to banish the knight to North Dakota after b5. The problem is the knight's going to go to Manhattan with knight c4 to e5, chasing away the bishop. You made a point earlier. b5 is on the board, and the eval bar is skeptical. There's also the move knight to b6 here, trying to secure the bishop pair, but there, after knight takes b6, bishop c6, you have to be very careful about e5. That queen is going to be undefended once the knight moves away from c4. So I'm sticking by knight e5. Hikaru will drop his bishop back to b7, and he'll politely ask white, again, the topical question, how are you going to improve?
I don't have an answer to that question, but I am working on myself and my understanding of the game of chess. But knight e5, it just looks great. Eventually it can be kicked out with f6, so it won't stay there forever, even if it has prime real estate in the center of the board. So maybe knight e5, bishop b7, and rook takes c8 and rook c1. Quickly take over the c file and you're exactly what you're pointing out. You try to take control of the c6 square.
Climb that Empire State Building, knight on e5. Rook takes c8, I think, is a must. If you don't play it, that ship will sail very quickly. And you pointed out the move f6. The moment White's knight is driven out of e5, White's grasp on the position really loosens. Alternatively, though, you could play knight c3 on your own volition and kind of Catalan style try to take over that square on c5. So possibilities here for Nihal. I think rook takes c8 and rook c1 is too juicy to refuse, though.
Knight d3 feels like the ultimate Peter Lecco move, right? Like get the smallest advantage, but take control of important squares.
If we bring up an analysis board here really fast, I think what might be giving Nihal the heebie-jeebies here is that after rook c1, queen d8, knight c6, looks like everything's going according to plan. But if I have this calculated correctly, knight b4 is actually a super nasty move. Our old friend e5 pays us a visit. The bishop can drop back to c3, but at the end, you actually lose that a2 pawn. I think you lose your advantage in the endgame. And so Nihal, after a period of long thought, goes Peter Lecco mode and plays knight d3. Back to the live board.
Yeah, great move, knight to d3. It's saying, I can try to get the bishop pair, but maybe I'll do it in a better way. Knight to c5. That's a juicy square. And that's what happens when you extend pawns too much. a6 and b5. What squares that give up? c6, we've been mentioning. Also c5. There's a bishop on d4, a rook on c1. Give me that square. I'm taking control of b4 as well. I love that move from Nihal, and I feel like that's going to create some issues for Hikaru.
And it's important to beat black to the punch, because if you had waited for f6, then Hikaru would have been able to follow up with e5. And again, your grasp on the c5 square would have been loosened if the bishop would have been forced to drop back to a1, let alone all of the tactics you would have opened yourself up to on the d file. If Hikaru plays f6 here, you drop your knight into c5, simultaneously hitting the bishop and the pawn, and then you force black to give away the dark squared bishop. That's the nightmare scenario for black.
Yeah, f6 would be a terrible blunder at this moment. So Hikaru needs to find another move. Bishop f6 or something like that still gives up the c5 square. Bishop a3 can often be met by bishop to b2. Let's trade those dark square bishops because c5 is mine. So it's a moment for Hikaru to recognize that the c5 square is firmly under his opponent's control, and it's not going to be easy to deal with.
Not at all. I don't think you can deal with knight c5 itself. Maybe you can try to take the sting out of it and drop the bishop back to a8, but that is not an easy move to play. We're back to point 4 on the eval bar, and it's crept up. And wait, doesn't Nihal want to go knight c5? Is h3 really that mission critical, Robert?
I don't think it was critical, but he's saying, Hikaru, show me your next move, right? h6 took him forever to play.
Rook e8.
So, right, there's going to be some kind of quiet follow-up. It's going to take Hikaru 20 seconds to play. He plays bishop a3, but bishop b2. Let's trade the dark square bishops. The whole point is the c5 square wants to be under White's control. You can play b4 at some point in the future. Give me the c5 square. I want it, and I want it now.
But I'm going to backseat drive a little bit here. I really think h3 was a lazy move by Nihal. I think he went into that mode of trying to milk Hikaru's clock down, and that doesn't usually work against him. I feel like right about now he's regretting not playing knight c5, but he might make me eat my words because that bishop on a3 has seen better days.
Oh my gosh, actually, you can put a bishop on c5 and say your bishop's not getting out of there. Yeah. And even if you don't win the piece, you're just going to play around it. And so what can black do? I think rook d8 makes sense, just trying to put a piece on the d file. But as you're pointing out, rook b1 to b3 looks very tempting.
And rook b1 now is even more tempting because it simultaneously defends b4. You have to, I think, resist the temptation to play bishop c5 because that invites the move rook d8, although knight e5 in that position comes within a millimeter of trapping the queen. I think it's only because black has the h4 square that he stays alive.
And something very important to note is the knight on d5 is pinned. So if this knight remains stuck in place, you can't actually take on b4. So the pawn on b4 is not really threatened in many of these positions, and rook b1 takes care of it all at once.
That's the move.
Rook b1, rook b3 looks very natural and very strong.
He has to see rook b1, and he had to see it yesterday because he's down to 40 seconds. And again, this is entering the realm of a time scramble. Rook b1 is natural, it's strong, and it puts Hikaru in dire straits.
And you might play a5 to free the bishop, but then you hand White a pass pawn.
There
he takes a5. He plays rook b1. He took quite a long think there, almost a minute. Rook c8 by Hikaru. Rook b3, give me that bishop. Is bishop c1 available right now?
Not only available, I think it's forced. And is Nihal going to take and go into the endgame? No. He's going to keep that bishop stranded on c1. And I feel like Hikaru, he has to use some sort of weird tactics to extricate that bishop. He tries to use the queen trade to diminish the pressure on the bishop.
I think you don't want that rook entering on c2. At least that's how it looks to me. So bishop c5. Remember, the bishop on f3 defends the queen on d1. So at least here,
Knight c5.
because knight c5 going for the bishop on b7 makes perfect sense. The bishop on c1 still kind of trapped in there. So king f1, king e2 is a bit of a long story, but maybe the king can enter the position. It could trap the bishop on c1.
God, Hikaru is balancing on the trapeze here. Somehow the bishop is not only alive, but could even inflict some damage on white's pawns with a well-timed bishop
93,
d2.
93!
93
double
with the
attack!
piece. You
Double
got it.
attack!
What a spot! And black will have to go bishop d5. He missed it! He missed it!
Oh my gosh. He plays bishop f3, still looking pretty decent for white.
Oh, yeah.
But he's missing tactics.
You cannot miss a one-move tactic against Hikaru and hope to win this match. I think Hikaru is back in the game, and he's got an initiative now. And this is a, once again, 3-result game.
Everything possible. The knight c5 is loose. If ba5, the knight c5 is loose. a4.
That's a bailout move. That's a total bailout move. Hikaru can trade both of these pawns and make a draw.
But the e5 pawn also is a bit loose, so black needs to keep an eye on that.
Bishop
bishop on c1 still awkward. It does finally get out, and don't play bishop f8 because bishop b4
And now watch for knight d6. White's minor pieces, Robert, are very awkward on the queen side. You could lose a piece here in the blink of an eye.
Thankfully, the a5 score is covered. Knight a3. Hikaru trying to win this game.
Yep. And Nihal holding on for dear life at this point.
Bringing all of his pieces back.
Yeah, rook a1. Oh, and then king has to drop back to e2. Barely hanging on, but I think he's going to hold it. e4 check was possible there.
And look at Nihal go. He's out of it. The worst is behind him.
Yeah, knight c3, and there we go. It's a draw.
And Hikaru down to a few seconds himself. What if
and
Nihal doesn't want to draw?
Maybe he doesn't.
He
pushes
doesn't.
g5.
Oh my gosh, king g4. Here comes the king.
And king g6 blunders the pawn on e5.
Hikaru did it. Oh my gosh, he barely got the move off. He had 0.8 seconds
lands.
when he made the move. Bishop g3. Keep more pieces in the way. There's a pass pawn for white. e4.
And you push it. e4, try to get it to e5. Nihal
Rook
defends
e6
it with
maybe?
f3.
He wants rook d5.
d5.
Rook d5.
And the bishop endgame was winning. Now the pawn moves forward to e5. Nihal making progress.
Really
rook
scary
d7.
for Hikaru.
Rook b7. Rook b7.
Oh, he could have pinned him.
Oh, he blundered the rook.
Oh my gosh! He blunders a rook on e1, it resigns, and Nihal Sarin is right back in this match. Hikaru Nakamura cannot believe it.
What a ridiculous win in that 4v4 endgame. That was as dead as it gets. And Nihal just said, h4, g4, g5. I'm breaking up the pawn structure. I'm promoting my e-pawn, and I'm winning this game.
And I feel like Hikaru kind of did it to himself, right? He was playing for a win in mutual time scramble. And if he had just accepted a draw, it would have been a split point. But instead, he plays on, and Nihal's active king and that timely g5 push earn him his first victory of the match. And now we can say it is on. It's a 1-point match right now. Hikaru gets the white pieces and plays a central pawn move on the first turn.
Yeah, Hikaru says, no more games. I'm getting serious. And we ball Nihal. That win came at precisely the right moment. Insane. He misses knight d3. That would have picked up a minor piece right off the bat. He keeps his composure, navigates. Talk about the trapeze artist. I mean, he could have lost the minor piece there with just seconds left on the clock and somehow outplays Hikaru from a dead drawn endgame. But the key question, Robert, can he capitalize on this momentum? This game might be even more important than the last.
Yeah, he cannot afford to lose this one because then you give Hikaru that renewed sense of confidence. And Hikaru, you saw him at the end of the game. He couldn't believe it. He's like, what just happened? How could I possibly lose that position in a classical game that would never happen? And here with the black pieces, all seems okay for Nihal. He could take on e4. He can get his king safely castled at some point in the near future. But there are some tactics to work out. You always have to look at the h7 pawn, things of that nature. But Nihal thinking and doing the right thing.
And Hikaru might also be saying, hey, I'm the one who's supposed to do that. I'm the one who wins these dead equal endgames on the regular. So for someone to do it against him is particularly impressive. As Gleefully Orange says aptly in the chat, Nihal proving that he can out-magic Hikaru, and he will need a lot more where that came from if he wants to stay competitive in this match. Now, what do we make of this position? It's an IQP structure. Black's play is very natural here, but White has a bit of an initiative, slightly more active minor pieces.
And for Nihal, he can play knight f6, but you're walking to a pin, and there's some sort of knight e5 in the future. He plays queen c7, sidestepping everything. And then he can play h6 himself. We can bring a rook a to e8, but the c6 pawn, that's the tender point in the position, Danya. And black can try to play c5 at some moment, but as you point out, d5 is available. There's also some problems potentially on the d file itself. And so, well, for now, Nihal refraining from pushing that pawn.
And there is even bishop takes c6 and then d5, kind of a weird-looking tactic. And if we pull up an analysis board here, after bishop c6, d5, the weird problem for black is that if he puts a piece in between the rook and the queen, That piece is then going to stand between the rook and the queen, and it's going to be picked up by another pawn. So I'm actually struggling to figure out a defensive move in this position for black.
I think knight c5.
D takes c6, and then what, a5 to prevent b4?
Yes. Wow,
that's a tough move to find.
Very, very deep. I mean, not easy at all, especially because it looks like the pawn c6 will stay there. But as you're pointing out, h2 a bit loose for the time being. That is...
Yeah, this. Wow. Tempo for tempo.
By the way, look what's happening on the board right now.
Could it be bishop takes c6 and d5?
It is indeed that sequence. And I feel like Nihal kind of overlooked it. You see him grabbing his head. He's calculating. But this is not something that you want to have because now there's like only one way out. You have to find knight c5 followed by a5. I think he's capable of doing that. Are there any other moves? Is there like a knight e5 here potentially? Just trying to trade the knight on f3 and take on h2. That might not work out the way you want it.
There is the crazy knight d7 to b8, but the intention is simple. Just dc knight takes c6. But what's scary about that move is that in the resulting position, your knight on c6 looks so tender, and it can be attacked in a variety of ways. Queen a4, queen d5, knight c4. I feel like that is a lot scarier than knight c5. So the hard part about knight c5 is the move a5.
I think if we bring up an analysis board really quickly, there's a funny line with knight to b8. So knight b8 takes. Knight d4, there's like rook e4 stuff about to happen. Like bishop h2 check and rook e4. And so the point is that you take on c6 with your rook, I take on h4, and we just make a draw.
Unbelievable. And you don't even have to recapture the rook. You can just play an in-your-face move like bishop g3 check and go back. And you can go wherever you want on the diagonal. It all leads to Rome.
Yes, it does. And so that would be a draw. And he plays knight to b8.
Whoa. Back to the live board. Knight b8 on the board. And Hikaru doesn't have to rush with d takes c6. That's an important thing to point out. I feel like a Hikaru move here would be like h3.
That would be such a Hikaru move. But you have to watch out because you might fall victim to a g5 rook d8 if you're not careful.
Great minds complete each other's sandwiches.
That would actually be really, really nasty. I mean, that's something that's so easy to overlook because it seems like the pin is kind of eternal until the queen moves. But if that rook can slide in d8, you're creating a counter sort of pin discovery attack against the queen on d1.
I agree. Eating the same sandwich would be nasty.
Yeah, I mean, I would share with you. We could cut it in half. We get like a grilled cheese, slice it, and then share it. How's that sound?
Yeah, I don't like grilled cheese, but generally sounds good.
You don't like grilled cheese?
I'm not a cheese person. You knew that. I just like Parmesan.
Everybody likes grilled cheese.
Not Naroditsky. I mean,
do you like pizza?
I do like pizza.
Oh,
I like cheese on pizza, so I like it in principle. I just don't like it on a sandwich.
Your opinion is this?
That was smooth. I'll give you that. Touche.
Thank you.
Drink your tea.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I did enjoy that. But right now, Hikaru Nakamura trying to enjoy this pin. He seems to be struggling, trying to find a next move. He can't move the knight on f3. The h2 pawn is loose. Rook e4 is always an idea for black. And what a find by Nihal. Knight to b8.
Come on.
You know what he's really good at? That is a struggle for all chess players from beginner to super grandmaster is retreating moves. He finds these backward moves like no other. And knight b8, undeveloping just to protect the bishop, is a really classy move by Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, and thank you, BJH. At least someone's on my team. But Hikaru, he's trying to squeeze the juice out of the position. He's saying, listen, I don't have to take the bishop immediately, but I can't really intensify the pressure on the bishop either. So he bites the bullet. He takes on c6. Queen a4 hits the knight, and it can be defended with rook a to c8. You could also play bishop c5, but that would have fallen victim to b4.
Exactly. So he's avoiding that b4 tactic. Knight d4 still does not work. h2 is hanging. Rook e4 is even more devastating with that queen on a4 over there. So Hikaru might not have anything.
The worst might be behind Nihal. And not only that, it's just there isn't even a clear way to create threats. If you're Hikaru, he does create a threat, but it's a pretty prosaic threat, and the queen's going to move out of the way.
What about rook e4 as well?
Oh, that is a fearless move right there. And we might start talking about a revolution here with black being the one up on top.
Yeah, because that actually threatens both the b4 pawn and bishop takes h2 check, distracting the knight from f3.
But my worry would be after rook e4, let's say I play a3, you win that pawn, and then I guess you could just stay on the fourth rank to prevent b5. It's a little bit flimsy, though.
I'm with you. That actually does not look like an ideal configuration of pieces. So queen b7. That might just be the easiest move. Let's get out of dodge. Let's just make sure that we maintain equality, because what is white really playing for in this position?
Yeah, that's a good point. I like queen b7. I think given the match situation, if Nihal can even draw this game, that'll be a major confidence boost. Just sort of cement the fact that you're back in the match. Don't give Hikaru the immediate comeback win. If we were talking about the bullet segment and Nihal was down 3 points, he would have played Rook e4 in the blink of an eye. But he's definitely not playing in the blink of an eye. He's taking a while here, deciding between what I'm sure are these two candidate moves.
That's right. So Nihal, right now, trying to figure this out. I mean, I just looked at their ratings for the first time. Hikaru 3193, Nihal 3166. These two behemoths of bullet and blitz chess. I mean, I'm just so stoked for the rest of this match. But I think Nihal right now, he is struggling to find the accurate continuation. He's like, do I play Rook e4 and get adventurous? Do I play the calm Queen b7? I know I'm doing fine there, but he's spending too much time, and that's my main concern for him. Hikaru's been good in many of the time scrambles, not counting the previous game.
And Hikaru, probably the best player in the world in the opponent's time pressure. Nihal, we know, is capable of magic with literally no time left on his clock, but you just don't want to get into these situations against Hikaru in principle, because you might save one game, but if you keep doing it, Hikaru is going to keep creating chances and keep harassing you, and Rook e4 and Bishop h2 is on the board. This is what we were talking about, and I guess Nihal has decided that Hikaru has no way to push through the b-pawn.
Wait, there's also knight d4 at some point. They're in knight e2 mate when the rook was on h4.
Oh my god!
Can we bring up an analysis board for that?
We should absolutely bring up an analysis board. So are you saying rook h5 here?
Maybe knight d4 right away? Is that no?
Oh my lands.
Yeah, because knight h4, knight e2.
What a catch by you. And rook takes c7, knight e2 is Anastasia's mate. But the main thing that's impressive about this line is that here you have a fork. You pick up the rook and white has no compensation for the pawn. And lastly, Robert, knight takes d4. There's another combination. Queen takes c1.
Queen h2 is mate in one. Just
yeah. No, you didn't have to bust my bubble there, Robert. Hey, queen takes c1 is the best move. I don't care.
Well, it looks like that didn't happen. Rook c3 played
Nihal
in huge time trouble. What is he doing? He's got to find a move.
Make a move, Nihal, because this is so complicated. Rook fc1 is on deck.
He might want some kind of rook g2 tactics. There's a pin on that pawn, so at some point there could be something there.
So actually, rook fc1, maybe he goes knight e7. He allows a fork on e8 and goes queen takes f3, but that was way too complicated in time pressure. He knocks the queen out of a4, but in it comes to c2.
I wonder if black will play rook c7 at some point, so it's not captured with check, and then a knight d4 sort of tactic. And if queen d1 here, there's rook d8 sliding out of the pin.
But there's queen c2 attacking the knight immediately. You have to address that. And if you play rook g6, you have to reckon with knight e5.
And
that's where rook takes g2 could come in. Wow.
Oh my goodness, this is so complicated. And right now, Hikaru, he has plenty of time. Nihal does not. This is about to be a scramble for him. He's up a pawn, but that's not as important as the pin along the c-file.
And Hikaru trying to figure out a way to create maximum complications. The queen does drop back to c2, and Nihal bails out with rook c4.
Move.
Okay.
Fantastic
practical decision.
Move.
Great practical decision.
Yes, let's trade off pieces. That way you don't have to be as concerned. But even the knight endgame is not easy.
Yeah. Oh, he might have... Okay, he allowed Hikaru to get better positioning with his minor pieces.
And he's got 6 seconds left. Queen d7 is a great move, keeping everything together. No queen e8 checks for Hikaru. Knight f5, great move.
Okay, but still Hikaru has some chances. He's got the pawn majority and the easier way to create a passer.
Wait, you can't protect a7.
Oh my god, he's going to lose.
Queen f5. You got queen h5 check to d1. But the king can run to g3, f3, and so on.
It can and it will, and there's never perpetual check in these kinds of cases, but Hikaru doesn't rush with queen takes a7 because you still can't defend the pawn.
Oh my gosh, queen e8, queen e4! Queen e8, queen e4!
Oh, it trades
the queens!
What a catch by you!
He missed it!
And Hikaru, and Nihal's drawing chances again.
Oh my god, look, Hikaru sees it!
Look at him, look at him!
He is absolutely... I was going to say a bad word. He is displeased with himself right now.
Nonplussed.
Because now if queen e8, there's king g7, and you cannot force the queens off the board.
And Nihal has the ideal defensive setup. White cannot reposition his queen easily, but Hikaru is going to keep trying. These endgames are so hard to hold in the long run.
Oh, okay. King can continue slithering up if it wants.
Oh, but you could get mated there easily.
He goes back. He's like, okay, I know what? I'm not going to take any risk.
Nihal just kind of treading water here. King up to g7. Don't forget about the possibility of a queen trade with check if you're Nihal.
Yes, if that... Oh! Why is the eval bar going up a little bit? Queen e5 to f5? Something like that?
Well, queen g1, queen h1 is a perpetual construction.
Yeah. You don't have... Can't just move your queen away. But king e3...
Oh,
this game dangerous.
Gets his king to a better spot. I think he's going to win this game somehow.
Oh, but f3 just fell, which means... way more checks available to the black queen.
True, but the king is going to make a mad dash for black side of the board and try to hide around the pawn.
It's not pawn quantity, it's pawn quality. The b6 pawn is a passer. You can't trade queens, you still lose.
I've seen so many of these endgames, and they're just virtually impossible to hold with no time on your clock. Eventually, you're going to let the king slip out of your grasp.
Queen d... Oh, and there it is.
King a2. King a2 is winning on the spot. He missed another win.
Trying to get a sundial, but you don't have it.
Queen c6. No,
queen
he
d4,
hides beneath the pawn.
Queen e3 or queen c5.
Oh!
This is so difficult for both players.
How is Nihal holding this together? He's using the pin to prevent promotion.
Right. And you can't offer
queen a5.
Queen d8, queen c8.
It's losing. It's losing. Queen c7.
He goes back here. King g6. Queen g8.
It's still a draw. Queen c4. Hikaru getting more and more frustrated. Does he get the sundial? Queen f7.
Is king running to f8?
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
Before, though, don't get
G8 h8. King h8.
Oh!
He hit in the corner. Checks. He wins
F5.
The game.
F5 b8 queen. There's no checks.
There's not a single check.
The least likely square on the chessboard, and that's where he went.
Oh my gosh! And now he doesn't even need to trade queens. He could have, but he's going to win these pawns. And wait, but there's still a bunch of checks here.
Oh my gosh! It's still not over.
Yeah, he's got everything he wants. He's connected. G5 hangs.
Oh, what defensive resilience by Nihal, but it's not quite enough, and Hikaru steals it in exactly 100 moves.
That was unbelievable. The king ran to the enemy territory all the way from A8 to H8. It scurries across the board, wins Hikaru the game, and as I said, he was displeased, and because he missed an earlier queen trade that would have won him the game without so much complication.
And it's crazy that all of that could be avoided, but what's going to get lost in all of that brouhaha, Robert, is the fact that Hikaru even created these chances in the first place, because once they got into the queen and knight versus queen and knight endgame, I was convinced that it was a dead draw. I mean, it looked as lifeless as, I don't know, name something that's lifeless, but Charlotte past 9 p.m. But in any case, Hikaru creating chances, just a vintage Nakamura victory, even if it's sloppier than he would like.
How are we still in the longest time control, right? We still have so much chess to go. Both these players giving their entire sense of self, their entire effort, and right now it is a 2-point match. Hikaru Nakamura leads, but he needs to remain composed, and right now it's even. There's no problem in his position, but you can just see that something about that last game bothered him a lot, and look at this. Now it's an advantage for white. It just looks like a pleasant position for Nihal.
It most certainly does. This is the final game of the 5-minute portion, and if he can win and renew that momentum that he built up with such hard work with his only victory of the match, it would go a very long way. Nihal, listen, he's gotten exactly what he wants. He's gotten all he can eat with the white pieces.
Was there bishop c7 instead of knight takes b6 there? Probably not.
Oh my
God. It looks cool.
That was a sick move. With queen takes b7, trying to fork back the minor pieces.
Yeah, I don't know if it worked, but I was just trying to come up with something. Whoa, what is this?
Committal chess by Nakamura. Look at his center. It's under fire.
He is leaving that bishop on g3 in the dust. That bishop is blunted by the pawn on e5, but at some point, white might play d4 and just spring that bishop back to life.
And at some point, might be now, it might be a little bit later. Nihal likes to play h3 in these types of positions. Let's see what he comes up with. Maybe rook c5.
There's d4. Now. Yeah, very good move. Let's get that bishop in open space. And e4 doesn't look right. E takes d4, knight takes d4. The problem is the c file will open up. That is very bad news for Hikaru.
It most certainly is. And maybe you can try to stick a knight on c4, but that is not a stable knight because the pawn from b2 can move up to b3 once the queen leaves the b3 square. White undoubtedly better here. And Nihal, this is crucial for him to capitalize on.
And once again, he is up nearly a minute on the clock. It hasn't really been put into anything, right? He hasn't put it to good use, it feels like. But it is something to note, especially in a position like this. And now knight d4, the trade has happened. It may look like not too much has changed, but the open c-file is now white for the taking.
And that c-file has a lot of juice to be squeezed from it. The rook, if it lands on c7, introduces just complete discord in black's position. A4 by Nihal. What a mature move. What he wants is to move the queen away and play b3 so that the a pawn isn't hanging. This is a common technique, Robert, when you're trying to get a knight off of f5. You play h5 and then g6. He's doing it on the other side of the board.
He did that earlier in the match, in fact. And right now, he can bring the queen up to b5 to attack the tender pawn on d5 and try to go b3. But watch out for knight forks. If your queen's on b5, then there's knight a3 fork. So you need to put your queen on the right square. It could be a2. I know we don't like going passive, but the key is to kick that knight out of c4. That's going to happen sooner rather than later.
But you made a great point in the last game. Nihal doesn't mind making retreating moves. He played knight b8. I think he won't hesitate to play a move like queen a2 if the position demands it, and the position might be demanding it.
I think we're demanding it, but queen to c3 is also available. But then there's knight d6 to e4, things of that nature. So I like queen a2 because it doesn't allow knight d6. So the queen takes d5 would happen with check. Give me that free pawn. So gift me the pawn, as somebody might say.
Well, after knight d6, you could play queen takes d5 check, or, Robert, you could drop the queen to a3. And this reminds me of the time that Robert Hubner was playing a tournament in the Last Boys Open in 1984. d3, knight a5, bishop c7. Uh-oh.
This is a big problem. Now you can even trade on d6 at some point. Rook c7 first. If rook d4, take on d6, take on b7, double your rooks on the 7th rank, threaten checkmate on the last rank as well. This is really bad for Hikaru. I'm surprised it's only 0.7 right now.
It's been a pretty one-sided game. I'm as shocked as you are. That endgame looks totally lost because rook c8 is a mate threat. Hikaru trying to MacGyver something here with his knight.
But you can play multiple. Bishop c7, for example, and then just take on a7.
Uh-oh.
You can play rook c1 to c7. Doesn't look so bad either.
Yeah, but bishop c7, rook c8 pins the bishop, and then rook takes a7. I'm going to try to go rook b4 and quickly knight d4. He takes immediately. What? No.
And plays rook b4.
And he's got to pass d-pawn. Let's not forget about that.
But rook c3, d4, rook d3, can you just sit and blockade the pawn?
You can, and I think he will, because rook c7, the effectiveness of that is greatly diminished. This knight, Robert, is a massive defensive piece.
It is, for sure. So rook c3, knight d4 is a potential follow-up, but then rook c3 to c7, and g7 is loose, and that's a big problem.
There's another weird idea, which is just to push the a-pawn and then put the other rook behind it and basically guide it from two different directions. You got one guy below, you got one guy above, and that pawn cannot really be stopped. Of course, black will push his d-pawn, but the bishop can stop it from f4. Complicated idea. Nihal goes simple with rook c3.
And I think it's a good, pragmatic choice. Remember, when we pulled up the Nihal Sarin card, his biggest strength is that he is pragmatic. He just says, I'm going to blockade the d-pawn while protecting the b-pawn. And what's the problem with a5? Is h4 really that threatening? The bishop can always slide up to c7, and the king will still have luft on h2.
I don't see an alternative. I think you got to push him baby here if you're Nihal. a5, there is this weird move, knight d4, threatening two forks at once. So maybe that's what's giving him pause. But rook c7 in that position would have escaped both of them at the same time. Instead, he starts with rook d3, paving the way, Robert, for bishop c7.
Like right now?
Well, then rook d7.
Then bishop to a5, potentially.
Oh, forcing the rook trade. And I have rook takes b3.
But there's rook a8 check. So, like, you have all these intermezzo moves. Yeah, you know.
That was
my tactical Wheaties this morning. But Bishop, look at this.
Yeah.
This is what I love about Nihal. He plays rook d3 instead of a more forcing move like pushing your pass pawn or bishop c7. He's, as you're highlighting, bishop d2, b4, even g4 to kick the knight away from both the defensive d4 and the g7 pawn. I love the way he's playing this game, and I think that he's completely winning right now.
He's totally winning. Bishop d2, b4. And what's so debilitating if you're Hikaru is how easy it is to play with white in the next couple of moves. The path is so clear. So will Nakamura find some way to complicate the game, use his d-pawn? I don't see it. Bishop d2 coming to a theater near you.
Weird question, but with 20 seconds left, Hikaru's losing this game. Do you want another 5+1 game if you're Hikaru?
I don't think so. I don't think this is lost enough to warrant resignation. Not just yet.
And I feel like Hikaru is so confident in his quicker type controls. Like, he's won how many title twos at this point that it's not worth, giving up chances in this game. But I was just thinking about that as the match clock. There it is. It hits 0. This is the last game of 5-minute plus 1 second increment chess. And right now, Nihal better win this game if he wants to maintain chances in this match.
Push him, baby. Rock him, cowboy. b4 is coming, but Nihal hesitating here. I think he's also weighing the option of trying to go after the d4 pawn. I don't think he should get waylaid by this pawn because the rook on d3 is doing a perfect job of restraining it, of keeping the third rank in order. And here comes Johnny.
What's wrong with b5 now? I mean, what is black's threat? I don't see a single threat.
No, he's just playing passive. Rook takes b5. Oh.
We've created one threat. We see it now.
Maybe rook a6 and then snake up the pawns with b6 and a5.
There's also rook a5 because the bishop on d2 defends it, and you're threatening b6 with the knight on f5 being loose.
That's some very sharp tactical vision, x-raying the knight.
Because one thing you want is after rook a5, you want black to play g6, because then you could put your rook back on a7 and threaten back rank checkmates when you cut the king off. So I feel like inducing that g-pawn forward would be a good thing. So rook a5, bishop protects it, threatens b6. He rushes with g4, but won't that knight plant itself on h4?
Threatening rook takes d2. And don't forget about the simultaneous threat of rook takes b5. I think Nihal has just given Hikaru his first inkling of counterplay.
Wait,
and he's blundered rook takes b5. He's blundered rook takes b5. AB, rook takes h7, and then you can't even take d4. He wants bishop g3 in that position.
Exactly that. He wants bishop g3, kicking the knight back, then he'll take on d4. And I guess he thought this position would be winning, but we see the evaluation bar say, no, no, no. This is actually a position that black can hold with proper play.
And I think what he's missed, and perhaps what's giving him cold feet right now, is that in that resulting position, black's remaining rook can get behind the pawn with a check on the first rank. Nihal cannot afford to let this game slip, Robert.
And I think it is slipping through his fingers. Hikaru Nakamura, the wily veteran, he does not go down without a fight. And right now he's ahead by almost a minute on the clock. He now has made his disadvantage only one pawn, but it's not going to be that easy. Even after rook takes d4 and just parking the rook on d5, white will keep that extra pawn.
And you don't want to rush rook a1 check, because then white would have refrained from rook takes d4 and put his own rook behind the pawn. Hikaru doing things in the right order. Rook d5 keeps the pawn alive. But how are you going to make progress? Black's rook is on an optimal square.
Okay, he's going to rook to b8 instead, just defending the rook from the pawn, from the front. Ooh, I don't know if I like king h7. Why did he go to f7?
Yeah, weird move. And now the rook drops back to d5. Bishop c7 and b6, Robert, is a massive threat.
And the big thing is knight e7, rook d7. The knight has to move again because the king isn't defending it. So bishop c7 right now.
Knight h4 check is a paper tiger. King drops back to f1. There are no forks.
The king just runs to the center, where it wants to be anyway.
b6 is actually a threat because there's an intermezzo check on h5 in the event of rook takes b6.
Wow. Okay, so this is a big moment for Hikaru. King to g8. Then you're just bring your king to where it belongs anyway, but b6 happens fast. Now, the pawn can't get to b7 easily. That's the good news for Hikaru. But the king is getting to the center. What's wrong with king e2?
Well, what's wrong with b6?
There's rook takes b5, king e2.
Oh, gosh, and Nihal walking on hot coals, but he's avoiding the landmines thus far. And Hikaru's clock is dropping. Maybe knight e5 here should be considered.
Knight e5, maybe g5. He goes knight to g5 instead. What about king e2, knight e4, trying to fork on c3? I get it. Rook d7, what's your idea?
Yeah, rook d7 is such a nice stabilizing move.
And getting away from all knight checks, that's important. Knights are such tricky pieces.
And the king can join the action with king c2. That rook is not stable on the b file, where it has to remain to keep the b pawn restrained.
f4, please. f5 check.
Great move. God, Nihal just piling it on here.
f5, where's the knight going?
Nowhere. It doesn't have any good squares. It's got to go back to f8 or banish to g5.
But
it should be over.
It's out of play. King c2 wins. Knight takes c7 loses on the spot because bc. So here's king c2, and this should be over. King c3.
But how do you actually make that final bit
king
of
c4,
progress? And rook b5?
Exactly. Whoa.
Repeating once to gain some time.
5 seconds for Nihal. 6.8 for Hikaru.
Oh!
Wait.
It's
no, he's going to go rook b3.
winning.
Still winning.
But Hikaru's making it to d7!
Oh my gosh, what did he do? What did he just do?
He traded rooks at exactly the wrong moment. Hikaru might have a fortress.
Oh, the king's going to h5. The king is trying to go king f4.
No, knight h6. He blundered again.
Oh my goodness, Nihal.
That was inexcusable.
I cannot believe it. He's such a good bullet player.
He just had and he's actually the one who has to make the draw by getting rid of the last pawn.
Oh my gosh. If we bring up in that earlier position.
Oh my gosh.
He put his king in the wrong direction.
And in this position, it still looks, and don't quote me on this, I think it is winning if you go king f4, then you go king g3, king h4, king h5. Now, black can try to hold on with knight h8, but then you give up your pawn in timely fashion, you go around and you vacuum up the rest of the pawns, which are on dark squares permanently. If knight e5, the pawn ending is also winning because you create an unstoppable passer. Robert, this is basic Betty for someone like Nihal, and instead, where is he going? The freeway is closed, and he blunders G4.
No, that is shocking from Nihal Sarin. He didn't even need to trade the rooks in that manner either, but somehow Hikaru stays alive long enough to create problems for Nihal. Nihal falls victim to some of these issues, and that means it's still a 2-point match. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here, but that is Hikaru Nakamura leading 5-3.
And this is the Hikaru effect in action. People stumble over their own moves. They miss basic ideas, and that's because Hikaru has rightfully earned himself a reputation as the Harry Houdini of chess. But the good news for Nihal, it's only a 2-point match. When you're talking about players of this caliber, Robert, that is not a big lead.
No, it is not. And we have seen some incredible chess, some incredible defensive chess in particular in this match. And we've seen incredible chess all year. So you should get online and go vote for the 2022 Chess.com Awards, because Chess.com is celebrating the games, moves, and players that brought the most to the game this year in the Chess.com Awards. Have your say by voting in categories like Game of the Year, Player of the Year, Creator of the Year, and more. Type the command awards in the chat to lock in your votes now. And I'm going to give a shout out to Nihal Sarin because I did not see his name in the Player of the Year discussion or the Rising Star category. So go down where you can type in your own nominees, and I would advise you to think about voting for Nihal Sarin. But for now, I vote we go to break. When returned, we'll get the 3-minute plus 1-second increment portion of the semifinal here between Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
storm is brewing.
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it. Oh, he allowed a draw.
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second.
1 second.
Move.
Oh my God.
Bishop
Bishop
G3.
G3. What a tactic.
This is insane. Oh, look at Fabi exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
27 mate. You fluttered
Can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship semifinal between Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin. So far, Hikaru Nakamura has a 2-point lead, but Danya, it has been a messy affair. Chances for both sides seemingly in every single position.
Pleasure to cover this match for its first 90-minute half. Nihal is going to be kicking himself. He had opportunities that went unexploited, but Hikaru, he also has room to improve. And that's really scary because if he already holds a 2-point lead and he's disappointed with himself, you know what's coming in his best segment.
Well, let's take a look at the chess.com blitz insights between these two players, because while they've played many, many games, you see the average accuracy, right? Both players, 30,000 for Hikaru, nearly 20,000 for Nihal. I would say the average accuracy is a bit misleading because Nihal is actually one of the most precise players on the planet, but many of his games have happened when he was younger. He's been playing on chess.com for so long, but he wasn't as established a player. But as you look from top to bottom, Danya, what else catches your eye?
Well, it's interesting the wins and losses by flag in the case of Nihal. We know that number is very low in Hikaru's case. Now, it's a little bit misleading. You might say, 14%. Is Nihal a slow player? No, it's just the amount of his games that get into time scrambles is immense. So obviously he's going to lose more games by flag, but he's also going to win more games by flag. And normally against anybody but Hikaru, I would say if you're Nihal, get the game into a time scramble. But this is the one exception. Hikaru has been ironclad with both clocks under 10 seconds.
He is an absolute monster. You see that when he wins 77% of his games. His winning percentage is even higher if you include draws. But just to win, get a W in 77% of your games, that is nuts when you play 30,000 games. But Hikaru, he's locked in right now. You see him. He is taking this match seriously as we get into 60 minutes, a full hour of 3-minute plus 1 second increment time control. So, Danya, are we going to see Title Tuesday Hikaru winning every game? Or what are we going to see from Nihal?
Was there a different kind of Hikaru than Title Tuesday Hikaru? How many Title Tuesdays has he won? How many times has he gotten 10.5, 11 out of 11? This is a very scary time control. If you are Nihal, you have to be very precise in the opening, and they are repeating a quiet Queen's Gambit decline with this very modest 4e3 move by Hikaru.
And Nihal plays bishop e7. He took a bit of a think there, knight c3. So this is kind of standard fare, leaving the tension until the right moment, and bishop d3 only after capturing on d5, not to waste the tempo. But Danya, from what we're seeing here, I feel like Hikaru is not ambitious out of the opening with the white pieces, and he's just saying, let me take advantage later in the game. At knight e2, he's rerouting the king side.
And Hikaru, he has shown a predilection for these types of modest lines in SCC matches. He wants to take this match into the middle game. He doesn't necessarily want to enter a theoretical dispute, which makes perfect sense considering his middle game success rate. But the position has changed quite a bit. Bishop takes f3 has happened. Pieces are getting traded. Help me make sense of this.
I like Black's position. I think that while the knight blockades d4 and there's an IQP on d5, there's a knight on f6 that cannot be dislodged from its defense. So for Black, you play around the isolated pawn. What's inherent to having an IQP? You have open files on the adjacent lines, c8 and a rook to e8. And I would play rook e8 here and maybe go towards the king side. At some point, if White's not paying enough attention, a rook e5 maneuver as you're indicating, or a knight trade on d4 and rook e6 to get over to the king side.
And Nihal thinking exactly in those terms. He wants, I think, knight g6 and knight h4. We saw a similar idea a couple of games ago, and he was playing with the white pieces. Remember that knight on g3 that was aiming at f5 and h5? Kind of reminds me of this knight. It's not aiming at f4. It very much is aiming at h4. But it should be pointed out, Robert, that knight h4, as it currently stands, I think can be met with king g3. You're not going to be happy. You might have to change your pants, but I think white survives.
Yeah, and you can even just play king h2 and slide away because f3 is defended. You have your king side open, but rook g1 is coming. So I feel like it looks a bit troublesome for Hikaru, but he's like, no big deal. I literally don't care.
Mm-hmm. And bishop f5 is not a threat due to knight h4 check, but once the king slides over, it will become a threat. White could also consider the move f4. Just because white's damaged on the king side doesn't mean that he can't grab some more space and control some more squares.
It's true. Yeah, this is actually getting very spicy right now and troublesome for not Hikaru, but for Nihal, who is deep in the think tank, down almost a minute on the clock. How are you going to deal with bishop f5? Not a threat right now. You point out knight h4 check, but bishop f5 is coming soon. Oh, or
classic
not.
Hikaru.
Just trading?
Just trading and saying, I've got my superior knight on d4. I've got a free hand on all sides of the board. Once the rooks are traded, you no longer have anything to fear on the king side either.
Yeah, f4 looks like a very nice move. He trades first, plays queen c2. He's going into the endgame and claiming the isolated pawn on d5 is a long-term problem. That's how you play these positions. The knight on d4 is superb. And after queen c2, bishop c2, white has many ideas. f4, bring the king up. The knights on f6 and g6 are restricted.
Somewhere in Havana, the spirit of Jose Raul Capablanca is applauding this decision. And so am I. This is good practical chess.
It looks great. I mean, you dream of getting an endgame like this typically. And the advantage is not huge. You see it's saying 0.4, 0.5. Now it's at the 0.6, sure. But how do you actually make progress? b4, expand on the queen side. There it goes. You can eventually play bishop b3 to target the d5 pawn, or keep pushing your pawns and go after the queen side. So I think that Hikaru is better, but Nihal defending well.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I just wanted to say the knight c6 would be an instructive mistake because after the trade, he would have a long-term weakness on a6, which white could easily attack by remaneuvering the bishop to the f1, a6 diagonal. But please continue. I interrupted you.
The king is going to continue its journey. King e8, king d7, king e6.
Smooth, man, smooth.
That's exactly where it wants to be. I think Nihal has played this perfectly, and that's what happens in games of this nature. If you are not perfectly precise with the white side, your advantage dissipates. And now, in fact, you see the eval bar saying black is better.
And what did Hikaru do? Moving his knight away from d4. I did not understand that decision at all. And a move like a6, a5 can be very unpleasant. You have been pointing this out for a while, cutting through white's pawn chain and creating entry points for your knights and for your king on the queen side.
And he plays knight e7. See, this
passive.
has been Nihal throughout the match. He's a little bit too hesitant. He's kind of, I don't want to say scared of Hikaru, but I do think the Hikaru effect is in full swing. He's a little bit nervous. He doesn't want to make big decisions. But Nihal down to 30 seconds, and I don't think he wants to sit on this position forever.
I would surmise that Nihal would play a5 against literally anybody else, maybe even against Magnus Carlsen. But the Hikaru effect, it's pretty unique. It
is indeed. And I think the knight will go back to c6. The good news for Nihal is that Hikaru has no threats, right? You can just go, now knight b6 just attacks the bishop. He plays b5. But the point is the knight can come to c6, back and forth. Where's the threat? I don't see it.
a5. I would just go a5, liquidate at least one pawn off of the queen side. And of course, be very careful if you're Nihal not to allow a well-timed knight c5. Keep your knight for d7 as long as you can. And he gets the other knight maybe around to e6. Looks like a pretty watertight construction for black, but we know that Hikaru always finds ways to complicate it.
He does. He wants knight f3, and maybe the knight's hopping to g5 or to d4 or to e5, depending on where black's knights go. And 18 seconds for Nihal. Hikaru has plenty of time. And knight e5 is by knight e4, so you can't allow that.
You should play it anyway. Trade the knights and trade the bishop for the knight, and I think that's basically a fortress.
Yeah, it looks like it. The king can always go up to d5. The knight for black can swing around as well.
Hikaru's still trying.
King d5. If knight to d7, watch out for knight f6 check with the fork.
Hikaru declines a draw here, which makes sense, but it's easy to overpress with white as well. Knight b8 has to be considered, but that's a super double-edged move.
But knight b8...
I think he'll play it.
But g5, right? Like, can I just open up the king side?
You're absolutely right, and with a 2-point lead, maybe it's time for Hikaru to carry out a bit of Nihal strength and be pragmatic here. No need to do anything crazy.
He could make a move like h4 because it's very difficult for that knight on e6 to ever attack the pawn, and you're stopping g5 in its tracks. But after h4, there could still be g5, right? The knight on e5 is loose there, so you need to calculate that very concretely. And Hikaru, he looked up, he did a little bit of Beth Harmon looking at the ceiling. Now he's back at the board trying to figure out if he can indeed press in this endgame.
Can he achieve harmony between his king and his knight? Can he infiltrate Black's watertight construction? I don't think so. That knight on e6, speaking of harmony, perfectly placed, blocking the king's access to d4. And Robert,
wait, take
called it.
King
Wait
C4.
a minute. He's allowed infiltration by the Black king.
That Black king is going to scoop up pawns.
Again, too hesitant by Nihal.
Not enough time for Nihal. He didn't want to allow the king up to a5. I get it, but that was an opportunity.
Too. But now Hikaru fixes the pawn on a6, and he's going to try to get this knight around in due course to maybe b8. It's not really possible, though, is it?
Yeah, king d5. If you go knight d7, king c6, now the king goes back to b7.
Just in time. Knight b8, king b7 forces a repetition of moves, and I think they are hurtling toward a draw at this point.
Yeah, this is a fortress. Good play by both sides here. I mean, some moments for each, right? Hikaru did have an advantage against the isolated queen pawn, and Nihal never pushed his a-pawn, right? He didn't take on a4. He didn't play a5 earlier. So Nihal, he just wanted to manage. He wanted to say, I am going to make this draw. I'll take the white pieces, then I'll press.
And in a weird way, this match is reminding me somewhat of yesterday's match between MVL and Wesley. So there's this nagging 2-point lead, 3-point lead, and at some point, as the clock starts to tick down, we're not there yet. There's 50 minutes left, for goodness sake. But take another 30 minutes off the match clock, and you're going to start having to take more conscious risks if you're Nihal, because this lead is not going to erase itself.
Wow, that was a big decision by Hikaru. Queen a4 followed by rook c1. Ooh. I think white just takes over the queen side real quick. This is also good, because if you ever push c5, still, rook c1, ideas like that, going after the c5 pawn.
And knight f3 by Nihal. And again, I feel like he's playing this in two kind of straightforward a fashion. Yes, he's trying to get the knight to c6, but Robert, that idea of using the knight to pester the pawn from b3, maybe put a queen on a4, it's still very much valid without the knight, but now I feel like the worst is behind Hikaru. Queen b7 and knight d7, and I think he's fine.
Yeah, white will play rook c2, rook f1 to c1, just continue to pile up a little bit of pressure. But as you're indicating, if that knight gets to d7 for black, then I think there's no issue whatsoever. So queen a3 I like.
I love that move.
Yeah, queen a3 to try to go d4. Plays rook c2 first. See, these are these little moments where you need to maximize the pressure on Hikaru, because if you don't, he's going to find the way out.
And he's trying to actively find the way out. The knight finds its way back to d7. The bishop finds its way forward to d6, but isn't there rook c6 here? An incredibly superficial move there, unfortunately, for Nihal. If he takes on c5, he drops b2 in the end, and only black can be better.
Yeah, it's a series of trades that white doesn't really want because they're back rank problems, and the d3 pawn will be loose. So this looks like a mistake from Nihal. If he plays bishop g3 back, there's rook a6 as an option, and your only safe squares are either on the fourth rank, which drops a2, or queen back to b3, which gives you a hideous pawn structure. So I think that Nihal just completely overlooked this rook lift.
And he's given away another sizable advantage. Not only that, now Hikaru is firmly in the driver's seat. This is a big game because Hikaru can open up his first 3-point match lead with a victory, especially if he can win with the black pieces. That would be huge. Can Nihal keep his composure and pull out half a point? What do you think?
Not looking good right now. He is down a minute on the clock. He just seems just frazzled, right? Like this, what's happening here is he knew that he was winning in the last game of the 5+1. Couldn't make that happen. And then Hikaru just showing great defense in critical moments. And in the last game, he did stabilize. But I just feel like Nihal is not on tilt, but he just hasn't found his footing.
He hasn't. And the reason we're critical is precisely because we're so used to excellence, right? It's not because we have it out for him. It's because we're so used to precise play, no matter how much time he has on his clock. And some of these oversights, some of these sloppy moves, they've been uncharacteristic, and they've come at precisely the wrong moment, and most importantly, against the wrong kind of opponent, as Nihal gives away his pawn and tries to achieve maximum activity with his heavy piece tandem. I think this is a good defensive approach.
It is. A7 is loose. If you play A6 to keep it defended, it looks like black will be passive. Extra material, but worse pieces. And if black wants to say, I'm a pawn, let me trade queens with queen e4 check. Oh, I thought he was going to queen f4 for sure.
Me too.
he goes queen c6. I was going to say a queen trade would not lead to an advantage for black.
A funny blunder would be queen e4 check. Such a tempting move, right? But f3 wins the game for white because you cannot move the queen away with check and defend the rook. So you do have to move the rook. Rook b8 seems like the most natural move, Robert. What is Hikaru thinking about here?
Whether to play rook f8, I guess, or rook to b8. He plays rook b8, your move. And I'm wondering
rook f7?
Oh, you are nasty.
I'm going to play some blitz today. I feel sharp.
Yeah, no, rook takes f7, queen c7 check to follow. And that's something that Nihal, he should not miss that.
No.
It is a tactic that is...
Hey, if an old retired commentator sees it,
Oof.
then so should Nihal. And he misses another opportunity. Now he sets up rook takes f7 without realizing that it was available on the previous move.
Yeah, I wonder what he was worried about. Maybe there was some kind of queen e4 check he didn't like to see. But either way, the queen's on f5. Queen f4 now is a queen trade you don't want because black gets active too quickly. You swap and then play rook to b2, and that's bad news for white. You probably lose this a pawn on the spot. So in some positions, you could trade queens, like rook a7, rook b6, then queen f4. That might be available.
Listen, I'm honestly in disbelief at the amount of tactical opportunities that Nihal is leaving on the table. He is going to have to flip a switch right now, ASAP, or this match is going to get away from him.
He's getting so passive against Hikaru. And it's not, I mean, we see the advantage on the eval bar, 1.7. That could be a bit misleading because it's not like there's any tremendous idea at the moment. King h7 looks normal, rook d2 as well.
But you don't, this is not how you defend against Hikaru. You don't give him, these long-term chances because you know what's going to happen. He's going to make something out of nothing eventually.
Whoa. Big move there, g4. And I'm wondering about a queen trade at some point. There it goes.
So
queen d4, rook takes d4. And if rook b2, you have rook a4.
That I really like. That was an excellent defensive choice by Nihal, but can he pull it together in this rook ending? Maybe a3 to stop rook b4.
Great move, because rook a4 was still going to be met by rook b4, giving up the a pawn for the g pawn. That's what Hikaru really wants. He wants one extra pawn, but for it to be two extra pawns on one side and then one extra pawn for white on the other.
Well, Nihal misses the easy moves, and he's finding the hard ones. e4, every pawn trade is in white's favor. If you can get a 2-on-1 on the king side, that should be drawable, but Hikaru's going to inch his king toward the center, and with 5 seconds left, I just don't see Nihal holding this.
Rook b4, you swap. You trade on b4. You usually don't like doing that, but you take and then you queen at the same time.
Rook c5 and king f6, and Hikaru making progress here, Robert.
He really is, because at some point, he's going to try to swing this rook around to b4.
And the king coming into d5, and then rook c4 is going to be a huge threat.
Yikes. I mean,
it's going to be unstoppable.
Doing? It's just over now. Rook c4. Rook
king
d4.
G2, but again, Nihal's going total passive mode. Rook a1 still holding, but not for long.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be anything. King can go to c5 instead.
Yeah. Rook c3 is possible here. Or this.
I'm wondering if at some point you just give up the pawn to get active, but no chance.
He's not even allowing Nihal to win the f6 pawn. Hikaru's doing this while keeping his material advantage intact. This is exquisite filigree technique.
And there's a resignation.
Hikaru Nakamura, man,
he earned that one. That was just, he outplayed Nihal, who couldn't find the tactical shots when he needed them, and then Hikaru was able to secure that full point. And I think that's a bit of a smile.
And Nihal, he's flustered, he's discombobulated. He's not playing Nihal Sarin chess right now. He's playing right into Hikaru's hands. And like I said, he needs to flip a switch, and he's got to do it now because this is the threshold that Hikaru himself pointed out, the 3-point lead, Robert. If it gets up to 4, you start feeling like you're almost in blowout territory. If you get it back down to 2, hey, you're right back in the match. But can Nihal pull it off with the black pieces?
Well, we'll see. E3, one of those quiet systems. Once again, here, Nihal strikes with C5. In previous games, he was a little bit delayed at hitting in the center. Now plays B6, so it's sort of a combination of his opening plans, and it looks like a Queen's Gambit accepted position.
It does, and we had this yesterday where suddenly MVL was playing the stuff that Wesley was playing. Here, Hikaru is playing the type of position Nihal was playing with white, and E4 forces a better endgame for white again.
And Hikaru is so good at these types of positions. We've seen him beat all of the best players in the world in this type of structure. A5 is a very important move from Nihal, making sure B4 isn't going to be played. And now probably H6. You're not afraid of bishop takes F6, G takes F6. You get the bishop pair.
And Hikaru just kind of feels like a runaway train right now. And he starts winning games. He becomes even more confident. He starts playing faster. And at some point, he just goes Magnus Carlsen mode.
Well, that's scary for Nihal Sarin. We saw what Magnus did to 5-0 Caruana several days ago. So G5 is the big question right now for Nihal. There could be even a sack on G5 in some positions, but not this one, because the bishop on C5 can always retreat to E7 to break the pin.
I really like that decision for Nihal. This is the kind of chess he's got to play. Principled, ambitious, go for the throat. And H4 by Hikaru, an idea that we've talked about in a lot of different types of positions. Nihal leaves the pawn on G5 using tactics, using the eventual rook H1 check as an indirect defense. Good play so far by the Indian Grandmaster.
Great play from Nihal. I mean, look at this, right? You see the pawn structure. The E4 pawn is the one that sticks out the most. So that is going to be a long-term liability that White needs to deal with. Black's rooks are connected. Black's king is on E7, nicely placed. So White will need to either castle, which not clear which side you would go to, or play king to E2. But after king E2, there's also ideas like knight H5 going after the bishop on G3.
And then a well-timed G4 could send this knight back to Timbuktu. White's position is suddenly not as good as it looked just a couple of moves ago. I think Nihal is outplaying Hikaru in the early stages of this endgame, but outplaying Hikaru in the early stages of anything is just the start of what you need to do.
And knight H5, rook H1 would be annoying, just going for this pin. So I like knight H5 because the bishop can't move because F2 is loose. He goes for F2 directly with knight G4, giving up G5 to take a better pawn.
Okay, but what's the follow-up? He plays F6, kind of slow rolling and controlling squares in the center, maybe preparing an eventual knight D to E5, although you don't really want to play it immediately because that ruins your own structure. Hikaru's sinking his teeth into one of the only strongholds that he has. Bishop B5, annoying move. And again, Robert, it's starting to seem Bishop C7. Oh my God.
One blunder.
Oh my
look at him.
God, this never happens to Nihal.
He can't believe
he's playing like an old man.
Yeah, he's beside himself, and Hikaru is like, wait, did he really just blunder?
Bishop takes D8, and it's resign time after knight D4. Or knight A4, whatever. Knight anywhere 4.
I'm not sure who is more surprised by that blunder. Like, Hikaru looked at the camera, and it's kind of like, am I really playing Nihal, or am I playing one of my chatters?
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, these blunders don't happen when he's got 0.3 seconds in a tactical position. This is a pretty stable endgame with obvious tactics and rook H8 to D8 and moving the rook away from the open file, Robert. That move didn't make sense no matter how you looked at it.
Black still has some chances to survive this game, which is
absolutely
crazy to think about when you just hang a full exchange. But E5 next will kick the rook off the 4th rank to win the E4 pawn. If you play F3, you blunder knight B3 check. Watch out for forks. So E5 is the next move, and actually, Nihal's still in this game somehow.
He is, and this is what Nihal does. When he's on form, he can pull it out in any position. I love the fact that Nihal didn't just resign. I think a lot of people in that situation would have just said, I blundered, resigned, next game. Not Nihal. He says, I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to pull myself together, and he's got serious chances here. But Robert, I'm so skeptical when you're playing Hikaru. He doesn't usually give these types of games away.
But now I know Hikaru's better. I'm not going to dispute that. That's obvious, right? But I feel like if you can safely take E4, which I'm not sure you can because rook C7 check, and king D8, very important move because king D6 allowed rook C6 with check, and then F3 would have been a fork of knights. But my point is that if you can somehow like take the F2 pawn and give up B6, now you have a scramble where black has extra pawns in the center, white has an extra pawn on the queen side, and I know white has more material, but it will give some chance of bishop F5.
Bishop D3, though.
Oof.
Another oversight by Nihal, and it stops knight takes F2. There's no defended square on this diagonal. And at this point, black's position collapses, and Nihal resigns the game.
Yeah, and he is really upset. And look at Hikaru. He's like, next. Let's get the next one going.
Let's get the next one going.
He does not want any time between the games. He just wants to steamroll Nihal at this point.
And this is where he wants to end the match. He doesn't want this hanging in the netherworld of a 3 or 4 point lead. If you're Hikaru, you're trying to push this up to a 6 or 7 point match because you know how amazing Nihal is in Bullet. And you know that the SCC this year just has had a habit of things getting turned around in the Bullet. So for Hikaru, you're not playing games. You are stepping firmly on the gas pedal in these next 39 minutes and change.
For sure. And look at Hikaru's face, by the way. He doesn't seem thrilled about how this opening has gone. And we saw this similar opening, I believe it was in the Levon Aronian against Dimitrian Draken match, where they kind of had his IQP structure quite often. But Hikaru, now with the black side against the isolated queen pawn, he just had the white side a couple games ago. And it's interesting to see how the players, they sort of play in a similar style.
Yeah, and the position is very symmetrical here. Nihal decided to recapture with the pawn on d4, keeping the knight for defensive purposes. But is this really the way, Robert, to play ambitiously? It looks like Hikaru has zero problems, and he can even try for an advantage with c6, c5. Does that work out?
I'm guessing, at the very least, Nihal wants to induce that move. It might be better for black in the moment, but it just creates some long-term weaknesses. Instead, Hikaru backtracks. He brings knight back to d7, attacking the pawn on e5. I think bishop f4 seems quite nice. Queen h5 is another possibility. I think Nihal has to, as he seize the initiative, he does it with the move f4. I was a little bit worried if black can take control of the light squares, but I don't think Hikaru's quick enough.
I don't think he is either, and I think Nihal has gotten the upper hand here. Another opportunity that he has to try to capitalize on. Hikaru deploying his bishop to b7. Looks like a foolish developing square, but no. If he manages to play c5 and d4, that bishop turns into a three-headed hydra.
Yeah, and if you could get knight a4 and your bishop to e3 in one move, then black is like strategically in huge trouble because you just clamp down on the dark squares. That's the benefit of having opposite colored bishops. But black also has the move f6 that white needs to keep in mind. If you play bishop e3, I think black immediately strikes with f6.
And I think f6 right now. And I think Nihal has underestimated, and maybe he's prepared e6 in response, followed by f5. So what's the way for Hikaru? He slow rolls it with a6, preparing c5.
And then b4. It's become a very strategic battle.
a5. What's going on? b5, c5, knight d5, knight e5.
I can't predict anything. Rook b1 here, perhaps. After ab, rook takes b4, hits the bishop on b7. And you would love to lift your rook to the king side. Rook e3 to g3. Or, in this case, rook b1 to b4, play f5, and rook to g4. I know it's a long story, but a rook lift is what white desperately needs for an attack.
And you could deploy the rook to e3 right now.
I like
Two birds with one stone. Defend the knight, aim for g3, aim for g4 with the queen. This is where Nihal just has to change the way he's been playing. And can't fault him for bishop d2, Robert, but again, I feel like it suffers from the same fault that a lot of his moves this match have fallen for, which is just overly passive play, not going for the throat when he needs to try, and giving Hikaru the types of positions he wants. Of course, I'm saying all of this, I would do 5 times worse.
No, of course, we're not trying to say that he's doing a bad job, but I do think from a strategy perspective, he is not putting enough pressure on Hikaru. He's making the safe moves, but that means they're also safe for Hikaru. And right now, queen d5, lined up with the bishop on b7, c5 next. All of a sudden, if c5 and c4 happen, it's black whose pawns are rolling. So for Nihal, will he play queen g4 here? a2 is also loose. You have to consider that. I know the knight on d7 is hanging in this particular variation, but after queen g4, black does have a few things to figure out.
And queen g4 should be played within a couple of seconds. Nihal falling behind on the clock. He goes knight d6 instead, and I thought c5. Okay, now he plays queen g4, but what about rook e6?
Knight f5.
A rook lift of his own. Oh!
Yeah, the e7 square vulnerable.
g6, and then you give up h6 and f5 come. That could end up in checkmate real quickly. Either side could get checkmated here. But Hikaru seems to have the shorter end of the stick as he shoves his pawn through to h5, deflecting the queen. Deflecting. That's a dyslexic pronunciation there.
He allows h4. Rook e6 is still met by knight f5, but then maybe there's that g6 move you talked about.
Yeah, and by the way, this is an idea that's been played by both sides. This h5 followed by g6 defensive concept, very important to remember. And now both sides down to a minute. A bullet game. Here we go.
Okay, knight f5. There's no rook g6.
Must play knight f5. No, he takes the bishop.
Oh, he wants f5 now. Because the queen's on g3.
Rook g6 intermezzo. There was queen f3. Oh, here come the pawns.
Yeah, actually h5 pushed the queen to an even better square to allow for f5. He goes h4 to distract the queen. But what about queen f4?
Queen f4. Gotta play it. Gotta keep the e-pawn. If you take on h4, you give up the crux of your attack. Queen f4 and e6, I think you should try.
Yeah.
Or maybe even f6.
Why is he delaying on queen f4? What is the counterpunch?
I think he's conflicted because queen takes h4 might be tempting. Maybe he's thinking about some f6 move. But all of that
Wait.
seems so
Wait. Queen
speculative.
h4, rook e5, f6. If rook takes e1, there's f takes g7.
Oh! With an intermezzo, queen h8 checkmate is a threat. That's what he's thinking about. But
it wouldn't have
go for
worked. It actually would not have worked because black could have thrown in a check of his own to cause distractions. So queen f4 is his choice. He spent a lot of time playing queen f4. He lost his lead on the clock. And Hikaru, he's seeing f6. He's seeing e6. He has to be nervous of those pawns rolling.
Love the way Nihal is handling the attack here. Knight f8 is such a cold-blooded move. Just saying, hey, I don't care about f6. My knight is a hero of a defender when it sits on g6, covering this all-important h8 square. 10 seconds for Nihal. He's got to move.
He really must. And he takes an h4, knight g6, like queen g3 very quickly. And then watch out for e6 as well, because e6 will distract the pawn f7.
Oh, and Hikaru is alert to e6. Watch for Hikaru's pawns, though, Robert. He's got connected passers in the center, and they rumble up the board so quickly.
Watch out for h4, h5 as well. So black's pawn's pushing, white pushing on the flank. Rook a4.
What a move. Attacking the bishop, attacking the knight. Now knight takes f4, gets checkmated.
And rook f4, hg6. How is this surviving?
Oh my god, GF.
Whoa, e6!
Pawn on the 6, right?
What a move!
No. Rook h5, queen d4, queen f2.
Oh my gosh, what a move!
H1
he goes
is
queen
Nihal
e3.
winning.
It's
yes,
over.
He is. Oh my god, cheese balls.
Look at those pawns on the 6th rank. It's like Space Invaders up there. And Hikaru Nakamura is going down.
Queen e3, rook e6. The win is to play f7, and then
rook b1.
Rook b1 infiltrating to b8.
Wow. And if this game ends here, we will show that variation. Hikaru, he's bleeding the clock. He plays rook e6, but we see this exact variation. F7,
there it is.
Rook b1.
Rook b1. What a cold-blooded way to end, and what a brilliant comeback win for Nihal.
Wow, that might have been the move of the match. E6. I mean, he was throwing all his pawns, everything but the kitchen sink at Hikaru, and he was the one eating there. He gets a victory, cuts the deficit to 3 points, and he needs to seize the momentum as we're about to get to the halfway point of this time segment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match is so far from over. It's far from being a blowout, and we see what Nihal Sarin is capable of when he believes in himself, he plays his style, and he gets these tactical positions. Robert, I just think he needs to try to switch his style, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Hikaru, though, is the one who switches his first move. We've got a Rai Lopez on our plates.
We do indeed.
Put that on your plate.
Give a shout out to one of the featured chatters. I saw that flickering across the screen saying that Hikaru is just proud. And actually, I feel like Hikaru often is like that. When somebody outcalculates him, yeah, he's a little disappointed, but I feel like he genuinely is proud of Nihal. And in some ways, Danya, maybe this is out of left field, but is Nihal kind of like, not a mini Hikaru, but like in the sense that Hikaru grew up being a speed demon, then eventually crossed 2,700, became a top player. I feel like Nihal has many of the same attributes as a chess player as Hikaru did.
He absolutely does. And to co-sign that point, I would say that they also have this incredible mixture of attacking and tactical acumen. Both of them are ridiculous at seeing short tactics. They're great calculators, but at their core, I think both Hikaru and Nihal, this is often underestimated about Hikaru, are actually positional players. They've got a great sense of where pieces belong. And yet in this match, I think Nihal has to deviate his style and try to go full tactical mode.
I agree. And right now he has a strong center with the black pieces.
Good position again.
And I just want to give a shout out to the 40,000+ people watching across Twitch and YouTube. We're really happy that you're joining us here. It is an epic match, and Hikaru Nakamura with a 3-point lead right now over Nihal Sarin. But if you look at the evaluation bar and the position in this game, white's pieces are in weird places. The rook on f2 now pinned. This bishop on b3, stare down with the bishop on e6, the queen on e1 doing a defensive task. So you have to be very careful here if you're Hikaru Nakamura. You just lost the previous game, Danya. You cannot afford to let this one go as well.
But Nihal, he's putting pressure. I like the way he's playing. He's playing quickly as he improves the placement of his rooks. So does Hikaru. There's a lot of hidden tension going on in the D file. The moment D takes E4 happens, you could get a bunch of trades. I don't think it's in Nihal's favor to trade. I think he wants Hikaru to be the one to concede the center with E takes D5. That would be a bad idea, leaving the E pawn free to roam forward.
Wow, and look at Nihal go. A5 was a good first punch, and it's a 1-2 combo with B4. And bishop A4, a one-move threat. That rook can just move up to E7.
Yeah, and I think it will. He's perhaps thinking about throwing in BC. I don't really think that's necessary. I don't think it necessarily hurts or helps either player.
Yeah, I don't know why you would need to throw the move. It's not like White really wants to take on b4 anyway. He plays rook e7. So again, Nihal very deliberate in his actions. He has a slight lead on the clock, but I actually think it's his position that gives him the most chances. Unlike some of the previous games here with the black pieces, has stout defense, and he can turn that into offense. A rook can go to c7 and try to create an open file.
And what Nihal has desperately needed in the 3-minute portion is confidence. And I think he's gotten so much confidence back on the heels of that amazing victory in the previous game. You can just sense the energy, the new confidence, the momentum in his play. The match hangs in the balance. Can Hikaru muster up yet another comeback? Knight appears on f5, and I think it's going to be captured. And after no, Nihal just leaves the knight there and moves his rook away, attacking c3.
Yeah, because the pawn e4 is stuck in the mud. Can't take on d5. You lose that knight on f5. So bishop takes f5 can happen soon. c3 under attack. If cb4, you just take back. The open c file is good for black. And what about...
Takes it.
I'm trying to look at de4 and make that work as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it does.
It's a position smells of tactics. It's like smelling mama's cooking when you're upstairs. It wafts out. But where exactly is that punch? I don't see it. Maybe an improving move is necessary, like knight g6 to f4.
Yes.
Then the queen comes out to g3. Oh, and then you have bishop f5 and a fork on e2. That's so easy to miss.
Yes, this fork on e2 is available. It's happened in many games. Once a knight lands on f5 and f4, watch out for the e2 and e7 squares. So right now, queen g3 does not work, as you just pointed out, and Hikaru has to watch out for knight d3 as well.
Yeah, forks galore in this position. The knight on f5 can't do all the heavy lifting on its own. And what a cold-blooded response by Hikaru. But this is not a move played out of desire. It's played out of necessity. It's the only way to avert all of the forks. And again, can Nihal keep his foot on the gas pedal in this position?
Can he take on a2? It's a very brave move. It might be a bad move. But I'm wondering if you can just snag that pawn there and get away with it.
Somebody hasn't had breakfast. Nihal has had his breakfast, and he offers Hikaru some breakfast, sacrificing h6. How many times have we seen the move g6 with a knight on f5 or f4?
It's a fantastic move. I give up that pawn to get one back and with interest. So knight goes back to e3. Knight d3, the queen just slides up to e2. He takes on c3 here, so white's pawn structure is bad, right? a2, c3 split. Black has an extra pawn in the center towards the king side. So where next? That's the big question. Maybe just a slow improving move like king to g7. Just pass the turnover. You mentioned queen c5 to a3. That looks good as well.
But Nihal taking the concrete approach. Where is that knight going? I think it's dropping back towards c5. No, it moves back to f4. Hikaru tries to take the opportunity to... It's not that he's declining repetition. It's more that he thinks the queen is better on f3, and I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And bishop drops back to b3.
If you take on b3, a takes b3, you fix white's pawn structure. So I don't know if you want that. He doesn't, and goes rook d7 to the open file.
Now, knight c4 is possible, but not that dangerous. The queen can always slide back to c7 or forward to c5. Bishops are traded.
Oh, I thought he was going to take with the knight on e6, takes with the queen. Knight b3 is a threat of a5 and that fork that you're pointing out. You do not want to fall victim to a fork out of nowhere.
And how do you actually defend both at the same time? Because if you play queen b6, the other knight can slide into c4, and suddenly Hikaru not only up 25 seconds on the clock, he's creating a lot of concrete threats.
Queen c6, good move. Attacking e4 pawn. Take that right now. Now black has 2 extra pawns on the f and e files. So white has these split extra pawns, passers on the queen side. Wow.
But they are passers nonetheless. Hikaru attacks c5. The c pawn is rumbling forward. This is very losable. h5 maybe.
Yes, because the knight
doesn't work.
Because hg and g3 check, and you mate the white king.
Amazing. And Hikaru has to drop back to f2. Takes in rook c3. Get behind the pawn.
Knight d3. There's rook f3, and then e4 and f5.
He goes to e6, avoiding the trouble.
Oh, this is really bad for white. Black's just winning a pawn, and now you have a 2 extra pawn lead on the king side. A rook f3, a chance, but c5 drops.
Hikaru's going to give up c5 and put the rook behind the pawn, try to push it as far as it'll go, and that's not far at all. Can Nihal convert this position?
I like the move h4, keeping more pawns on the board, because that black king is going to g5 and f4 eventually. The white king, I think, is too slow to get up towards the a pawn.
I think it might be a draw, though. You could get into a situation where pushing either pawn opens up holes in the center that white's king can occupy. This could be something resembling a fortress.
But maybe there's some kind of Zugzwang at some point that if you're not careful, Hikaru, but Hikaru's moves seem easy. Rook a1, rook a2.
Rook f2.
Oh, wow. And then f4 and then king b4. You just have to be a little bit careful. Maybe it works. He goes king b4.
Now, maybe it's time for rook f1.
And
it
e4.
is e4. E4. Rook f4.
Oh my gosh, he's just getting the pawns and they're stuck in place. The other ones.
I don't know, but you can try king. Oh, Hikaru trying to get his king up and win the pawns, but he might not make it in time. King D3.
Oh gosh, king's coming to E2. That pawn's pushing.
And then you have to try the side checks with rook B8. Oh, he sacks the pawn.
King F5, E3. Is it enough? King G5, I think you're in time.
I think it's a draw.
Yes.
H4.
You just can't bring the king. No, you can actually bring the king all the way up to G7 and back.
By the hair on his chinny chin. Hikaru manages to pull out the draw. Don't miss rook E3.
But is rook E2 actually a draw? That's a big question.
I think it is because you're going to promote to a knight at the end, but that could be Zugzwang. Let's watch.
Okay, here we go.
It's a draw. It's not even close.
Yeah, the king's not nearly close enough. It's just a draw.
Another incredible save by Hikaru.
And look at Hikaru. He's wasting a few extra seconds. Like, look at this. He didn't promote right away. He spent some time. It is a draw, and that means we are ready for our break. Hikaru gets out of his chair. Nihal Sarin, he was so close to cutting this to a 2-point deficit, but the end game was another brilliant defensive hold from Hikaru Nakamura.
It really was, and Nihal is going to be frustrated, but he should pull out the silver lining from the last 15 minutes or so. He won a brilliant game with white. He drew from a position of strength with black. Yes, he would have preferred to win the game, but he's got the white pieces again in the next game, and I feel, Robert, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions too early, but he has been playing with a lot more confidence in the last couple of games, and he needs to try to get this lead down to 2 or maybe even 1 point.
He certainly is, because against anybody else in this competition, Nihal Sarin will have the advantage in bullet chess. But Hikaru Nakamura, no slouch in that format either. The bullet chess champion, multiple-time BCC champion. So Hikaru keeps this lead. We are going to head to break just like the players. And when return, it's more 3+1 time control in this matchup in the semifinals of the SEC between Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin.
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
A lot of college-educated people, I, unfortunately, am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean...
You know how to play?
Listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
And we return here in the semifinal match between Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin. And Danya, thus far, it's been all Mr. Pineapple. Hikaru Nakamura, you see the pineapple flashing behind him there, and he says, I can't be bothered. Let me continue this match.
Yeah, he's had this match under control from wire to wire. There's been ups and downs for Hikaru. There's going to be moments where he will be disappointed with his lack of tactical awareness or missing a faster win here and there. But at the end of the day, he has this match where he wants it to be. He's got a 3-point lead with only 20 minutes or so left in the 3-minute portion. Robert, if you told him that that would be the situation, he would accept it without a second thought.
Although sometimes it feels like he has done so much winning that a 3-point lead may not feel as much as he is capable of, because Hikaru Nakamura has defeated David Peravin and Levon Aronian by hefty margins. His lifetime record, a whopping 23 wins and 2 losses in the Speed Chess Championship. He's only lost to Magnus Carlsen.
You take Hikaru's winning ways for granted so often, but what's amazing about that record is just who his opponents have been. And he's defeated Nihal and Shmihal and Aronian and MVL and literally you name it. To lose only to Magnus Carlsen, considering the SEC fields the last couple of years, is, like I pointed out last time, reminiscent of Floyd Mayweather's boxing record. It's crazy consistency.
It really is just an insane figure there. Only 2 match losses, 23 match wins against the best of the chess world. And here we go. Nihal will have to produce his best to mount a comeback at this stage. He is playing, this knight f3, knight c3, QGD, and now getting into Catalan territory if Hikaru takes on c4, which he does not.
I call this the Kramnik Catalan. And usually in the Catalan, the knight stays on b1 because it often is deployed to d2. This is a viable continuation popularized by Kramnik a decade or so back, and the structure changing with an early trade on d5. Hikaru recapturing with the knight, Robert, which could strike a lot of players as less natural than taking with a pawn. But ultimately, we get the same structure. And ooh, what about e4 here? Is Hikaru getting sloppy?
Yeah, because e4, knight g5, take on e4, things like that. He plays bishop g5, which I don't think is a bad move, but it wasn't as tactically alert as he could have been.
And again, I will contend that against, a lesser grandmaster, Nihal would, against me, he'd play e4 in like 3 seconds.
Although inducing f6 doesn't look so bad either, but you're right. No. He is missing this tactics, and you need to be as sharp as a knife to beat Hikaru Nakamura, right? Because he is a defensive maestro, and if you're not putting him away, he'll find a way back. And right now, knight e1, I like the maneuvering of these pieces. For the second time today, he's got a knight on d3, and I definitely approve.
And the knight on d3 spinning its way toward f4, although you don't necessarily want to play knight f4 too quickly. That pawn on d5 can be easily defended in a variety of ways. Instead, Nihal opting for pressure on the queen side, a typical move b4. He might follow it up with a4 and potentially b5. But you don't want to overextend yourself. You also want to keep your eye open for tactics like knight c5.
I was wondering that. Can white play knight c5 right now?
No, and let's pull up an analysis board. This is very instructive.
I know
if you
exactly.
play knight c5, you know where I'm going with this, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Bishop back to e7. And apparently this is still equal. But after queen b7, I thought the queen is lost.
There might be a timely bishop h3.
You're absolutely right. At the end of this line, there's amazingly the move bishop h3. And so black actually has to repeat moves with rook a b8 in order to have the response f5. Crazy lines here. They don't go for it. Let's get back to the live board.
Okay, we see a swap of bishops on d6. So not too much has changed except for the exchange bishop f4, bishop takes d6. And now we're in a position where knight c5, all right, that's not going to happen anymore. Let's not focus on the tactics, but let's look at the underlying structure. The c6 pawn, potential target. a7, you don't want to take your eye away from that for too long because a queen a3 can really keep black's pieces stuck in place. Or a queen a4 can hit c6 and keep the pieces stuck in place. So it would be a double whammy. So I think right now, Nihal needs to find that accurate move.
Did you like that LED show with the a7 pawn?
Oh!
Look at that show with an exchange
b5!
B5! B5! B5!
He's winning.
Oh, it just wins. It wins on the spot. He can't miss this, and he doesn't. And Hikaru with a big blunder there.
And Hikaru completely overlooked it. You saw his reaction there. He's like, what am I thinking to allow this? And now there's going to be a pawn on c6. He hasn't taken it yet. There he goes. He can play... Can't get e4 and d5 because the d4 pawn is loose.
But the game is so far from over. Nihal's pawn phalanx in the center is decisive. It should yield victory. But Hikaru, for the time being, is going to stabilize and keep his pieces in the center and try to keep White's minor pieces at bay. Most important for Hikaru is to keep this knight firmly entrenched on c7. Do not let this pawn move forward. Knight a6 runs into b5.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. Be very, very careful here. A knight 6 would be a blunder. He goes back to d3. Good recognition by Nihal. If Hikaru doesn't lose this game, I'm just going to be in disbelief. I mean, this looks so incredibly lost. I see 3.6 on the eval bar. If I was just looking at this, I'm like, okay, White has to win this game. Of course. Look at the b6 pawn. Look at the passer on c6. Look at the weak light squares all across the board. How in the world can anyone survive this game? Let's see if Hikaru can show us.
Well, so far, so good for Nihal. He is making massive progress. He has tied black down to the b6 pawn. Knight b4 was an incredibly astute positional move because it provoked this weakness. And here come the other pawns. Robert, I don't like the phrase the position plays itself because, well, no, Nihal is handling the white pieces here as far as I know. But this should be pretty straightforward if he avoids any tactical blunders.
Yeah, and queen d4, just a pile up pressure on b6. That doesn't look so fun. As you said, e4, f4, e5. You can play like that. You can play quiet moves like h3, right? Just like a little move here and there to improve your position if you feel it helps. But e4 is just self-explanatory.
Yeah. Start with e4. It doesn't, it's not a committal move in any way. f4 is somewhat more committal, but your king is still perfectly safe. Hikaru desperately trying to prevent f4. He's preparing en passant. But so I think h3 disrupts the pawn.
Yeah, because knight f4.
Also good. Also good.
Queen e2 next to win the pawn on g4 directly. Oof.
I would play h3 at some point, though, just to free up your pawns.
Knight takes d5? No, there's queen d2 or something like that.
Close one.
Okay, how many extra pawns does White have?
b5. And this is excellent defense by Hikaru. His only chance is to create a passer on the queen side. Robert, I'm getting a very bad feeling about this already. I know it's +5, but I've been in the situation so many times against Hikaru.
Yeah, right. It's just giving him a chance. This A-pawn is sprinting to the other side. A4, A3, A2 happens before you know it. And look at the dark square control by Hikaru's queen. C7, not available. The knight and queen cover it. D6 is covered by both of those pieces as well. So I feel like Nihal should still be winning, but he's down to 18 seconds, and he's got to find a move.
And queen H4 was the correct move.
Oh, no!
He allows the queen trade in A4.
Oh, my gosh.
And knight d4 apparently is the best move here. Just going for the mass trade of pieces, and knight e2 check is a fork. Oh my god, that's a devastating intermezzo.
Wait, but he finds knight c3 instead, but what's the difference? There's rook e1.
Rook e1, rook b1.
He missed knight e2!
He blundered his queen! He blundered his queen!
No way!
Hikaru's going to win this. Or maybe not. It's still
he
a
could
lot of
lose
pawns
this
for
still.
White. Robert, that tells you how winning White's position was. He blundered a queen, and it's still not that clear.
Yeah, you want e5 and d6. That's what you... So it goes c7. He wants d6 next.
A4, oh my gosh, D6, and White's in time.
King f7, there's still D6.
Holy
you take the knight, bishop
C8 queen.
And bishop h3, exactly.
Oh. Wait a second. Folks, this is not over yet. Absolutely 3-result game. Forget the darned eval bar.
Oh,
he missed
E6! Wait, and I wonder if Hikaru missed that? King e8? Maybe?
He's got perpetual check, and Hikaru has to take the mature call and make it.
Oh, wait. Is he going to take the... 96 of the queen.
Oh my god. And then there's like e5 and bishop d5. Are you kidding me?
Wait, bishop d5 or bishop b7, but bishop b7 is queen g6. Bishop b7 is a blunder.
Make a move.
It's a blunder! Queen g6 to b1! Oh my gosh, he blundered! Oh. That is a backbreaker. Oh my gosh. How does he do it?
He doesn't know himself. He's shaking his head. Sometimes I think Hikaru can't even believe himself. And guess what? The moment he played b5, Robert, I could sense it.
You called it. You absolutely called it. And Nihal just missed this knight e2 fork, and then he still had chances, and then he missed the queen g6 to b1, takes b7 fork. It is absolutely ridiculous, and now the lead is ballooned to 4, where it's about to be cut to 2.
You called Nihal a mini Hikaru. This is kind of what Nihal was doing in the CGC on a much lesser scale, of course, but he was pulling some of these positions out. Nobody could believe it. And Hikaru just does this on a daily basis. This is just what he does every match. You just cannot bring him down. It doesn't matter how many extra pawns you have. It doesn't matter how winning you are. It doesn't matter what the eval bar says. He will always find a way to complicate it. And the moment you get down below 30 seconds, he is just going to find the right buttons to press at the right times. And to win that position is absolutely unbelievable.
I just feel like Hikaru never takes a move off. Right? Some players that get a little bit lazy here and there. Even when Hikaru makes mistakes, it still feels like he's really digging deep at every turn. He expends all of his energy in every single chess game. And the way he just won that game is mesmerizing. It's unbelievable. I just don't think anybody else would have won that game. No way, no how. And here he goes with a 4-point lead. We have to somehow focus on the game we have in front of us, and we see it's a symmetrical pawn structure, slightly more space on the queen side for white, but black very solid and defended in the center.
And the last time things started to get out of hand, Hikaru did, I believe, have a 4-point lead, and then Nihal won that brilliant game with 3 pawns on the 6th rank, McDonald Labourdonnais style, famous game from the early 1800s where black had 3 pawns on the 2nd rank. So Nihal needs a little bit more where that came from, and he's off to a good start.
Watch out for bishop takes h3 tactics. Does not work here because the queen now protects the knight in f3, but if you're not careful, that could be an easy thing to overlook.
Yeah, most certainly is. A difficult defensive task awaits Hikaru. I would not call this 0.00. This does look a lot more comfortable for Nihal, but I feel like I'm a broken record, Robert. Here we go with this again. Can he convert?
And he just wants rook e7, rook e8. He's playing good moves. The d5 pawn may be hanging in some position. Ooh, knight a5 to c4, perhaps?
I feel like Nihal is just traumatized by the move b5, whether it comes with the white pieces or the black pieces, because we remember what happened in the previous game when Hikaru played b5.
Oh, but here it's a blunder, because queen b5, bishop takes h3.
Oh, you called it. You forgot about it.
Yeah, that's actually a very important pawn because it may look ugly and doubled, but it's not easy to win. And the c4 square becomes black's for the taking.
Yeah, no, this is a big, big oversight. And Hikaru, you can just tell, he realizes now it's a little too late. But obviously, you should not stubbornly take on b5. I feel like h3 is a pawn you simply cannot afford to lose.
No, but now Hikaru down quite a lot of time. Nihal, he needs this game. You see it on his face, right? He is laser focused. He is trying to tune everything in the world out. He still has 11 and a half minutes in this time control. So if he can start rolling, he will have a chance heading into bullet. Right now, what moves does Hikaru have?
What moves does Hikaru have? I think that's the question he's asking himself, and he has not been able to answer it in over a minute. I don't know. Rook knight c3. I was thinking that, but does it work tactically? I guess it does.
Yeah, maybe you make it out okay.
Knight c5. That looks good for white.
Because queen g6, there's knight f4 stuff, or knight takes e7 always hanging. So
what about knight takes d4? Because that pawn's also hanging.
Oh, I forgot about that one. Knight d4, queen d4, queen's in the center, but you probably get away with it. f2 is hanging there.
So you have to take on e4 and then go rook cd1, and I'm going to let the qualified players calculate this. My guess, Robert, is that we're going to get some sort of queen endgame or rook endgame where Hikaru's down a pawn but has serious strong chances. I'm saying that really without calculating anything concretely.
And when you say drawing chances, I guess at this point we have to say also winning chances.
Winning chances, because, exactly.
Yeah, he wins anything in front of him. So knight takes c3. If rook takes e7, there could be knight takes b1. That's at least worthy of calculation. So crazy piece. He does it.
Okay, goes for it.
Knight b1?
Yeah, what's the follow-up? Does he just want to drop his rook back? That would be anticlimactic. I think he wants rook takes e7.
Rook b7, knight a5. Knight a5.
Oh my god, that's such an easy fork to miss. The side fork.
Yeah. So knight takes b1. What is the move? Rook back to e1 as you indicated, but I feel like there's something there. Even knight takes d4.
This is where, in the previous parts of that, he would take on e7. He has to step on the gas pedal, go for it, and take on b1, and do it quickly.
He goes queen takes e7, still keeping a bit of an advantage, but it feels like knight takes b1. It was muddying the waters in a good way for him.
He wants bishop f5 to e4, I think, exerting tremendous pressure indirectly on the d4 pawn.
Knight takes d4? Knight d4, queen e1 check? Is that possible?
Great call. Eagle eyes.
But it's so complicated if that's actually that good, right? It's clearly better for black. You steal a second pawn, but that knight is a firm blockader on the d4 square.
So maybe it's worth just opting for bishop b4, your old idea, to keep the tension.
Yeah, but considering he didn't take on b1, which was just such a good try, I feel like he's going to play knight takes d4 and steal material.
Clock. And again, he's falling behind on the clock. He's hesitating. He's got two enticing options, and he goes for the concrete one. Good call.
Mm-hmm. Queen e1. Bishop takes b1, and it's queen e5 check, so you better be very careful if you're Hikaru.
Hikaru walking on hot coals and stepping over mines left and right. Rook to e3, queen takes f2 is another nasty continuation.
Give me all those pawns. Gift me them. I will gladly take them. Bishop a2.
Knight to
threat,
f3?
by the way. Knight f3, not a bad move at all. Queen f1.
Wait, where do you go?
Oh, queen e4. Queen e4. Keep everything defended.
Oh, he missed queen f2.
It's a one-move blunder.
It's a one-move blunder. Oh my God, Nihal's not moving.
He
does.
And look at Hikaru. He can't believe it. And neither could Nihal. Nihal's like, wait a second. Can I really get it? And a resignation from Hikaru. And Nihal shakes his head, but he's right back in this match. It's a 3-point deficit. What's more?
And I do think in this case, Robert, he followed your advice from the previous segment, resigning a little bit earlier than he normally would. The position was completely lost, right? The bishop was coming to e4. That, I think, was beyond salvation, even for Hikaru. He was down 1,000 pawns. But he wants 2 more games. He wants to bring this lead back up and avoid something crazy happening in the bullet. He believes in his chances. Big 2 games.
I'm laughing because Nihal is white, and he became the B3 cowboy first. So he's just saying, come on, Hikaru. I know you love this opening, but I'm going to get to it. And somewhere, Adiban is smiling at his compatriots' play. But I actually think that black is perfectly fine in this position, just a little bit more cramped.
And knight e5 there walked into knight takes e6. So don't put your knight on e5 until you've defended the square. But bishop f6 also runs into knight e4. So we've had a very similar position before, Robert. But this, I think, I agree, is a slightly improved version for black. Still, I think Nihal is so comfortable in the structure.
He is. And he was able to beat Anish Giri in a rapid time control in the CGC. He has shown some good play against Hikaru here in this SCC match. And what's black's plan, right? White put all of these pieces in optimal squares. If you go rook c8, you drop the a6 pawn. Let's not forget about the bishop and queen in line attacking a6.
This is a move you see pretty often in these types of positions. It's got multiple ideas, right? You are aiming at h2. Obviously, you're not really thinking about checkmate just yet. You could bring the bishop back to d6 and build a battery. It's just sort of a general solidifying move. And here comes Nihal, throwing himself at the king side. And if h6, Robert, I'll let you drink your tea, but what's his follow-up? Is it 96 double take?
That's exactly what I was wondering. Then rook takes d5 at the end. Tactics galore here. And Nihal Sarin, he is maybe no longer afraid. He's been playing a little bit timid chess throughout. Knight takes, is it f7 or e6?
Oh my God, knight f7 might be even better with knight takes d6 to follow. That looks even more destructive.
Because you also have a queen h5 check in there as well. So I feel like black's position is falling apart. He takes on e6. It's still good for white. And look at Hikaru. He's shaking his head. Hikaru is feeling the pressure from Nihal right now. This is the first time all match where I feel like Nihal has been able to string together consecutive performances. And I think that Hikaru is starting to feel a little bit nervous.
And I'm stating the obvious, but it's hard to believe, Robert. I think you'll back me up on this. If Nihal wins this game, it's only a 2-point match. Like, it looks like Hikaru's pulled away. Queen g4. Where's the win?
Queen g4 looks great. What's the move for black?
There's no move. Queen g4, knight c5, I think, is forced. And then you can sack the exchange. And you should be winning there.
Absolutely winning. Just controlling all the diagonals. Rook c7 looks great as well, as you're pointing out. Queen g4, knight c5. Can he play b4? Does he have time for that? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, b4 is very natural. Apparently, rook
bishop
c8,
a8,
maybe?
Wait, bishop a8, queen 8, and then b4. Do I have that?
Oh, but don't play queen 8, bishop 8, queen 8, rook c5, because you might run into an intermezzo with rook.
Or queen c8 at the end of that. Actually, it works for white.
Oh my gosh. So is that the prudent option? Does black have any shenanigans that we're not seeing?
Let's show it. Let's show that variation with bishop
Analysis
a8.
board, please.
Yeah,
bishop
queen
a8.
a8, Rook takes c5. The rook on e6 is loose. After rook
there
e4.
is a desperado. Sorry.
No, that's funny. That's actually like a funny line. Probably best for black, but even that is still a minimum of pawn down with a weak king.
And you can't take back with the bishop. You have to accept further weakening of your pawn. Nihal has to convert this again. I'm a broken record. I've said that phrase so many times today, but this endgame, I think, is eminently convertible. Let's see if Hikaru even finds rook takes c3. That's not obvious either.
No, because
back to the live board.
Bishop a8's been played, and Hikaru, he resigned last game. I could see him resign just because he's so fed up with the position, but there's still 4 minutes and change in this time control here. Whoa. Just queen f3. Connect your queen and bishop. White is up 2 healthy pawns with a safe king. This game is over, and look at Hikaru, right? He's like wiping the sweat off his forehead, and there's very few players in the world who can make Hikaru Nakamura sweat. Nihal Sarin is one of them.
I haven't used the T word all day, but h5 is the first tilt move that I've seen from Hikaru. It's a frustration move. It's not as serious a defensive attempt as queen takes a8. And again, I don't really see Nihal's hesitation. Queen f3, maybe he's worried about the knight jumping into d3. And I think that actually is Hikaru's idea. Queen f3, knight d3. But I feel like White's spoiled for choice there. Even bishop d5, Robert, after knight d3 with queen f5 to follow is, again, basic Brian.
Bishop d5, I mean, like you're saying,
now,
it's completely winning right now.
It just ends. Bishop d5 is elementary, my dear Watson, and then queen f5 picks up the rook with checkmate to follow.
And look at Hikaru.
Easy clap.
He is really upset right now. And so if you're Nihal, I think you're going to get another 3-minute game, and you're happy about that, even if you get the black pieces in that one.
And Hikaru, without awaiting White's move, yeah, I mean, bishop e6, bishop f7 is game. Nihal is absolutely happy about getting a chance to make this a 1-point match. Unreal.
I truly thought Hikaru was going to pull away after he just secured a 4-point lead. But I think Nihal also has to remain calm. I'm not too worried about him remaining calm. I'm worried about myself. I'm amped right now after those games. But if Nihal gets a little bit too, confident, bordering on cocky, then Hikaru with the white pieces, of course, can beat him. And then we're talking about a 3-point lead heading into bullet. So I think the players are struggling to rematch at the moment. But either way, this will be the final game of this time segment.
Yeah, as long as they manage to rematch in the next 2.5 minutes, they'll be okay. You can see some frustration there for Hikaru. It's been building up over the last couple of games. And for Nihal Sarin, a golden opportunity right now. Robert, you said amped. I am amped for this bullet segment. This is going to be absolutely epic, man.
It really will be. I mean, look at Hikaru. He has played some amazing defense, has found some great tactics. And Nihal, just when it looked like things were getting out of hand, he is fighting back. Nihal's showing that he is resilient, not just a good, precise player who will grind down an endgame. He's displaying great tactical awareness himself. That e6 game, I mean, that probably remains the game of the match with 3 pawns in the 6th rank. But actually, Hikaru is then defending that game where he was dead lost with all those passed pawns. Both of those games, compete for game of the match. But right now, we do have a match. That's the most exciting part. And e4 by Hikaru, it's showing that he remains serious and he can no longer just mess around with a3 and h3.
And another differing opening choice, Hikaru going solid. I like that approach. He says, listen, I'm going to go 4-knight scotch. I'm going to go risk management. And this is not a line that you play just to make a draw. David Paravian would have something to say to that. But it's a line you play if you really want to avoid losing. I like this decision from Hikaru, and let's see how well prepared Nihal is in this super topical line where you take twice on c3 and take on c6.
And it's funny because the preparation is only starting, right? This is all really well known. We're 14 moves deep, and here black plays bishop g6. So the point is that c6 is falling regardless. Let's offer a trade of light square bishops. A bishop pair can be an advantage, but if you're just left with one dark square bishop against knight and f6, it's maybe not the most worrisome thing.
Yeah, and in such positions, White claims that, well, the bishop offers him a long-term edge. But if black plays carefully, if black does not let this long diagonal pressure get out of hand, there should be absolutely no problem. I would just take on d3 and go rook fe8, Robert. It just doesn't seem like black has any problems here whatsoever.
Just don't play rook d6 and fall for bishop a3. Don't put your rooks in the same diagonal. You lose one of them for a bishop. So rook fe8 is a very safe, nice move. Bishop takes f6 is not scary. You have your queen defending it from c6. So just use the open files to your advantage.
Not only is it not scary, in the event of an endgame, black's pawn structure is visually worse, but black's rooks will be more active, and things could actually get out of control for white. Nihal does take on d3. Now, Robert, the drawback is, of course, that you're opening up the c file, and there could be some pressure on c7, but a well-timed knight d5 could come to the rescue. Let's see how Nihal handles this. Queen e6, maybe the threatened back rank mate in the event of rook c7.
Although queen e6, there could be a timely rook b7 you have to worry about. So he goes right after the d3 pawn, protecting c7. And will he take with the queen on f6? That's the big question, because we might see a queen swap. And after gf6, I feel like white is the side for choice because black's kingside pawns are a little bit worse.
I guess Nihal should have taken back with a pawn. I think he's underestimating the potency of Hikaru's pressure on his queen side, and you can't afford to just give up the c and a pawns. You have to cling to them, and then black might start paying the price for his damaged kingside structure. Black's rooks do not manage to reach their full potential in terms of activity.
And rook a3 going right after the a7 pawn. If you push c6 or c5, that rook on c1 takes that pawn. And rook d4 comes to mind. Let's go after the h4 pawn. But still, I'm going to take on a7. c7 is loose, and I'll get a queenside passer.
And you can consider rook to c4. Even with one pair of rooks, white's superior activity might shine through even more.
Although if rook c4, maybe black is in time to swap, play rook e1 check, and rook c1 to get active just in time.
And that's very easy to miss. Nihal offering a draw. Hikaru is like, no way, Jose.
Why in the world would Hikaru accept a draw here? Right?
No, that's a weird draw offer.
No losing chances, but the position, if you take on c7, we get an end game where white is essentially a pawn ahead. Even though its material is level, right? Rook c7, swap, take on d3. It's 3 pawns and a rook versus 3 pawns and a rook. Black has these double isolated f-pawns, which means you cannot create a pass pawn of your own. So Hikaru is playing with 0 risk. He's just trying to calculate the endgame that gives him the best winning chances.
And maybe I'm reading too much into this, but maybe that was a statement draw for that. Maybe that was Nihal saying, you know what? I know you're not going to take this draw, but I'm showing you that I'm confident, 100% confident in my ability to hold this game. There's an interesting idea here, Robert, which was to take on c7 and then swing the rook back to a1, try to get behind the pawn. But black would have blockaded the pawn on its initial square from a3. Hikaru judges that there are no winning chances there, and he tries to keep all 4 rooks on the board.
Yeah, and the black king maybe should join the party at some point. You can go king f8, king e8, king d7, or king to d8 to keep c7 protected and free up your rook on e7. Or you can bring your king up the g file and try to activate it that way. Instead, Nihal plays rook b4. Let's get active. If you allow 2 rooks on the second rank, you're toast. So Hikaru plays rook to c2 just to defend that pawn on g2 and also the pawn on a2.
Very alert. We saw Magnus win a ton of these types of endgames throughout the SCC and in his other tournaments. Hikaru is also a magician in these slightly better endgames. His main problem, though, Robert, is that his pawns are now a liability. Every time you play a move like rook ac3 and you go after black's pawns, black anchors himself to white's pawns, and you're running into the problem of inability to make progress.
Yeah, you take mine, I take yours. Thanks for the trade. And you will have essentially an extra pawn in the endgame, but it's not enough in this rooking. And we actually saw Magnus hold a game like that against Fabiano, one of the games that didn't go Magnus's way. So here, rook c7, we'll see a swap, rook takes a2. That should be sufficient. Rook c4. Is there a rook g4 check, Danya, that needs to be taken care of?
You read my mind, and Nihal read your mind and plays h5 just to make sure that's not an option.
Mm-hmm. King g3. So maybe at some point that white king's activity can be useful, but the black king could always step up to g6.
And rook to d7, another cautious, alert move by Nihal, hitting where it hurts, forcing the pawn up. And I think rook d1 essentially forces the rook trade. And maybe Hikaru thinks that's a better version of the single rook endgame. I don't know. I thought rook d1 kind of forced things, but he just goes king g6 and says, I'm not afraid of this position as it currently stands.
Yeah, rook d1. If rook c to c4, it's just so awkward. Rook d2, and suddenly you get very careful.
Yeah, rook e7, rook e2, and before long, Nihal might be the one playing for a win.
What's going on here?
Uh-oh.
Hikaru's taking a bit of a risk, and look at Nihal. He's looking at this quizzically. He's like, wait a second.
Rook a7, bail out.
Wait, but rook a7... okay, you're saying rook e7, rook takes, and rook takes f7. Good call by you.
Listen, that's terrifying.
King f5.
The king could land on the 5th rank. You have a check there on a5, but suddenly Hikaru's the one who has to be careful. He kind of leans back in disgust, and can Nihal make a push here?
Rook e7. What is the plan from Hikaru?
I guess we're about to find out. He's got 23 minutes to figure out a plan. We know what Nihal's plan is. It's to go rook e2, take this pawn, play for mate.
Oh my gosh, he's in trouble now. He's worse.
Rook e2.
Rook e2 for sure. You're winning g2 and d4 and a2. You win all the pawns.
but Hikaru's going to try to win all of Black's pawns, or at least the F7 pawn, just enough, I think, to make a draw. I think Hikaru's holding this.
Oh, barely. Rook d4, king e3 only move. It's almost checkmate, in fact. Maybe rook g to e2 first. Can you get away with that?
I was thinking about that. Rook takes F7. You take d4. The king hides back on g3.
But h4 check, and the black king escapes as well.
F4, and Nihal trying to figure this out.
He's trying
to keep some time on his clock.
He take on d4, h4 check.
But what now?
Yeah, that's the big one. Rook f2, maybe?
Rook a3.
Oh, that rook can slide
No. Blunders the rook.
Oh, rook g7 check first.
Yep.
And maybe rook g4 here. No, rook g4, rook f3 check. What am I talking about?
Nihal dodging and meandering his way around, but it's a forced repetition. The king can't step to f4, as you're saying.
Whew! So we end this portion with a 2-point lead for Hikaru. You would think, hey, Hikaru must be happy. He's winning heading into bullet. But he looks just a bit upset. Is that a USA? Is that Nihal wearing a USA shirt?
I think it was.
Oh my goodness. What an end to this time control, Danya.
Incredible. And again, if you told Hikaru without him knowing the arc of the match, hey, you're going to be up 9.5, 7.5 going to the bullet, he wouldn't be thrilled, but he'd be okay with that score. But given where this match was, he had a 4-point lead. He had all of the momentum. He was ready to bring the hammer down and put the match away. Suddenly, Nihal is within 2 wins of tying this match. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. Cancel your engagements. We are in for 30 minutes of unforgettable bullet action.
Everybody should stay right where they are, as we head to break. But they should also remember to tune in on December 21st for many huge announcements. Get ready for the Q4 2022 stateofchess.com coming to you live on December 21st. We have some huge news for the chess community, and the event will be followed by a community Q&A with Danny Wrench. Plus, some very special guests will be joining the show to talk about the exciting announcements we're making and what these announcements mean for the future of the chess community. Don't miss this show, December 21st at 10 a.m. Pacific time, right here on twitch.tv/chess. Daniel Naroditsky and I will be right back for the coverage of the bullet portion of this epic match between Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
As we get back here to the semifinal matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin here at the Speed Chess Championship, so much is at stake. In fact, there's a spot in the finals on the line, and the winner of this match will take on the winner of Magnus Carlsen versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That Carlsen-Vachier-Lagrave matchup happening tomorrow, but Danya, no matter who gets through, it is going to be tough sledding ahead.
It most certainly is. We have an epic bullet segment ahead of us. You see it on the scoreboard. It's 9.5, 7.5, just about as close as it could possibly be. And Robert, we could have been singing a very, very different tune. I dare say we were expecting to sing a different tune, and instead Nihal has put himself in prime position to score one of the greatest upsets in SEC history if he can keep his momentum going.
Especially when he had a 4-point deficit. That was wild. I mean, he won 2 games in a row. He almost took a third. But for Hikaru Nakamura, he got that break. He can settle down now and just play bullet. Now, bullet is a toss-up. Hikaru Nakamura is as great of a bullet player as we've ever seen. But Nihal Sarin often is at the top of the bullet leaderboard. Some of it due to hyper bullet, 10 seconds per side. That's just not even chess at that point. But with that 1 minute plus 1 second increment, I think that should favor Hikaru. Do you agree that Hikaru is the favorite in this bullet?
I do, but as the games kick off, I've played Nihal in a ton of games with a 10-second time control plus 1 second increment, and he is incredible maximizing his last 1-2 seconds. So I actually think both of these players are going to be amazing at this time control. I think we're going to see some very high-quality games and a super positional choice by Nihal in the first bullet game. What do you make of this?
I think it's a very good choice because he finds his comfort zones. We've seen him play the white side, the Queen's Gambit accepted, and other variations where he feels at home. Like Rook C5, a big move from Hikaru, and the Queen just drops back saying, well, what's your Rook doing there? It let the Queen go, but the Rook on C5 just awkwardly plays.
Hikaru displaying some fluency with the typical ideas, but the problem is that White's got this massive clamp on the D5 square, Marozzi bind style, and a knight landing on D5 could not only pressure E7, Robert, but lead to the very favorable trade of dark squared bishops for White.
That's true, and Bishop A3 forces the Rook back. You can't go to C7 because of Knight D5. He starts with Knight D5, and the Knight on 6 is ultra well defended. That's important. The Knight on D7 covers. You don't get to shatter Black's pawn structure.
And you certainly don't want to cooperate with the trade. Once the dark squared bishops disappear, you've got long-term problems with your king, and your remaining knight is going to be passive. Nihal keeps tightening the screws and tightening the noose, and he's up on time as well.
Yeah, knight takes D5 is a big question because knight D5, bishop takes G7, knight takes E3. It is pandemonium there, but instead he goes A6, B5. We saw that happen yesterday, but I think Black is actually getting the advantage here.
Great stuff by Hikaru. It's easy to miss that moment, but he's creating mega counterplay on the queen side, so maybe a calm move is required. And Nihal playing anything but calm. Knight to D5, and we've got pandemonium.
It's great bullet chess. Bishop H6. There is a pawn push to stop the checkmate on G7, so it's not like Hikaru is in too grave of danger. B takes C4. If Bishop H6, then there's pawn to C3. You get away with that as well.
Oh, careful now if you're Nihal. That's so easy to miss. BC probably has to meet up with BC, but Robert, then you've got to reckon with the threat of A3, which comes all of a sudden. And Hikaru defends his queen.
Wait, Bishop H6 and just force F6?
And maybe I'm thinking about C5.
C5, exactly.
Smells of tactics, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
Maybe start with C5. Start with C5. Because after C5 DC, there's also Bishop E5, distracting the rook from the queen's defense.
So you don't even go for checkmate on G7. You're going instead after the knight. Nihal is investing his time. Can he find C5? And he does not.
Bishop H8. He wants to take on F6 and take on D6.
Bishop. What a bullet decision.
Yeah, that's huge. The knight also is trapped on B4. A3, there's knight C6, and the queen on B2 is losing. But the knight's almost trapped.
He moves the queen. Now A3 is a huge threat. I don't see a defense against it. And if you lose the knight, you basically lose the game.
He can't save his knight.
All my lands.
You defend C6. There's queen D5 check to win the knight on C6 right away. So this is losing for Hikaru.
1 second. He's got to move. And he doesn't figure out a defense. He's trying to take on E2 instead.
Okay, but just...
Queen H6. Queen H6 was winning.
Oh, he misses it, but he's still in good shape. Rook A6, Rook D7 check to follow. You win the F6 pawn. It feels like you have a vicious attack.
But then Black would win B4 and C4. Nihal trying to cling to his pawns. Take in and go B5. That's the practical choice.
Whoa, he goes Rook check. Oh, that's a mate.
He's going for mate. Rook H8.
And look at the passive defense of Hikaru. Saves the day.
Not yet, though. Rook B6. Nihal still keeping his foot on the gas pedal, but not to no avail. Yeah. Unbelievable. Another defensive save.
With a mere 2 seconds on his clock, more or less. Hikaru Nakamura is surviving.
And how many chances like this are you going to get? Maybe another one in this game.
Yeah, look at the passive defense by Hikaru.
No, it's a draw. It's a draw. And queen h6 there, Robert, that was the turning point. He traded queens too quickly, but how can you blame him? Holy smokes. And Hikaru going to milk off as much time as he can.
Hikaru is a grizzled veteran of the SEC format. He knows that there's not going to be a quick draw. And Nihal, great with the mouse speed. He's just going to move quickly. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh, he skewered him! There are no words. He just skewered him, and he won the rook and won the game, and now he has a 3-point lead.
I'm opening my mouth, but not even a sound is coming out.
Oh my goodness. That was incredible. Just a terrible mistake in bullet. And now Nihal, he's going to have to somehow right the ship emotionally and then over the board.
Just a total mental collapse. And you know what it was? Nihal was getting annoyed because you got the worst type of position that Hikaru can milk for another 1 or 2 minutes. But so what? There's plenty. If there's an eternity left on the match clock, 2 minutes ain't going to make a difference. You can't bundle your rook like that. And not to mention the fact that it was completely winning for Nihal. This is looking bad again. Robert, he needs something crazy to happen right now, a draw, something except a loss, because this is going to be back to a 4-point match if he loses this game.
Yeah, still plenty of time in the match clock.
Yeah.
Cannot afford to lose this one. I agree with you there. And white is
Look
just
at the
better.
clocks.
You have the bishop pair. I wasn't even...
Oh, no. Bishop e3 and queen c4, I think, looks pretty devastating.
But bishop c5. Good defense.
Okay, bishop b4.
C3, just move your bishop back.
b4
somewhere.
and queen b3.
Oh, gosh.
And a5.
So he has
an a6.
Yeah, you
b5.
can't take on b4, so it goes bishop d6.
Oh, no.
The only good news for black in this position is that there are like no more targets.
Well, he's about to make some targets.
So he's going to go knight e6 and knight c5.
Holding on to that b7 pawn. You cannot lose that pawn.
Bishop c5 again?
He goes knight c5.
I didn't like that one.
What about bishop takes c5? You've got an eternal pin on the e6 knight. I thought he should have kept that pin and maneuvered his own knight around to d3. But anyways, still Hikaru's better.
Knight d4? What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Queen c4, drop your king back. You're okay.
Yeah, maybe Hikaru
takes in bishop c8.
Exactly, something like that. But the a5 pawn will also be loose in some positions. So, what a match we have here. Knight d4 played. This would be a big hold for Nihal.
Oh, huge. And that might give him the confidence he needs to right the ship, as you said. Takes in bishop c8. Looks like the best Hikaru can try.
But if the queens get traded, it's just a drawn endgame. But Hikaru will waste a ton of clock. Okay, so bishop c8 going right for the pawn. Knight f3, king f3. The king is very safe, even if it looks out in the open. Queen d6, queen c7.
Well, queen c7, there's bishop takes b7. So I don't think you're actually saving the pawn, although you're trying to take a5.
Yeah, but black's king also in a scary position. So queen a5.
Get away with this. Queen e6. He drops his king back, but that's an admission.
Queen b4.
The worst is behind him, I think.
What's wrong with queen b4?
No, it's an instant draw.
Okay, goes here. Queen d5, queen d6.
Holding on.
And now bishop f2, queen c8, and then queen g8.
No, don't take it. Bishop g8.
Ooh.
Oh, Hikaru is starting to make inroads, Robert. I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, king safety is paramount in bullet, and the king is not safe on f8. Good move, though.
Yeah. Queen e6 coming to a theater near you. He's winning.
It's done.
Oh my gosh. Queen g8, goodbye. All of the pawns are lost. Every single one of them.
You take queen e6, take on f6 with check, take on g5.
You resign. Get out of here. That's a 4-point lead.
4-point lead for Hikaru Nakamura. He is building that separation after being gifted a rook in the first bullet game. Nihal will have to find it within himself to claw back in this match. I liked what he got in this position the first time around.
Oh, but it's unbelievable what Hikaru is doing. He's turned it around yet again, and Nihal needs yet another push. Can he start with one victory? You got to play 1 point at a time. But you've got plenty of time, Robert. You don't need to look at the match clock and start panicking. 21 minutes is an eternity in a bullet match.
It is. And what just happened there? Quick move by Nihal allowing b5 and take on c4. But the knight did go over to the queen side. That's good news. And now we're going to see some trades.
I just feel like Nihal has lost that verve, that gumption with which he was playing the last segment of the 3-minute match. That loss really did him in. Rook c3 is a great move, though. He's maneuvering it to e3, and then watch out for knight takes d6 tactics.
Okay, but Hikaru brings the knight to f6 to defend that rook on e8. Excuse me. Queen goes to a8 this time, and queen b2. King can just slide back to g8. Maybe there's a knight takes d6 tactic to look out for.
Absolutely, and it can be supplemented or preceded by rook f3. Hikaru pushing d5, very alert. Knight b6. There's queen c6. Looks like black's okay there.
It's
maybe
close.
knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 is going to the center of the board. Knight d7 was a threat, so the king slides back. And once again, a knight reaches d3 for Nihal.
Queen maybe centralizes to d4.
Ooh,
No, he wants to pressure the pawns.
Yeah, he wants h5 as well.
And then h6 threatens knight d5.
h5 looks really good.
Got to do it. Maybe g5 he's worried about.
Wow, that's a huge move. And there still might be h6, like rook takes e7, but I guess for now it doesn't work, but it's something to be scared of.
What did you eat for breakfast? Jeez.
I really didn't
H6.
have anything. I'm really
Go for
hungry
it.
right now. Yeah, h6
Hikaru wants e5, I
E5.
think. But that doesn't threaten anything.
No, it doesn't. The d4
Knight
is
G4.
actually a threat.
Oh, it is. Knight
Knight
g4.
g4. Bad news for Nihal.
Okay. Rook f3 seems forced, and now knight g4 or what?
Yeah, knight g4, knight c5 to e4, maybe, but whoa, he goes that way. He wants into c3,
or potentially g5. That's actually a super, super astute move, and it's hard to deal with.
Wow, what a move going to the center of the board, and rook c1. He wants a sack in exchange on c3, so queen d6 play, queen f8 coming next.
He smells blood. He smells blood, Robert. And knight g5 is now a threat. f6 has been deprived of the white rook.
Oh my goodness. And Nihal can't find a move. He's got 7 seconds.
It's over.
Goes queen c2, taking over the c5, but knight g5 traps the rook. What is this? Rook c7, then he's going to go b4? He has to?
d3 potentially.
d3 looks great.
Queen d2, you're forced into passivity. Hikaru disrupting, chiseling, knifing his way
Queen
into white's
d2
position.
now? Wait, there's some chances here for white. Because of that pawn h6, he gave it up?
Oh, what pawn on h6?
Oh, I'm shocked that he didn't play queen d2 there.
He's banking on his past b pawn, and he wants tactics on the queen side.
No,
Nihal doing everything he can, but this is not the way.
Knight takes e4?
f6 d3. No. What was fg? Oh my goodness, this is collapse. Collapse by Nihal. And look at him milking the clock.
Yeah, Hikaru can win this game in many different ways, but he wants to spend that time pretending like he's thinking.
Exactly.
Queen d8 check would win a rook, but it would lose the game.
I think Hikaru, again, maybe I'm reading too much into this. I think he is doing this deliberately. He's not winning in the fastest way to milk some more time. It looks like he's so confident he can win this in any way, but queen g4 check keeps some chances alive.
Yeah, you can keep the pawn.
Are you, though? No, you're not. Maybe you are.
Knight a6. That's clever. King e3, rook c3 check.
Rook g4. He blundered the g3.
Wait, b6?
Oh, b6? B6?
What's he doing? What's he doing?
King c4. Hikaru gave up a draw.
b7. It's immediately a draw.
And the knight reaches f3 in time.
That is really
insane.
Fortunate.
Is this easy, though?
Oh, he lost it. He moved his knight.
What was knight h2? Just defend it with your king, Nihal.
Oh my gosh.
King g2 traps the knight, literally, and Hikaru now again milking the clock. The guy is merciless.
Nihal has to resign. There he goes, but wow, 17 and a half minutes remaining. It is still technically possible, mathematically possible for Nihal to get back in this match, but things are going from bad to worse for the youngster from India.
And there were some crazy endgame tactics there that Nihal may have overlooked. It's a 5-point lead. The biggest lead of the entire match has come at the worst possible moment. Robert, Nihal, he still has a chance, but he needs to be perfect starting yesterday.
He needs to win this game, that's for sure. He plays a5, trying to open up the queen side, but I don't think there's enough going on in the position. He'll play f5. He'll try to create some dynamic play. But look at this, Danya. I mean, it's a closed position. Black is the side for choice, but you can play this forever.
And not to be the bearer of bad tidings for Nihal, but I've played Hikaru so many times. I can sense when he smells blood. And right now, he smells blood. He believes beyond a shadow of doubt that he's going to win this match. And at some point, I think Nihal managed to sow some doubt in Hikaru's mind. But that doubt has dissipated. The lead has grown. And I'm starting to get very skeptical here about Nihal's comeback chances.
You mean you didn't like the Petrosian King March we just saw going over from H8 to B7?
Good reference.
Yeah, and it's also a good idea, but the problem for Nihal, he's got to play G6, H6, G5 at some point. But White's also ready to open up the king side. Like if you play G6, White might play H5, so you have to be careful about that.
And you might recall that, Robert, I forget which match it was, but there was a bullet match where they only played like 5 bullet games total. So with 16 minutes left on the match clock, you're in territory where you're starting to get worried about literally not having 5 games to play. And this is going to take an hour.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is the worst thing possible because Hikaru's going to build up his clock and sit it out for at least a minute.
And sort of
probably more.
The worst part for Nihal is if he pre-moves and he keeps pre-moving, Hikaru will play G4. I mean, he won't do that because he's winning in the match, but you know what I mean? That's what I would do in a bullet game that I needed to win. Is at some point just throw in a move, but Hikaru is not pre-moving. He's just moving quickly. So if you're Nihal, you wait until Hikaru pre-moves a couple times and then throw in a G5 or an E5. But yeah, this is just a dead draw.
Yeah, that's the classic technique without increment. But with increment, there's no need to pre-move if you're either opponent, but especially if you're Hikaru.
And look at Fun Master Mike getting involved. This stall is going to be longer than Dina's in chess boxing. Well, there is no hide and seek because there's nothing to seek in this position. It's all locked up. There's no pawn pushes that are good for either side. We're playing checkers. Look at all of Black's pieces on light squares and White's pieces on dark squares. Whoa, wait, why is... It's so funny in close positions when the eval bar shifts. Like this is...
I know.
A dead draw.
What did it see? Like E4 and G4? Queen B3?
No.
And Hikaru, well within his right to do what he's doing. I mean, you're milking valuable time. And at some point, before he reaches the 50 move rule, we remind you that if 50 moves are made without a pawn advance and without a capture, a draw is automatically declared. So at some point, Hikaru should literally sit for a minute. And I think he's chosen this moment to do it.
The next move is the draw.
Not yet. No, it's only move 83.
When was the last move? Wasn't B4 played a move 34? Oh, 34.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, and what just math? It's like wagering in Final Jeopardy so that you're $1 ahead of the guy in second place. That's what Hikaru is doing. He's taking the last possible move to sit it out, and he's taking every one of these seconds, Robert. Every single one of them.
Yes, indeed. Because time is precious, and now the match clock down to 13 minutes, 51, 50, 49. And that will not leave enough time for Nihal if he cannot win games in a row and win them quickly.
Well, with 5 games to play, I'll let somebody in the chat who's more qualified do the math. Is there even enough time to start 5 games? There probably is if you can get a quick win. But quick win and Hikaru, they do not belong in the same universe, Robert.
And I wonder, like, if you're Hikaru, if you just do something funny. No, he plays Queen B1. It is a draw, 50-move rule without a pawn, push, or a capture. That's how the rule works in chess. So now we get a Lopez with
Berlin.
Nihal on the white side. For a second, I thought Hikaru was white.
Oh, that is a move, though, I guess. For a second, I thought he blundered his bishop, but C5 was hanging. And now Hikaru just playing with so much speed and confidence. It's brutal.
Yeah, couldn't play D5 because the E5 pawn is loose. He's going to play F4.
Queen B6.
Or no, he's not going to play F4.
I think Queen B6 is practical, but Nihal could play Queen F3 there to keep the queens on the board. But again, one of those positions that's going to take a while for anything to even start happening.
G4 maybe? Just throw the pieces forward?
Yeah, got to try something like that.
F5 not available to black is EF and then G4. So bishop E6 is the choice. And D4, yeah, white is slightly better here. But this game is going to take forever.
No, it is. And Hikaru has been playing really quickly, partially because he wants to give himself that time. If he's losing, he's going to sit it out for at least a minute.
And look at their bullet ratings. Hikaru, 3280. Nihal
unreal.
at 3211. Both these superstars amongst the best on the site. Maybe Magnus can try to lay claim to the #1 rating, but it's amongst those three. Really a night.
Hey, I know a commentator might have something to say about that.
Oh, what's your bullet rating at right now?
It's like 3315.
Oh,
but I dropped some yesterday. I was trying to cement my place before this match because I knew Hikaru was gonna get up to 3400.
I take it back indeed, but. No,
yeah, take it back. You said Magnus is better than me, Robert? You get out of here. How dare you?
Well, I didn't mean to leave you out from the conversation, but this position, Danya, look at this. Slightly better for white. Control of the open D file. You can move your knight. then play rook d1, go put a rook on d7. This is just going to be the longest game.
Yeah, take a nap, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Nihal looking at the match clock. It ticks down second by deadly second. It's down to 11 minutes, Robert, and we're not even close to a resolution in this game.
No. I mean,
and let's not forget, he has to actually win them too.
Yeah.
That's what's often left out of these conversations.
White is ever so slightly better. And rook c5 next does feel annoying because there's going to be pressure on the pawn. And if you protect with a rook, there's a pin going on. So, okay. Rook c5, you can't go rook b6 to knight c8.
Yeah, he should be winning here, at least close to winning.
Knight e4.
Rook d6. Get in there.
But there's also these b takes c4. That's the problem. Like the b file opens up and White's pawns fall.
And Nihal letting his clock run down to 6 seconds. That increment is just killing him.
Right?
It's killing him.
Yeah, and he's trying to make progress. His pieces look good, but unfortunately, there's nowhere to go. And thanks to the about 50,000 of you watching across all platforms, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're watching, we do appreciate you.
Knight d7, Knight c5, and Knight c5 was winning.
Wow, and
it still is.
Pushes the pawn, and look at White going for an attack, and now all of a sudden Nihal with the advantage.
Nihal has to cash this in quickly.
Is there an f6 at some moment?
There definitely is, and if Black plays f6, it runs into rook e8.
Rook g2. Oh, he's going up with the king.
Oh, no.
G2.
F6, Hikaru holding.
King's going to f6. Oh, my goodness. What are you going to do about that? King h5? Oh, king f4. King f4.
King h4. King h4.
Oh, that's so precise.
What a move. Another retreating crusher by Nihal Sarin. He finally wins a bullet game. And with 9.5 left, Hikaru, well, you got to be a little bit careful. Anything can happen. It's the SCC, for goodness sakes.
It certainly is, Hikaru. He's not going to take his lead for granted. And we just saw a couple ladder mates like that yesterday. And wait, what's going on with Hikaru?
Whoa, 5-minute game has been initiated.
Yeah, why is this a 5-minute game? Hikaru is just like, come on, let's restart. Where's our team? Let's get this restarted, please.
Nihal has to lobby for the match clock to be brought up to around 9:30. Just like in basketball, if it's an illegal play and the shot clock and the game clock came down, you got to bring it back up.
Yeah, let's get this restarted. Let's get the match clock back. Yeah, okay. So it is being rectified.
Yep. As we speak.
And here we go. I'm sure the time will be added back on the clock. That was neither of the players' faults, I would imagine. So here we go. We see the same exact opening. E4 under attack, protected by knight to d2. White has more space, a strong center, but Black is just playing for an offbeat opening.
And good job there by the producers, pausing the match clock for the appropriate amount of time and rectifying that situation. For Nihal, every single second is absolutely golden, and I like what he's gotten out of the opening here.
Yeah, this reminds me of his match against Sam Sevian. Beat me to it right there. Sam Sevian from the Global Championship, where he actually was outplaying Sam in some of these positions with the black pieces in must-win territory. So the bishop goes to h3, threatening nothing. Queen c5 check, as you mentioned, is available. And now it's becoming more dangerous for White. Wait.
And Hikaru, Queen c5.
Oh, he missed it. He had Queen c5.
And then what?
And then you'd force the king to h1. You could take on d1. The bishop would have to take back. White's pieces
still
would have
plays it. Now knight f5. Knight f5 was a huge threat, winning the queen. And I feel like at this point, his initiative has fizzled away.
Certainly has, yeah. The knight on h5 kind of awkward. Can't jump forward.
Yeah.
Knight doesn't work because the rook takes d1 check.
Check.
But we both had the same blunder in mind.
Exactly. We complete each other's sandwiches and blunders.
We are really a dedicated pair. So rook a1, a kind of sad defensive move, but does the trick. And yeah, Hikaru is no real problem here. He's going to go bishop f1 at some point.
Yeah, and if you have even one of those super long games that takes 4 minutes, the match is instantly over. 8 minutes. The match clock has hit 8 minutes, and Nihal still has 4 more victories to score. This ain't looking good.
Yeah, good luck winning this game. I mean, this is limited material.
And good luck winning it in under an hour. He's trying. Knight a4 is a nasty little one.
Okay, queen e2. How does the black queen get in? That's the big question. Ooh, queen d3. So queen c5.
Queen e6 maybe trying to get into b3.
All
of these are one-move threats. I mean, Hikaru could just play queen c2 or knight d1, whatever. He's got enough to defend with.
I feel like there's like some Ivanchuk game against Leonard Dominguez that was sort of like this, where Black ended up winning the game just because White was so passive. Maybe it was Hikaru against Dominguez, actually, now that I think about it. But either way, it's not pleasant for White, but you just sit on the position.
And Hikaru is sitting on the position. He's sitting on the clock. It's hit 7 minutes now. And G4. I mean, Hikaru trying to whip up some chances against Black's king now. Wait a second. He could still win this game.
Yeah, HG Knight takes G4.
Knight H1 and Knight G3.
Wow, and Hikaru sees it instantly.
Instantly. Oh, and this is a crusher, Robert, because where's the Knight on A4? It's stuck in Siberia.
Yeah, and, Khanty Mansis hosts many chess tournaments, but it's not really where you want to be if you can avoid it. So Knight G3 to F5 is what's on the docket. H5 is also loose, and that Knight on B2 goes to C4. So it's a queen trade with Knight F5 check.
Yeah, but you can also play Queen A7. I think you're winning with Knight F5.
Queen H6?
There must be a move here.
Oh, Queen H6 is Queen D2.
Oh, King H3 escapes the checks and no stopping the mating attack. 97. Or just Queen D7.
Wow, he's just going to mop up the pawns.
And another minute goes off the match clock. And it's basically official.
Wait, Queen
B6 check?
Oh, he takes.
No,
this can't be good.
No, come on. D6 and whatever. Knight G3, Knight E4, Knight C5.
Looks pretty sound.
Oh.
Wait, why?
It's king around.
King E6 and then F5 check. And somehow this game is not over. But the H
which is actually bad for Nihal, even if he wins it at this point, which he's not going to.
Yeah, and now it's also winning for Hikaru.
H6 ends it, or this, taking B5 and promoting the connected passers on the queen side.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura deserves a round of applause. He wins this game. He locks up the match. I mean, it looked like he was cruising, right? He was up by 4 points at some moment. Then Nihal strikes back with 2 in a row. And in that first bullet game, that's where this match was settled, right? Nihal could have won it. Instead, he lost it by blundering his rook. That allowed the lead to grow to 3, and Hikaru Nakamura has not looked back.
I love how in chess, as in a lot of sports, you can pinpoint the exact moment when things turned around, right? I think that's one of the beautiful things about these matches is that you can go back, you can look at certain games and say, this is exactly the moment, the instant where the match could have turned around. And that instant was when Nihal grabbed Hikaru's queen, going into that endgame where Hikaru had good drawing chances, as we have a knight sack on F7. Nihal still playing inspired chess. But once that happened, it was basically all over. Hikaru's still not happy, Robert. What does he want? I mean, you're up by 5.
He wants to, reach 3,300 in bullet. This looks really terrible for Black. Your king is wide open. Over. E6 is hanging. The rook on C8 is loose. Bishop A2.
Just
simple and strong. Also, Black only has a piece for 2 pawns. It's not even a big material edge. And your king is being just ripped apart. Wow. Bishop E6. Even Bishop F6 here.
Could probably grab the rook at some point. Yeah, Bishop F6.
Queen G4 check actually looks even best.
And then Bishop F6 and rook C8. That's the proper order.
It could also be Queen G4, Queen G6. Just go for checkmate.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nihal has now had 2 games that he's going to win with this knight F7 sacrifice. I guess the other one was the double sack on E6. But one takeaway is that he is a natural, Robert, in these types of positions. Any Nimzo Larsen structures, he is just a wizard.
He is indeed. Bishop takes F6. Still completely winning position, but it's going to take most of the remaining time off the clock. And watch out for 92.
Now Hikaru never dies. It's like no matter how many pieces he's got left, he's going to find a way to create threats.
And Queen E8 trade. Or Queen E8 keeps the queen on for now. The Queen G8 will force them off, it looks like.
Rook D6.
Yeah, take on H6, take on A6. Eat all the pawns, but it's going to eat up much of the remaining match clock. And for Nihal, I mean, there's a lot to be proud of, right? Last year, he made to the semis. He lost to Wesley So in a really close match. This year, he made to the semis. He knew it was going to be an uphill battle against Hikaru Nakamura, but he made Hikaru work for it. This was a really difficult match. I think he's given Hikaru one of the biggest challenges we've seen from a player not named Magnus Carlsen or Ding Liren from a year ago.
Without question, Hikaru's record is 23-2. Forget the 2 matches he lost to Magnus Carlsen. Magnus is in a separate bucket. But of those players, who are going to constitute the 24 matches that Hikaru has won, I would single out Ding Liren, who perhaps came the closest. Nihal Sarin, Robert, might be in the top 3. He really gave Hikaru a run for his money. And not a lot of people can say that my match with Hikaru Nakamura really came down to one game. It would have been a 1-point match. Now, Hikaru may very well have won that match as well, as we see him stalling out the remaining 30 seconds. The guy is totally brutal. But Nihal really did come that close.
Yeah, that first bullet game, that was the difference maker in this match. So really a round of applause to Nihal Sarin. I know he's going to be a bit disappointed because that closing the gap was within reach, but still he played so well throughout this SCC. I mean, he was shaky in the bullet against Giri. He also against Ding Liren was in a close match before the bullet. And against Hikaru, he gave Nakamura, the 4-time speed chess champion, all he could handle. So we see one last game here. We'll see a Bond Cloud, I'm guessing. Oh, no, not a Bond Cloud. Maybe a delayed. Oh, okay. A King's Gambit. A throwback opening from Hikaru.
A Vienna, an homage to the Romantics. And Bishop B5 here is the move. Knight C3 followed by Queen H4, Queen E4 is one of the recommended lines for black, which Nihal might be opting for here.
Mm-hmm. Bishop E7.
I guess he wants a quick F7, F6.
Yes,
to exploit the vulnerable queen.
Yeah, and the king is not castled yet, so this is bad news for Hikaru.
Can Nihal end the match in style and with a victory? G5, Queen G3.
It's close, you know. It's one of those moments that you're very fortunate to have that Queen G3 move. And instead, he's going to take on C2 and claim an extra pawn, I guess.
He grabs it, snags it from Hikaru's grasp. And you're absolutely right, Robert. Nihal's going to be disappointed. Everybody at this level expects perfection. Everybody expects monster results. He ain't going to be happy, but he can definitely hold his head up high. This was an edge of your seat match from start to the very finish.
Several $100s on the line in this game right here because part of the prize fund is by win percentage. So if Nihal can win this game, he'll give himself a little bit more money. I don't think he'll complain about that, but he also probably enjoys beating Hikaru. They don't get to play much bullet, so taking him down even a few times will feel good.
For sure, and he's taken him down plenty of times in this match. Bishop E4, Knight E4. Oh my gosh, there's some crazy
Queen E5,
tactics
Knight
here.
F6, G6. Yeah.
Queen G3 almost works in that position.
Mm-hmm.
But not quite. Black takes it and then attacks the rook after rook takes E, King F7. So I think Nihal actually might take this one.
All right, Queen D4, good move, trying to trade queens. Black is up a pawn, but look at that extra pawn. C6, C7, double, isolated, and wait a second.
It might be doubled and isolated, but it's rearing to go. Hikaru goes after those doubled pawns.
I think that was the right choice because now the E pawn, the passer, is closer to the white king, easier to stop.
You would kill for that pawn to be transferred to the A file or the B file. Here, the king just gets into the vicinity of the pawn, and it looks like black can't make progress. H4.
Mm-hmm.
And it should be a pretty straightforward draw. And another thing I loved about this match, Robert, is just the variety of positions that we got. We got so many different openings. We got tactical battles and positional slugfests. Just the variety has been awesome.
It really
still trying.
Yeah, he wants to win this game. But for
as
Hikaru,
he should.
He could bring his rook back. Don't put it on C3. That's how you lose this game, allowing rook D3 check. But just your point out, rook C8 getting behind the pass pawn. And here comes the black king.
Here's Johnny, the king infiltrating D4, and then it can move into D3.
This is getting scary. Rook F6
Rook F6,
check.
king. And Hikaru's going to do what he tried to do earlier. He's going to give up the rook for the E pawn and promote the H pawn.
I think that there was a win very
draw.
Briefly for Nihal. We saw the engine go all the way up in his favor. But
Rook E2.
Yeah, rook E2.
Even H6 draws. Oh, King G4. No, okay, draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. Well, that concludes the match in Hikaru Nakamura's favor. He wins by 4 points. The final count is 14.5, 10.5. And even though a 4-point match is close, and we only had 25 games, that is not a lot when you think of some of these other matches because the games went down to the wire, Danya.
They really did. I mean, so many of these games, they got down to time scrambles. They could have gone either way. And maybe the difference maker was Hikaru's comebacks. I mean, he had, I would say, at the very least 3 or 4 games where he was either completely lost or just lost. It was a technical win for Hikaru. And of course, the game that will stick in our minds, Robert, for probably many years is the game where Nihal had 1,000 pawns in the center, and then he blundered his queen, and then allowed the geometric fork on b1. That was a backbreaker, as, of course, was their second bullet game.
Yeah, just some missed opportunities for Nihal Sarin. So he could probably, regret some of those moments. But overall, I think the entire country of India, they love chess these days. They can be proud of Nihal Sarin. He made it to the finals of the Global Championship. Here, he made the semifinals and only lost a close match to Hikaru Nakamura. And, well, what's up next for Hikaru? We see the bracket. We've seen him take down Paravian, Aronian, Nihal Sarin, and next up is either Magnus Carlsen or Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we possibly ask for a more satisfying end to, I was going to say the CGC. The CGC had a pretty satisfying end. The SCC is going to have an epic ending. But before Nakamura Sarin, we have another very small match. Robert, I wish we had stronger players to commentate on, but we're going to have to settle for the world champion and the guy who's beaten him in the SCC previously.
That's right. The reigning world blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes on world champion Magnus Carlsen. But before all that, we have an interview with the one and only Hikaru Nakamura. Please leave your questions in chat that you have for Hikaru. Make them good questions, please. But we'll be excited to feature those and ask Hikaru. We're looking forward to hearing his thoughts as he's the winner. Moving on to the championship match, it's Hikaru Nakamura after this short break.
Use GIFs, not GIFs, from the biggest chess stars on all of your favorite platforms. Just search chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of GIFs from chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Pokimane, Ludwig, Moist Critical, XQC, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
It is an honor to be joined by Hikaru Nakamura, a finalist in this year's Speed Chess Championship. Hikaru, another dazzling display. I gotta ask, how do you do it when your back is against the wall in some of these positions? How do you survive and even win positions that look incredibly lost?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it was a very tough match. I think saying that I played dazzling or saying it was dazzling is little bit too generous. I mean, for large stretches of the match, Nihal was much better. I think really the difference in this match was simply when Nihal had some winning positions. Whenever I think there were like one or two moments when he was down by 2 games specifically, and he had a good chance to win. When he wasn't able to get it back from 2 to 1, and it went back up to 3 or 4 a couple of times. I think it's just in the critical moments he wasn't as good. But for me, you just try to play moves, and that's kind of what I was doing, was just playing moves, even when it was losing. And I mean, there was this one game I think in 3+1 where I was completely lost. He had all these pawns in the center. Then it's like somehow he blundered this fork on E2, and it still wasn't winning. But then he lost on time. I mean, the whole thing was kind of wild, but it was an exciting match, so I enjoyed it.
Well, we'll ask you about that game in a bit, Hikaru, but I got to ask you about your opening choices in the 5+1. What stands behind those choices? And you were actually getting better positions both with A3 and with H3. Was part of it to create that psychological tilt effect? Because, you know, someone who doesn't punish that can feel really frustrated. Is that part of your decision making, or were you just trying to have fun?
Well, I mean, I guess let's just say I'm a streamer first, so I can say this. But frankly, I feel very burned out. I mean, I've felt burned out probably for the last like month or so. I mean, I've been playing so much chess. And so going into this match, I just figured I would just play anything and have some fun. That was sort of the attitude, and just try to save what little I have left in the tank for the World Rapid and Blitz. So that's the short answer. I seem to get good positions. I mean, I think it's because Nihal was probably not expecting me to do this. And so I think when your opponent does this and you don't really get any kind of advantage, actually the fact that he was like worse, like this ridiculous game where I played H3, I think it was, and he just hung this pawn on E4. I mean, I think when you start off poorly and like you're not even getting an advantage, like I don't think the result matters that much, like even if it's a draw. But when you can't even prove an advantage, certainly it affects your opponent a little bit, I think. So that was kind of the rationale behind it, but I wasn't, I didn't do any preparation. I just wanted to play and just go from there. So there's nothing really super deep to it.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I guess I have a question about your opponent. I mean, he's been very impressive throughout this year, whether it's in the CGC and now here in the SEC, and of course the Olympiad, earning a gold medal on his board. Like, what can you say about Nihal, and what do you see as his future? Do you see him as a future Speed Chess champion?
Well, first things first, at the time I thought it was a mistake because I lost a couple of hours of my life, but I'm going to tell you guys a little story. So back during the Fisher Random 960, I think it was maybe the day of the finals, maybe the first day of the finals against Nepo, or maybe it was the day before. But I played Nihal, I think. Sorry, what's that? Oh, sorry, someone else was talking, whatever. Anyway. Okay, so as I was saying, sorry, one of the producers just said something. So, okay, so I played Nihal. I think I played him 960. I also played him regular Blitz. But the one thing about that match that was really important is that there were a couple times that I got a lead of like 2. I think it was like 2 points, similar to today. And then Nihal kept fighting back. He kept like winning games. And so because of that experience, and also in the CGC where I think he was down against Sevian and Anish as well, and the way he was able to fight back and battle back. That really helped me in terms of like sort of staying focused and trying not to lose complete control, because I knew that even when it seemed like it was over, he would still fight. And so I think the future is very, very bright for Nihal in general. I think that that the sky is the limit kind of in Blitz specifically, and Bullet as well. I mean, he has great defensive skills. He's very good at finding tactical resources. So we saw a couple times when I blundered a knight takes off 7 today in those Nimzo Larson setups. So I think the future is very bright for him. I think the only thing that probably needs to work on is when he gets that advantage in those critical moments, just like finding the killer blow. Because today there were a couple of moments when he had those chances and he missed them. That was the difference. So it's a bright future for Nihal at the very least.
Well, that was great insight. And now we want your insight on that game you mentioned, Hikaru, where you seem to be dead in the water. You started showing signs of life, and before you know it, you turned it around and won.
Oh, this
and it was
game,
the 3+1 game. So I guess I'll start with a true-false statement, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Was the moment where you first realized that maybe this is going off the rails for Nihal when you managed to muster up a pass pawn on the queen side, or was it before?
I mean, I'm just praying for a miracle here. Even after I get B5, it's still losing. But the problem for Nihal is that, like, once he allows me to get the pass pawn, he has to shift. Like, before the pass pawn, there's no counterplay. I'm the one who has to defend. But once I get to go B5, I know that I'm just going to push the A pawn down the board. Like, that's the only chance I have. So I think once I got in B5, I mean, it's still obviously winning somehow. But the whole sort of the trend shifts completely because now Nihal has to be precise and find a couple of moves. Whereas before that, he's just on cruise control. He's just completely winning, and you don't expect it to be even remotely close to me having chances. So probably when he allowed B5 was a little bit careless. Again, it was still probably winning, but I think when this game went the wrong way, that was sort of that was the first moment when it should have been over. But then I made this. But then in the next game, I was a complete idiot, and at a critical moment, I didn't play B5 with my rook on B1, and that let him back in the match. I think if I had played this move B5 when the rook was on B1 in the next game, the game where I blundered a bishop takes H3 because I played B5 takes queen B5 bishop H3, which is losing. In that game, if I had actually played B5 and not lost, I think that would have been the match. There were a couple of these moments that were So go back a few moves when the rook's on B1. I saw it as soon as I played like queen B3. I think it was go back like another move. Go back with that. Queen's on D1. Yeah, B5 right here. If I play this move, I think takes rook B5, queen D8, queen B3, and I mean, it's very easy to play for white. I'm not saying it's like winning or anything, but I'm not going to lose the game. I think here I was up 4, right? Or was I up 3? Was it 3 or 4? I don't know what it was, but I saw it as soon as I played queen B3, and then of course Nihal found some good moves later, and then I blundered B5, and that gave him a chance to come back. These two games I think were very, very, very critical moments in the match, and it's it was a little bit wild, but that's that.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And, Hikaru, we have some featured chat questions for you. And the first one I'm going to ask is from Subliminal, who asks, Hikaru, what do you think are Nihal's strengths as a speed chess player, and are they similar to yours?
Yeah, so I mean, I think Nihal actually does a couple things that are very similar. First of all, he likes to play all these silly openings, as knight F3, E3, knight F3, B3 garbage. We both like to do it. I mean, there are others too, like Artemiev, who also does it quite a bit. So Nihal has a very similar style in terms of his opening approach. I think that, the openings are similar. I think the time usage is actually one thing that's kind of different. I think he's a little bit too slow, perhaps. He relies too much on being able to find the best moves in the split seconds. Now, mind you, against most players, it does work. But I think, like against players like myself, players like Magnus or Fabiano, who are very, very good defenders, I think you need those extra few seconds to sort of put the game away. So I think that's maybe his one weakness, I would say. But I think just the resilience he has fighting back, like we saw in the CGC, he's just a great fighter. And he's generally, I feel like, does not tilt. I mean, obviously in the bullet, he tilted a little bit here. But like, once again, even when he was down by 3 or 4, whatever it was in 3+1, he didn't just like fall apart and just lose the match right there. So his resiliency, I think, is very similar to me, the way that he's able to just keep fighting. So again, like I said, very, very talented junior, and I think in the future people might think of him the way that they used to think about me. I think it's gonna be exciting to see what happens to Nihal in Rapid and Blitz. But he is the future.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was great insight. Next feature chat question from Run Gilbert Run: would Hikaru be disappointed not facing Magnus in the final?
I mean, I haven't even really thought about it, honestly. I think Magnus is very motivated. The fact that he lost to MVL, I guess it was 2 years ago. I think it was when he played in the SEC and he lost to MVL. He's gonna be very motivated. So for me, it doesn't really matter that much. If this is maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, I would secretly be hoping that MVL wins because I think that gives me a better chance of winning the whole match. But at this point, it doesn't matter. I'm just excited to play either MVL, play Magnus, and go from there. But I expect it to be Magnus.
Yeah, I think the predictions from the community also expect Magnus in that final. But we have another really good question from Juicy Fruit. And that question is, do you shift from playing more positionally to tactically as the time controls narrow?
I thought actually that was kind of one of the things that I really struggled with today, is that somehow I felt like I was playing way too positional and way too slowly in the 5-1 and even the 3-1 for that matter. there were a lot of games, even in the 3-1, where I was down like a minute on the clock for absolutely no reason. I think once we got to the bullet, I started trying to shift it a little bit. But the problem is also my tactical vision was not very good, as we saw in those like 2 games where I hung a knight takes f7 or a knight takes e6. So I tried to just play. Actually, what I tried to do is I just tried to play more free flowing. But I mean, I have to give myself some credit because I was very good at sort of understanding the situation. Like this game, this bullet game, it was maybe 3 games before the end where I was able to just like trade all the pieces off and lock the board up. I mean, from a strategy standpoint, I was able to like on the fly realize that I could play this whole f4 h4 g3 stuff. So I thought that also was maybe the one thing that I thought I did very well was the awareness. When it was time to kind of like shut everything down. So yeah, it's just it was a crazy match, but I did some things well. I did a lot of things badly, and if I do play Magnus or even MVL for that matter, I do think I'll have to be a lot better than I was today in order to.
Mm-hmm. Hikaru, I got one more question for you. Paraphrasing Tomo Bedlam 1. I'll phrase it this way: when comparing the various time controls 5-1, 3-1, 1-1, do you feel like your style consciously changes from positional to tactical as the time control narrows, or is it just about trying to find the best move regardless of the time control? Are you trying to steer the game in certain waters based on the time control?
Actually, I don't think I don't think like I'm actually thinking about it. I think the simple way of putting it is there sort of are levels of like, how much do I care about playing good chess and how much do I not care, kind of. I think in the 5+1, I'm trying very, very hard to play quote unquote precise chess, play like the perfect moves. And so I'm down like a minute or more on the clock in a lot of the 5+1 games. I feel like in the 3+1, there's some moment when like I'm doing the same thing, I'm getting down the clock, and then finally I just like, enough of this nonsense, just play quickly, hopefully the moves are good enough, and go from there. So I don't think it's actually about style. I think it's more about sort of figuring out like at what point you stop caring about trying to play perfect chess and just be more of a practical player.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Hikaru. And well, speaking of caring, I have a question for you because you mentioned that you'll be playing in the World Rapid and Blitz. Earlier this year, you won the Fisher Random World Championship. So adding new titles to the trophy case, how important or how meaningful would it be to you to win the World Rapid and the World Blitz?
I mean, it would be very nice. As with any tournament I play, it's a joy that I have the opportunity to play in these tournaments still. Obviously, I'm a streamer first, so just having the opportunity to still be able to compete against the best players in the world is what matters. But certainly, if I were able to win one of those, it would sort of be a cherry, kind of, it would be the cherry on top of the cake at this point. I mean, I think already I've sort of outperformed all my expectations the way that I played in the Grand Prix and then the candidates. I'm actually very, very proud of that. Probably more proud of my performance in those events than I am of winning the 960. But it would really just be the cherry on top of the cake at this point. But it would be meaningful, and it would be really nice if I could. But it won't change much.
Well, I got you. We'll be watching your games carefully, Hikaru, even if it's 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. or whatever ungodly hours the Blitz starts in the U.S. But have a safe trip to Kazakhstan. Good luck, and of course, before that, good luck in your final SEC match.
Well, there's that, but there's also Title Tuesday. Let's not forget the World Cup.
Oh yeah.
Let's not forget that. I'll see you there, Daniel. I'll see you in the evening.
All right.
In 5 days.
Well, Hikaru, before Title Tuesday, quick question for you: if you, are you going to watch, or who are you rooting for in the World Cup final? I guess that's my big question.
I mean, I have to be rooting for Argentina. I mean, Messi. That's the one thing he hasn't won, and obviously, I've always been a big fan. He's since he's been playing with Barcelona, so I got to root for Argentina. I think without a doubt. You got to see the GOAT win. He's got to win. It's just that simple.
Okay, well, you heard it from Hikaru. Rooting for Argentina and Messi. We'll let you go, Hikaru. We look forward to seeing you here in the finals of the Speed Chess Championship.
Thanks, you guys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Well, always a great interviewee is Hikaru Nakamura, and always a menace in the Speed Chess Championship. He moves on to the final where he awaits the winner of Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And Danya, I know a lot of people think the inevitable is Magnus versus Hikaru, but Magnus has a very tough task ahead of him tomorrow, facing off against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who beat him 2 years ago.
And I'm going to say what I said after Magnus's previous match. If he plays the way he did against Fabi, I think even MVL will admit, he did admit in the interview that Magnus is incredibly hard to stop when he plays like that. But MVL's beaten him before, and Maxime has been on the ball this SEC. He's made very few blunders. He's demonstrated great opening preparation, and I think he's got the right set of ingredients and the level of sharpness to give Magnus a serious run for his money. This is not a walkover, and this is more than a worthy match to watch.
No, it'll be super exciting to see that tomorrow. That's Friday. You know what you're going to be doing on your Friday. It's not going to be working. It's going to be working your chest brain, watching this match. And then on Saturday, there's also a very special event that you will not want to miss either. It is the second annual Chess Kid All-Star Finals. It's coming your way this Saturday, December 17th. The world's top juniors who won the Chess Kid Monthly Championships in 2022 will be competing for the title of Chess Kid of the Year. They can also win fun prizes like lessons with GMs and merch from our store. Chess Kid's own Fun Master Mike will hold down the 6 rounds of the match on Chess TV and the Chess Kid Twitch channel. Tune in on Saturday, December 17th at 9 a.m. Pacific time. That's 12 p.m. Eastern. You will not want to miss the Chess Kid All-Star Finals. But this is the Speed Chess Championship. Danya, before we go, I do want to give you some kind of final words about the match we just saw. So take it away.
Well, it's just been an honor to cover the SEC thus far. As I always say, I try to keep the praise sparing, but nobody I'd rather do this with. The clock just flies by. I can't believe it's already 1 p.m. The sun is out. The rain has stopped, but Hikaru is going to try to make it rain in the finals. And I think this match really shows that the match format is so amazing. Not just the SEC format in terms of the time control, but just watching two amazing players going after it again and again and again. It doesn't get repetitive, especially when you get the different openings and the different styles of play, and when two players who are in great form butt heads. That's what we saw today. But ultimately, King Hikaru emerges victorious, and he will face his ultimate trial in the next match.
Well, as James Caney might say, Naka gonna clock you, and he did get through Nihal Sarin today, and that sets up a championship match against either Magnus Carlsen or Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That remains to be seen. We'll tune in tomorrow for that. Donnie and I will have the call, so we're excited to bring you that action tomorrow. But for now, we say goodbye. We thank you on behalf of Chess.com to the over 50,000 of you that were here earlier and still remain. Thank you so much. Your viewership is so appreciative. We love helping you learn and watch and get excited by chess. So until tomorrow, this has been Grandmaster Robert Hess and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Your name is a tongue twister.
I'll take Daryl.
Yeah, I got the blooper reel going for everybody. But for real, we appreciate you. We'll see you tomorrow right here on chess.com.